Hello everyone, welcome to What If Naruto Was Son of Targaryen in Game of Thrones movie. Before we start, please go support marioiale for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Deku is a male. Chapter 1: The Renaissance. The Targaryen dynasty has stood strong for 300 years and continues to stand strong. Despite numerous civil wars and rebellions, the Targaryens hold on the throne and power persisted, and the Targaryens themselves endured. Aegon the Conqueror forged the Targaryen dynasty through fire and blood, but it was his descendant, Aegon VI of his name, who ensured its continuation. It all started with his birth. Ayahawa! A scream filled the room where a Dornish woman was in labor pains. "Shut your mouth, you brooding fool!" the Dornish woman shrieked. "You're not the one giving birth! Don't be a bastard!" The man ignored his wife's harsh words. She had been in labor for hours. The pain was getting to her, and she was tired. In fact, the one who just screamed in agony was her husband. "I apologize, my love. But you're holding my hand too tightly. So tightly it's painful. I think I felt a bone break." This man is Rhaegar Targaryen, Crown Prince of the Seven Kingdoms and heir to the Iron Throne. The Dornish woman who gave birth was Elia Martell, a princess of Dorne. Soon their first child was born. "It's a boy, your graces," Grandmaster Pycelle informed them after cutting the cord. An attending midwife offered grandmother a white cloth to wrap the baby in. He held the newborn in his old, trembling hands. In fact, this was her first child, but Elia had heard enough about babies to know something wasn't right. "Why is he quiet? Why doesn't he cry like a newborn baby should?" She was deeply concerned for her son's life. "Do not be alarmed, my princess," Pycelle reassured the princess and her husband. "The child is simply asleep. It is very rare. This is the first time I have truly seen such a case. But it does tend to happen. It may not cry like most babies when they are born, but it seems as healthy as can be." "Are you sure, grandmother?" Rhaegar demanded calmly. The newborn baby was his firstborn, his son and heir. Rhaegar didn't want to be given the wrong information about his health. "See for yourselves, your highnesses. The baby is breathing like all the others. There is no difficulty. No sign of blueness to the lips or fingertips. No abnormalities, no deformities, none at all." The old maester moved to hand the child to his mother, but she winced in sudden pain as she clutched her still round belly. "It seems you're not finished yet, my princess," the old man exclaimed. "There's still one more to come." Pycelle quickly handed the child to the midwife and turned his attention to Elia. "Elia," Rhaegar whispered worriedly as his wife's labor resumed. A part of Rhaegar was still coming to terms with the fact that he was now the father of a son. But that part of him soon gave way to the new knowledge that he was having twins. 2 children in one birth. A girl. He murmured in his mind. It must be a girl. And he was right. Elia gave one more scream, which was replaced by the cries of another newborn baby. "A girl this time, your graces. An equally healthy girl," Pycelle told them. "Though clearly awake and crying." He chuckled. "Unlike her brother, now I have 2 dragon heads," Rhaegar thought. "Just one more." He smiled at his wife, his hands still held tightly by her. "Elia, thank you." He kissed his wife's forehead. But he felt his wife's hand loosen its grip on his. Elia's hand fell from his grasp, and Rhaegar's smile fell with it. "Elia!" he cried. The princess of Dorne had lost consciousness. Only now did Rhaegar notice the blood on the sheets covering her lower body. His wife's sweat-covered face was pale. Her pink lips had turned sallow. She didn't respond to his wake-up calls. Pycelle handed the child to the prince. The grandmother stood beside Elia, assisted by the other midwives in the room with them. One of the midwives ushered the prince out. He had no place there. The only midwife holding her child followed them. Outside the delivery room, Rhaegar held his newborn daughter in his arms. She was now sleeping soundly, just like her brother in the arms of the midwife who carried him. The adult prince didn't even notice his daughter had entered her sleep state. Rhaegar shifted his gaze back and forth between his daughter and son. The midwife took the hint and approached the new father. Rhaegar got a good look at both babies, and both were perfect in his eyes. Their hair was still too short and sparse to determine the color. They were both asleep, so he couldn't see their eyes. But the baby girl seemed to have inherited her mother's tan Dornish skin. "Elia will be fine, Rhaegar," a soothing voice said. It was Arthur Dane, an old friend of Elia's and Rhaegar's closest friend. "She's a tough woman. Something like childbirth won't get her down." Arthur placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. "I hope so, friend." He looked back at his children. It wouldn't be good if the children one day discovered that their lives were lost at the expense of their mothers. "So what will you name your newborn children, Your Grace?" This time it was Gerald Hightower, the Lord Commander of the King's Guard. "Elia agreed with me on the names for our children." Rhaegar indicated the 2 white bundles in his and the midwife's arms to Sir Gerald. "The boy will be named Aegon. The girl will be named Rhaenys. If we're having another girl, she will be named Visenya. Do you intend to name them after your ancestors, the conquerors?" Gerald asked, and Rhaegar nodded. It was all because of the prophecy. It was Aegon the Conqueror who united Westeros no matter how forced. It will be another Aegon who will save it. From what, Rhaegar currently didn't know. The Conqueror, the cruel, the wise, the good, the unlikely. "I wonder what they'll call you, my son," Rhaegar thought. The newly named Aegon stirred in the midwife's arms. Rhaegar was new to childrearing, but he quickly learned that this wasn't a simple case of the boy trying to find a better sleeping position. No. The boy was awake. The midwife quickly handed the baby to his father. The midwife had reasoned that the first sight the little prince sees is of his father, not a lowly peasant girl who likely wouldn't last long in his service. Little Aegon didn't cry, but he seemed to stare at Rhaegar. His son's eyes soon left him, but then they moved. Left, right, up, down. As if trying to take in his surroundings, trying to be aware of where he was. "But that was ridiculous," Rhaegar exclaimed in his head. "I must be seeing things that aren't really there," he told himself. Young Aegon's eyes were still wondering when Rhaegar spoke to him. "Hello, my little one." Aegon's eyes, in an instant, focused on him again. "I am your father." He spoke with sweetness and affection. "And this at your side is your younger sister, Rhaenys." The boy's eyes fell on the girl. Now, whether all of those were signs that his son already had a developed sense of awareness or his mind was simply playing tricks on him, Rhaegar would leave that for future determinations. "Let me take a look at the little fellow," Ser Oswell said, playfully waggling his fingers in front of Aegon's face in an attempt to make him smile. It obviously wasn't working. "What, you don't think it's funny? It is a newborn boy, Ser Oswell," said Lord John Cunnington, Lord of Griffin's Roost. "Babies do not smile at anyone's playful antics until they are at least 5 moons old." He looked at Rhaegar. "Congratulations on your newborn sons, my prince. You now have an heir to carry on your name and line when you are gone." "Thanks, John. The boy has some strange birthmarks," John commented, referring to the 3 whisker-like marks on each of his cheeks. Rhaegar had seen them before, but never paid much attention to them. In fact, they were strange, as Rhaegar had never heard of his family having birthmarks of any kind. But Rhaegar wasn't all that concerned. The whiskers didn't look so bad. They even made Aegon look a little cute. How is Elia?" John asked. It was then that Grandmother Pycelle left the room. The midwives inside also said their farewells and bowed courteously to Prince Rhaegar. "Princess Elia." Rhaegar, John, and the 3 king guards sucked in a breath. "Is well, my prince. She is tired and has lost a certain amount of blood. But the stranger will not take her today, and hopefully, he will not take her soon. For now, she is lost in the world of sleep and dreams." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank the gods," Rhaegar said. "Her children will have their mother. I should wake up after a good number of hours, but—" And there was that dreaded but. "But what, Grand Maester?" Rhaegar demanded. If it weren't for the babies in his arms, he would have hugged the old man tightly and pushed him against the wall. He wasn't in the mood for such games when it came to his wife. "But the birth of the twins has taken its toll on her," Pycelle began to explain. "The princess has always had fragile health, and the birth of the twins has only served to exacerbate her condition. She will require bed rest, and plenty of it, for months, if I do say so myself." I have already arranged for her to be moved to a more suitable bed in a room with easier access to fresh air facing the narrow sea. Can she? Rieger didn't want to ask this question, as it would seem that he only cared about Elia because she could have children. Can she still bear children and give birth? She can, but it would cost her much more. Prince, I'll be honest with you. The very fact that she survived giving birth to 2 children at once is nothing short of a miracle. If she gets pregnant again, she will most likely carry it to term, but there is a high, very high chance that the birth will kill her. In my opinion, I must strongly recommend that you do not have another child, otherwise it could cost the princess her life. This presented Rieger with a dilemma. He needed his 3 heads of the dragon, but forcing another pregnancy on Elia would be the death of her. Sure, he didn't love his wife as a husband should. But he did love her. He enjoyed her company and her wit. He cared for her. He certainly didn't want to deprive his children of their mother. So Rieger decided to put those thoughts aside for now and focus on the 2 new lives he was responsible for. The 3rd head of the dragon can wait. Thank you for your service, Grand Master. No thanks are required, my prince. It is my duty to serve House Targaryen after all. He gestured to the remaining midwife. The same midwife who had restrained Prince Aegon before handing him over to Rieger. This is, Rose, Grand Master. Rose, of course. Prince Rieger, this is Rose. She will serve as your children's wet nurse for the time being. At least until Princess Elia's health recovers and she is able to nurse the babies herself. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a bath to take. Princess Elia wasn't the only one sweating in there. Grand Maester Pycelle chuckled before slowly moving away. And I believe I have some blood on my robes. Sir Oswell, Lord John, and the wet nurse shook their heads with grimaces. They didn't want to know that. Rose, Rieger caught her attention. My prince. She took a step forward. Sir Oswell, though faithful to his vows but not one to ever spare a woman a long glance, took a good look at her. Nurse Rose was a young woman of 8 or 10 years old with red hair. A pretty woman with a slender body but quite large breasts. She wore a dress that seemed suitable for her duty. The upper part was loose and thin, backless and sleeveless, held up by 2 strings tied in a knot behind her neck. It facilitated access to her breasts, and barely concealed her nipples. Sir Oswell raised his eyebrows in amazement. So this woman will serve as the little prince and princess's wet nurse for the time being? A mischievous smile touched his lips. Do you have children, nurse? Sir Gerald asked. He was older and more experienced, not only in the ways of the sword but in life in general, and he knew the telltale signs of a woman who has borne children. The Lord Commander of the King's Guard couldn't make out the head or tail of the woman tasked with nursing the 2 babies. It was true that Gerald had been wrong before, Rose replied. A daughter. She just turned 2 now. She's dwindling now, but my breasts never seem to run out of milk. His eyes flicking over Rosa's ample breasts, Oswell couldn't help but think. I don't doubt it. You're not from King's Landing. Your accent doesn't indicate it. Gerald declared. Rose didn't bother trying to figure out how he knew. No, I'm not, sir. My husband and I are from the north. My husband is part of the crew of a Manderley merchant ship and he decided to bring us here to see the capital. He'd heard the Red Keep needed a wet nurse, so here I am. Her Grace, Queen Riella, hired me as soon as she saw me. The malicious smile on Sir Oswell's lips never faded. I'm sure he did, Oswell said before quickly realizing he wasn't supposed to. Luckily for him, no one paid that much attention. My husband takes care of our daughter while I work here serving the royal family. Prince Rieger carefully handed his heir to the wet nurse, but kept his still sleeping daughter close. Is the little prince hungry? The woman opened one side of her gown and offered her ample breast to the infant. At first, it seemed that young Aegon did not wish to suckle. But then, he shrugged. Aegon then happily took the nipple into his mouth. Oh dear, said the nurse with a smile. She's a hungry little thing. Arthur Dane, Gerald Hightower, and John Cunnington thought no more of it. All of this was normal in their eyes. Sir Gerald excused himself and left. I will go inform the king of the events here, he said. Arthur added. Just as I'll do the same with Ashera. My sister was mad with worry and anticipation when I left her. And he was gone too. John had taken little Rainey's from Rieger's hands, giving her a respite from the new father's arms. The sleeping girl seemed healthy, as did the boy. Princess Elia had always been fragile in health. But I suppose the gods were good enough to give her a healthy enough womb to have produced 2 healthy heirs. Sir Oswell, on the other hand, continued to watch the boy suckling at Rosa's teat. He seemed to enjoy it. Too much. What the hell was he thinking? The boy was far too young for such things. Too young. But with his sense of humor, Oswald decided to try to poke a little fun at it anyway. He leaned close to Rieger's ear and whispered with a knowing smile. If you asked me, my prince, the little bugger seems to be enjoying the suckling at your breast. And I say that in a silence went. This was weird. Everything was weird. He had been reborn. Or was he reincarnated? What the heck? I'm a tiny baby again. Also named Aegon here. Meh, Naruto was way better. The newly reborn Naruto thought. The effeminate-looking man is my new father, and my new mother almost died giving birth to me and my twin sister. Awesome, I have a brother in this new life, but it was still all very strange. Naruto supposed he was probably the only person in history to have never experienced rebirth or reincarnation while retaining consciousness and memories from his previous life. Well, some of his memories. He had some holes. He couldn't remember how old he was when he kicked the bucket the first time or how it happened. But he remembered being as old as hell when he did it. Other memories were gone as well, but despite all that, he felt content. He had achieved his goals in his previous life. This feeling of immense satisfaction was good enough for him. If he'd been told before all this that he'd be reincarnated, he would have laughed. But now he was given to a woman with the intention of breastfeeding him. Her breasts were large and heavy like milk, and her nipple was ready for him. Oh man, the thought alone made him uncomfortable. The wet nurse was a young woman, and she admitted to being married and having a daughter, but Naruto immediately considered the possibility that he was reborn in a different society than his own. Those people don't seem to mind at all. He also remembered that he was a newborn baby, so he didn't have teeth to chew his food. Damn! He stared at the nipple, the large nipple that seemed to invite him to hold it in his mouth. The woman's breasts were full of milk meant for him. And maybe his sister when she got hungry. Oh well. I might as well enjoy it. Not like I was breastfed in my previous life, anyway. Just to be clear, I definitely wasn't. Naruto took the nipple into his mouth, and the milk flowed rapidly. Not bad. Not bad, he thought as he took in the taste. I think I could get used to this. Tsunade-bachan said breast milk contained helpful antibodies. Oh, she's a hungry little thing! She heard her nurse exclaim. So Naruto replayed it all in his head as he drank the woman's milk. He had been reborn into a new body. The body of a seemingly helpless baby. The key word was seemingly. He had new parents and a brother, a new life and probably a new place. His new father was a prince, and he supposed that made him a prince too, meaning he'd be king one day. That was pretty sweet. Naruto concluded that it was useless to try to change those things. Only a higher power could have done such a thing, and Naruto decided he had to deal with what he was given. I have no use clinging to an old life I can never return to. Because Uzumaki Naruto, or Aegon, whatever his new surname was, didn't stay locked in the past. No, he would always look to the future while cherishing the present. He smiled into the teat, milk for his drinking pleasure. A new world, a new family, a new life. This wasn't some kind of second chance where he had to correct his previous mistakes. He had lived a happy life the first time around. So this time, he intended to have fun. This time, he was going to do things differently. I'm going to paint this new world orange, she thought happily and eagerly. Oh yes! She was going to have so much fun with her second life. The royal family and the court. Rieger knew in his mind and heart that his son was the prince who was promised. Rieger had always known his son was destined for great things. For the past 5 years, he had glimpsed what his son was capable of. She remembered the day her children were presented to their father, King Aerys Targaryen, the second of his name. also secretly called the Mad King. It was only a few days after their birth. Elia was confined to her bed, leaving Rhaegar as the sole parent for the occasion. The tailors did a wonderful job on the girls' clothes. Aegon was dressed in the Targaryen colors of red and black. Rhaenys was dressed in the Martell colors of dull red and orange. The king had easily dismissed his granddaughter Rhaenys. She smells too Dornish. Rhaegar remembered his father's words. The moment Aerys did that, Rhaegar noticed Aegon frowning at his grandfather. Did he understand him? Rhaegar immediately shook his head, trying to dismiss the thought. But things got even stranger. Aegon barely cried. For the first 6 moons of his life, if he wanted attention, he would flail his arms wildly. Or he would pick up a light object in his small hands and throw it as far as he could. If he was hungry, he would point to his mouth. If he wanted a change of loins, he didn't want a change of loins. He wanted to be taken to the privy hole. Little Aegon had pointed furiously toward a privy hole. Rhaegar's son was smarter than normal babies, as clear as day. That made the man proud. As did Elia. Rhaenys remained a normal baby, but she was loved all the same. Then came his first word. Rose. Both he and Elia were surprised, shocked, and disappointed. Instead of Mama, or Papa, his first word was his wet nurse's name. Aegon never liked Elia's teat, and preferred his wet nurse's, which Rhaegar thought had endeared his son to the red-haired woman. Rhaenys took her mother's nipples, however, but Aegon preferred Rosa's full nipples to Elia's flat ones. But to Rhaegar and Elia's relief, the words, Mom, and Dad came soon after. As did the words, toilet, teats, clothes, rain, sun, stench, stinky, hell, curse, and ramen. Rhaegar had scolded his son for using the word hellpit, but what the hell is in ramen? He remembered thinking back then. It wasn't long before he was speaking in full, coherent sentences. The gods have gifted him, Grandmaster Pycelle and the Septons said. Of course he is. He is the prince that was promised. Rhaegar thought proudly. Then he learned to crawl. He and Elia had laid him in the crib next to his sister one night when he was 9 months old. The next morning, he was gone. Rhaenys was still there, sleeping soundly. That quickly ruled out abduction. Why take just one when he could have taken both? Yet Aegon was missing. Rhaegar had alarmed the guards and the King's Guard, and a search was launched. Surprisingly, half an hour later, a cook had brought the little prince to them. He was in the kitchen, the cook said, and he messed everything up. He wasted a quantity of wheat and some eggs. He said something about making ramen. There it was again. This ramen. Well, at least now Rhaegar knew it was some kind of food. Elia didn't care. As soon as the cook walked in with the boy in her arms, Elia snatched him up and hugged him, murmuring how worried she and Rhaegar had been. Aegon looked apologetic and hugged his mother tightly. Then he learned to walk. If learning to crawl was bad, learning to walk seemed to have made things worse. Aegon would disappear more often than not. He left at dawn and returned at dusk, sometimes covered in mud. No one, not even Lord Varys, the spy master, could determine where he was going or where he would go. Fortunately, this little habit of coming and going without anyone noticing soon ceased after a few weeks. Naruto just wanted to explore the city and get to know each and every corner of the Red Keep. He would do so from time to time, but he made sure no one would notice he was missing. At the age of 3, Naruto had found another hobby instead of exploring. This time, it involved climbing onto Ser Barristan's shoulders and holding him tightly while the skilled knight ran. Go, Ser Barristan, go! The little boy cheered, feeling the breeze hit his face. Having a child ride on your shoulders wasn't in the job description of a knight, much less a king's guard. But Ser Barristan swore to do what the royal family commanded. As Aegon commanded, Ser Barristan followed. When did I go from Ser Barristan the Bold to Ser Barristan the Horseman? Ser Barristan said in his mind. It wasn't that he hated having to serve as Prince Aegon's amusement. He found it so unbecoming of a distinguished knight. But fortunately or unfortunately, depending on how you look at it, Ser Barristan was soon joined by Ser Arthur, and Prince Lewin was carried on his shoulders, Prince Viserys and Princess Rhaenys. Viserys and Rhaenys had seen Aegon being carried by Barristan, and, as children did, they soon grew envious and wanted someone to let them ride on their shoulders. Arthur and Luwin had laughed at Barristan when they first saw the spectacle. But now, faster, Uncle Grandpa! Princess Rhaenys clapped. Go, go, Saratha! Said Prince Viserys, still unable to pronounce his R's properly. The prince commands it. They were now shoulder to shoulder with Ser Barristan. Each of the older knights sent them a sly smile. Arthur and Luwin frowned back. Don't laugh, Ser Barristan, Luwin told him as he fell into step with the other two Kingsguard. It is unbecoming of you. Ser Barristan laughed anyway before speeding off, leaving the other two behind him. As Prince Aegon would say, eat my dust. Queen Riella and Princess Elia watched it all. It seems your son is starting to become a bad influence on Ser Barristan, Riella told Elia, who facebound and shook her head. Whatever the case, Ser Barristan developed a level of friendship with the little prince. If Aegon wasn't with Rhaenys or Viserys or his parents or Roose, he'd usually be with Barristan. Once, at the age of 4, Prince Aegon had disappeared again, but the city watch soon found him in the shop of the smith Tobelmot. The men of the watch arrested the man and took him and Aegon back to the Red Keep. His father, the king, accused the man of kidnapping the royal boy. But suddenly Aegon spoke. This man is innocent, he said. I was paying you to make these. From a pouch on his person, he pulled out a weapon that looked like a knife. Can I? He called them. Elia immediately snatched the weapon from his hands. Blessed by the gods or not, you're too young to have weapons. But Mom! He whined and smiled at her with that puppy dog look. Nice try, young man, but that look won't work on me, his wife said sternly. Aegon. Rhaegar knelt down to his son's level. Where did you get the coin to pay this man? Relax. He smiled. I broke into the Red Keep's treasury and took some. Well, it certainly explains the missing pieces of golden dragons, murmured Lord Tywin Lannister, Hand of the King. In the end, they let Tobelmot go, much to the man's relief. Death by fire wasn't on his to-do list. The other princeling, Viserys Targaryen, had become a constant playmate for his children. Eventually, the three became inseparable. Aegon had called Rhaenys and Viserys his partners in crime. Things only got stranger from there. What was Rhaegar's greatest surprise at the time was when he returned to the Red Keep one day and saw Elia and her mother Riella coming running towards him in great distress. Rhaegar, it's terrible. Simply terrible. His mother wept with tears in her eyes. Rhaegar had just finished a meeting of the small council. His father's increasing madness had caused Rhaegar to participate more and more in his father's duties. Mother Elia, what is it? Why are you both so distraught? It's the children, Rhaegar. They're gone. Aegon? Not just him. Rhaenys and Viserys are missing too. Elia and her mother did their best to keep their tears and sobs at bay. They were sick with worry, and who could blame them? It was a mother's unspoken duty to worry about her children. We will find them. Rhaegar tried to offer reassurance and comfort. The Kingsguard was already on the lookout. Lord Varys was doing everything he could to find the three children. Rhaegar had ordered the city watch to search the city. Lord Varys was ordered to have his little birds watch for them. Even Lord Tywin had his men search for the children. Hours had passed, and the day was drawing to a close. King's Landing was a large place, but only a day had passed. So where could they have gone? Lord Varys confided that the children were not in the hidden passages within the Red Keep. The attempt to find them came up empty. Lord Tywin suggested they could have been kidnapped, but also noted that it was strange that no ransom notes were sent. Rhaegar, Elia, Riella, and the Kingsguard were gathered in the throne room when the reports were given. Fortunately, King Aerys wasn't present. He would undoubtedly have made things worse. Lord Tywin had been thanked for his and his men's efforts and dismissed for the day. Where could they have gone? Alia's tears streamed down her face. Viserys, Aegon, Rhaenys, where are you? Queen Riella screamed. Up here, mother, a young voice said. Queen Riella recognized her second son's voice. Viserys? Viserys, where are you? Up here. Viserys repeated. The three royals and the Kingsguard looked up at the distant ceiling. There they found Aegon, Rhaenys, and Viserys standing upside down with their feet firmly planted on the structure above, no different if they had been on the ground. Rhaegar and the king's guards gasped. The 3 children, ages 4 to 6, smiled and waved at them happily. He had no fear or concern for their safety. Queen Rhaella fainted. Fortunately, Ser Gerald caught her. Rhaegar snapped out of his daze and said, "You 3, come down from there." "Of course, Papa." Aegon cheered. He held Rhaenys and Viserys close and jumped, performing a somersault as he fell and landed on his feet right in front of his parents. "That was fun." Rhaenys giggled. "Again, again!" Viserys shouted, and Elia fainted and Rhaegar caught her. "Arthur, help me take Elia to our chambers." "Ser Gerald, Ser Barristan, see that my mother is cared for." "Ser Oswell, Prince Lewin, keep a close watch on these 3. He and Arthur led his wife back to their chambers. If he hadn't been a true believer before, he was now. The prophecy had foretold the coming of a hero, someone who would lead armies of men against a great enemy. However, there was nothing about what his son, daughter, and little brother had done. But perhaps the prophecy forgot to mention that because it might have been obvious that the prince who was promised would have such abilities. A few hours later, Elia woke up in her bed. "Rhaegar, Elia, are you feeling okay? I had the strangest dream. The children had been missing for an entire day, and when we found them again, they were standing upside down on the ceiling. I assure you, Mother, that was no dream." They heard Aegon speak, but he came from above again. Rhaegar and Elia looked up and found the 3 children once again standing face down. They smiled and greeted them again, resulting in Elia's return to unconsciousness. "How did they get in here without my notice?" Rhaegar thought. "And how did they sneak away, Ser Oswell and Prince Lewin?" Suddenly the door to his room opened. "There they are." "My apologies, my prince." We looked away for only a few seconds, but discovered they were gone when we looked back. That was the honest-to-God truth, but Prince Lewin said it differently. "We're playing hide and seek." "Hide and seek! Hide and seek!" Rhaenys cheered. "Were you?" Rhaegar asked, his eyes narrowed. "Well, we were," Aegon replied cheerfully. "But it wasn't like that." His thumb pointed at them. "You little bastard!" Ser Oswell screamed mentally. Rhaegar gave them a look that basically said, "I'll deal with you later." Ser Oswell and the Dornish Prince turned Kingsguard gulped and left the room. "Aegon, son," Rhaegar hugged his son, "please return your sister and uncle to their chambers. There's been enough madness for one day. Can you do that?" He basically begged the boy. Aegon smiled softly. "Yes, father." Rhaegar kissed his sons and their little brother on the forehead. Aegon soon led them out. "The prince that was promised is a troublemaker," Rhaegar concluded, and if he had been smarter, he would have realized that prophecies were vague and therefore easily misinterpreted and dangerous. Rhaegar would later speak to his son about his antics and misbehavior. Instead of raising his voice and physically punishing the boy, Rhaegar sat Aegon down and had a meaningful conversation with his son. He told him that it was wrong to follow and wander off without warning, and that it was worse to have put so much stress on his poor mother and grandmother. By the end of their little heart-to-heart, Aegon had promised that he would never do anything like that again. Rhaegar had sensed the genuine remorse in his son's voice. The eldest prince and his father smiled proudly and happily at their son. Aegon would later apologize to his mother and grandmother for the incident. Now that Aegon had calmed down and behaved himself, Rhaegar could focus on the real matter at hand, his father, the young prince. Needless to say, Naruto was in a hurry to grow up. Being a baby and toddler wasn't much fun despite being more developed than normal babies. When his new father, Rhaegar, made him promise never to put his mother and grandmother through the whole ordeal of worrying about them getting lost, Naruto had to find something else to do, so he participated in something he never thought he'd do. He went to the library and did some extensive reading. Mostly history because he wasn't a fan of math, and he discovered that the society he was reborn into was medically behind his previous life. The fact that he still had the use of his shadow clones had made his effort to learn Westerosi and Planeto's history even easier. It surprised him how unoriginal the people of Westeros were when it came to names. He knew he was the 6th of his name, but there were a few more Aegons aside from his previous 5 namesakes. Not to mention that most of his family members had names that began with Rei, Vis, Ae, and often ended with Ris. Then there were the other houses in Westeros. But enough about names. There were other issues, like how women were treated so unequally, like how the little people were always left on the land and how vulnerable they were during war, like how this supposedly united country didn't have a standing army but instead most farmers and fishermen were called in at short notice, like how there was no ramen. Then it hit him. Hit him hard like a battle ram. What if he were reborn in Westeros as a prince in line for the throne so he could fix the life and politics of Westeros? Naruto wasn't an arrogant or pretentious man who had visions of grandeur and believed he was destined for great things. He believed his life was whatever he chose it to be. But what if that's why he was there, fully aware of who he was and filled with the knowledge of his previous life? He pushed those thoughts aside for now. His grandfather was still alive, and his father wasn't king yet. And he himself was still a child. Naruto's time would come. But he supposed a little pre-planning and a head start on the future wouldn't hurt. Naruto also intended to introduce ramen in the future. It was the one thing he looked forward to most. Seriously, what kind of world doesn't have ramen? This is crazy, I tell you, he said to himself that time. With the history learned, it was time to address another curiosity. The men surrounding his grandfather seemed like an untrustworthy bunch. The old maester was often seen sneaking women into his chambers despite his vows of celibacy. Tywin Lannister was an ambitious man, and Naruto had heard that he tried to get his father to marry his daughter years ago. But the king refused, and after resulting in the loss of a man from a place called Storm's End, Ares had settled on his mother, Elia Martell of Dorne. But he had to give it to Tywin. He remained obedient despite his grandfather's madness and persistent insults. Then there was Varys. Ever since the ceiling walking incident, Varys had always regarded him with suspicion and caution and tended to avoid him as much as possible. Naruto had grown tired of the game and decided to confront the eunuch. "Hello, Lord Varys," Naruto said after waiting patiently for Varys to return to his chambers. Varys carefully concealed his surprise at seeing the prince sitting at his table in his chambers. "Prince Aegon, how may I help you?" Varys asked the boy. Naruto really didn't have time for these games. "Be frank with me, Lord Varys. You don't like me for some reason? A reason I don't know and a reason I wish to know." "Then tell me," Naruto said in a tone that left no room for argument. "First of all, I don't dislike you, my prince. Just be careful. But it's older people like you I don't like. I even detest them." "Individuals like me?" Naruto repeated. "What do you mean? Wizards, magicians, witches, sorcerers, magi, or whatever other name you might call anyone who delves into magic. Magic? You think what I do is magic?" Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Well, what else could it be, my prince? He can clearly walk on the ceiling as if it were solid ground. He can remain hidden for an extended period of time without being detected." That was true. Varys's little bird couldn't find Naruto. "If it can't be explained by natural, logical, or scientific means, then it must be magical. Why do you hate magic and its practitioners, Lord Varys? Why do you hate me?" "I don't hate you, my prince. You've done nothing wrong to me. But the reason why isn't a story I tell someone so young. Not even a prince gifted by the gods. Perhaps in the future I will. But for now, let's just say a sorcerer did something to me once. It wasn't nice, and after that I developed a strong hatred for magic and those who practice it. But that's not to say I go out of my way to actively get rid of them. You have nothing to worry about from me, Lord Varys. I mean you no harm unless you act first. Then it seems you and I will remain on good terms. I have no intention of harming anyone." Throughout this conversation, Lord Varys had almost forgotten that he was speaking to a 4-year-old boy who was approaching 5. "What exactly do you want, Lord Varys? I beg your pardon?" Varys said genuinely, not expecting that particular question. "What do you want? You're not Westerosi from what I've heard. You owe the royal family nothing and you could easily profit by being an information broker instead of a spymaster. Being an information broker would be more profitable, but it's also a rather risky business. But to answer your question, my prince, I want to serve the kingdom. I wish to keep it safe and away from the ever-present clutches of war. Serve the realm? Not the king? Aegon asked curiously, not accusingly. A manner Varys picked up on. Someone has to serve the kingdom. Kings come and go, my prince. That's a harsh truth, but a truth nonetheless. A king rules and dies, but the kingdom will endure long after he does. Someone has to ensure it survives when those in a clear position of power can't or won't. Hearing that made Varys much more likable to young Prince Aegon. But that didn't mean Aegon was going to start trusting him completely. After all, what may be good for the kingdom may not necessarily be good for the king, but Aegon thought. Better a dead king than a living tyrant. Naruto would still keep an eye on him later, but at least he seemed more trustworthy than all the others giving his grandfather advice. When I am king, Lord Varys, I would like your help in running this country. If the day comes and I still can, I'll do everything I can. Then Aegon headed for the door. Good day, Lord Varys. I had best return now. Varys knew better than to let a royal child wander alone in the Red Keep, but he knew the boy was capable of taking care of himself. Good day to you as well, Prince Aegon. And please call me Varys. I am not a lord, and all of this was kept secret from his mother and father, and from almost everyone. The tournament at Harrenhal. Never before had so many lords and ladies gathered in one place, and never before had there been such a grand tournament. From axe throwing to horseback riding, archery, and even singing. The latter was reserved for bards or anyone most skilled and talented at singing. But most were interested in the hand-to-hand combat and jousting. It was to be a 10-day tournament that could foster friendship among the diverse nobility of Westeros. Banners were gathered from all over Westeros and placed in numerous tents outside Harrenhal. House went, the generous hosts of the tournament, made sure everyone had plenty of space. It wouldn't do for lords to start fighting over a lack of personal space. Aegon and Rhaenys were now 5 years old. Viserys was 7. After 5 years, Naruto had come to accept being called Aegon, but in his mind, he still referred to himself as Naruto. Rhaegar participated in the singing. He played the harp with skills he had honed over the years. He brought some of the ladies to tears, including one Lyanna Stark. Do you have to sing such sad songs, Dad? Naruto asked. Sad songs are what I'm best at, son. Rhaegar ruffled his son's white hair. Over the years, Naruto's white hair had gone from the straight white locks Targaryens usually had to spiky. He also kept it short instead of long and shoulder length. The choice of length never bothered Rhaegar. He figured his son could choose how long his hair would be. How it ended up spiky was the mystery there. Naruto also chooses to wear bright orange clothing instead of the Targaryen red and black. Some people were already calling him the Orange Prince. Oh? Rhaegar said curiously. Is Ser Barristan also participating in the singing? Everyone turned their attention to one of the most honorable knights in Westeros. Ser Barristan sat on a stool and prepared his instrument. Ser Barristan cleared his throat and began. I notice the screams of pain. I hear it loud in my brain, but I move on with this scar. Naruto found himself cheering along with everyone else who heard the knight sing. So far, everything seemed to be going well. Until King Aerys arrived, and it seemed no one would see a madman. If the nobles of Westeros were skeptical of Aerys' supposed madness, they were no longer. Things went downhill from there. Aerys had accepted Jaime Lannister into the King's Guard, causing such a severe rebuff that Lord Tywin resigned his position as Hand of the King. Aerys had then sent Jaime to safely escort Queen Rhaella back to King's Landing, depriving the young man of the opportunity to gain some glory. Fortunately for Viserys, the king had allowed him to stay. Then the mysterious knight, the Knight of the Laughing Tree, jousted and defeated 3 knights. King Aerys, in his paranoia, had concluded that the mysterious knight was laughing at him and wanted him found and arrested for treason, ordering Rhaegar to do his bidding. So, while Rhaegar searched for the mysterious knight who hasn't appeared since he single-handedly defeated those 3 knights, Viserys and Rhaenys were eager to see the other knights display their martial prowess. Naruto was bored. Naruto sighed as he watched grown men fight each other with swords like children with sticks. That feeling of boredom only increased when the jousting began, when the adults started fighting with actual sticks. The 5-year-old asked his mother if he could leave. Elia could always have Cerberus watch him and let the boy do as he asked. But first Elia asked, "Why never my son?" And Naruto replied to his second mother, "It's boring." It was as clear as any answer could be. "Don't you like the joust?" Naruto pouted and crossed his arms. "There's nothing fun about watching adults poke each other with glorified sticks." Elia rolled her eyes and sighed in amusement. "Fine, but Cerberus is coming with you." Naruto responded happily to that and thanked his mother. Naruto enjoyed Cerberus. The knight was more of a grandfather to him than Ares. Naruto hurriedly left, and Cerberus followed him. "Be quiet, Cerberus." Naruto told the knight. They were walking through the forest. They weren't doing anything that required silence, but Naruto was on his way, training Cerberus to move quickly without making much noise. Sometime later, Naruto would realize that a knight was very different from a shinobi. Because knights wore heavy, metal armor and carried large metal weapons with them. Unlike shinobi, who wore metal vests and forehead protectors at best and carried small weapons, Rieger, who had been sent by his mad father to find the Knight of the Laughing Tree, had found the Knight of the Laughing Tree. Everyone had been curious about the true identity of this armored individual. The knight only competed 3 times during the joust and no more after that. His timing couldn't have been better. The knight was in the process of removing his armor. The man under the armor stunned him. The knight wasn't any of the suspects he thought of. He wasn't even a man. She was Lady Lyanna Stark, the only daughter of Lord Rickard Stark. Imagine that, a woman skilled enough to dismount 3 jousting knights. Now Rieger was no voyeur, and he would have stepped away to give the young lady some privacy. He was a respectful man, and he was married. He knew he should have closed his eyes or looked away. But he couldn't tear his eyes away from Lyanna, who was now naked as the day she was born. He was lost in her beauty, hearing nothing but his own heartbeat, and seeing nothing but Lyanna. The wolf was a voluptuous and well-endowed beauty. She had a narrow waist, wide hips suitable for motherhood, slender arms and well-toned thighs, and full breasts that would undoubtedly nurse any children she would bear in the future. Rieger didn't want to think about it, but Lyanna Stark was more beautiful and charming than his own wife. He kept his eyes focused on her all the way until she was fully dressed in the dress made for women. "My lady, I see you're dressed normally now," Howland Reed said as he walked over to Lyanna. "Thank you for what you've done for me. You're my father's standard-bearer. I wasn't going to let those 3 squires go unpunished. So I went after the knights they served. And I'm no lady," Howland chuckled briefly. "I'm beginning to see that you aren't. Now I think we should head back before anyone notices we're gone." The 2 left, leaving behind the armor and the infamous shield that Lyanna used. When Rieger was sure they were gone, he went to where the armor and shield were. "Amazing," he whispered, grabbing the shield. Meanwhile, Aegon and Barristan were simply strolling casually through the forest. It was uneventful. At least until they encountered Rieger just as he dropped the shield with the laughing weirwood tree painted on it. "My prince!" Barristan cried as they approached the eldest prince. "Ser Barristan Aegon!" Rieger gasped. "What are you doing here?" Rieger had asked, prompting Aegon to answer. "I was bored with the jousting, so I left with mother's permission, and Ser Barristan came with me." Rieger turned to Barristan, who stood behind the boy. "It is true, my prince," Barristan told him. "I see you found the Knight of the Laughing Tree." Barristan gestured to the shield at Rieger's feet. "Or what remains of it. I was following him, but I'm afraid he managed to slip through my fingers." Rieger lied. He didn't want to do it to someone like Ser Barristan, but he wasn't about to admit in front of his own son and one of the most honorable men in Westeros that he had developed romantic feelings for a woman who wasn't his wife. Everyone's smile had faded and everyone's laughter had died. Rieger had bypassed his wife Elia and crowned Lyanna as the Queen of Love and Beauty. Elia was glad that Rhaenys and Viserys were out and absent for the event. Naruto, on the other hand, was a different matter. He sat next to his mother and, like her, had a front-row view of what his father had just done. Naruto was aware that men in the society he found himself in had a common tendency to cheat on their wives. Spouse infidelity was commonplace in Westeros. Well, at least for the nobility. His own name, Aegon the Unworthy, was a hardened cheater, and had so many lovers and slept with many more women. Naruto knew his parents didn't love each other romantically, but at least they respected each other. He had always taken into account that at some point one of them would take in a mistress. But for goodness sake, his father could have been more discreet about it. He was a married man and heir to the Iron Throne, and the woman he had just declared his love for was another man's fiancée. Naruto's adult mind wouldn't be as affected if one or both of his parents took a lover. He worried about how this would affect Rainy's. He was also worried about the reaction this would cause. Many lords had already come to hate the king, or at least spared him no amount of love. What his father had just done would certainly enrage houses Martell, Stark, and Baratheon. Fortunately, to Naruto's relief, nothing had happened after that. His uncle Oberyn hadn't driven a spear through his father's chest. The king did nothing. The Starks and Robert Baratheon also remained silent. War of the Usurper. Months had passed, and Naruto had assumed that whatever possessed him, his father was gone. That was until he heard that Rhaegar had run away with Lyanna. Rumors circulated that Rhaegar had forcibly taken Lyanna and was raping her. Naruto refused to believe any of it. His father wasn't a rapist, and if he were, Aegon would castrate the man himself. Rhaegar! Come out and die! Naruto heard a voice loudly demanding his father's death. Who is this being Barristan? Naruto asked his constant companion. I'm not sure, my prince, but it doesn't sound right. The 5-year-old jumped out of the chair he was sitting in and began walking. Where are you going, Prince Aegon? Rose asked. Naruto had grown to like Rose so much that he asked his parents to keep the woman around, perhaps not as a wet nurse anymore, but simply as a servant in the castle. The woman was useful and capable enough that Elia and Rhaegar didn't see why not. Aside from her family and Ser Barristan, Rose was often in the young prince's company. The faithful servant could only see her family a few times a year. Her husband and daughter lived in the north while she lived and worked in King's Landing. She was also certain that her husband had been cheating on her, and had fathered some bastards if her daughter's careless and innocent misdeeds were anything to go by. Rose and Barristan followed Naruto, searching for the source of the voice. The damn fool has no idea how much trouble he'll get into if the king hears him. Hearing their little prince say that, the two paled and gulped. We'd better get to him first then. Outside the Red Keep, Naruto, Barristan, and Rose found Brandon Stark still screaming loudly. Rhaegar! Come out and die! The members of the city watch assigned to the entrance to the Red Keep did their duty and refused Brandon entry to the castle. But they still stepped aside to let their prince leave the castle. Ser Barristan was with him, and they were certain the Northmen would not harm a child. Naruto had found Brandon accompanied by Ethan Glover, Jeffrey Mallister, Albert Aaron, and Kyle Royce. What seems to be the problem here? Naruto demanded as he bored a hole into Brandon's skull with his eyes. Your father took my sister! She screamed as she glared at the boy. He's probably raping her as we speak and I want her back. Because if you don't give her back to me, I'll dash. What exactly are you going to do? Naruto chimed in, narrowing his eyes and crossing his arms. Despite what Rhaegar did, he was still his father, he was still family, and Naruto had a duty to protect his family. Besides, there was no solid evidence that his father had become a kidnapper and rapist. This is none of your business, boy. Go back and hide behind your mother's skirts like a good boy and leave this matter to grown men. You're demanding my father's death. This is my concern. Now, what proof do you have for what you're accusing my father of doing? Brandon's friends watched the exchange between the two from a distance. Does he really only have 5 name days? Ethan Glover whispered in Albert Aaron's ear. He should be. Albert whispered back. Well, talk like a grown man. Jeffrey pointed out, and everyone nodded together. Brandon replied to the boy. I don't need proof. I know what she did. Now go tell your father I want my sister and her head. Naruto really didn't like that threat to his father. Before anyone could do anything, Naruto sent a powerful fist toward Brandon's manhood. The sound of something fleshy being crushed and squished forcefully was heard everywhere, but for all the spectators, most of them men, it was like a clap of thunder had cracked in the sky. Brandon's hands immediately went to protectively cover his crushed manhood. He fell to his knees before collapsing completely to the ground. With Brandon on the ground, his friends could see the little prince cracking his knuckles. When Naruto took a step forward, everyone took a step back. The boy had just punched Brandon through his armor, and his knuckles weren't even scraped. And that blood was pooling through Brandon's clothes and armor? Naruto mentally tilted his head. Looks like I put too much into that punch. Oops. He mentally whistled before shaking it off. Well, I can always heal him later. The Orange Prince then asked Brandon's friends. Does anyone else wish for my father to go out and die? He said in a very ominous tone that promised pain if the answer to the question was yes, but Brandon's friends weren't cowards. It was just Brandon. We were just here for moral support, Albert Aaron said after losing his spine from the deadly glare Naruto was sending their way. The men of the city watch soon surrounded the unwanted guests to King's Landing and arrested them, binding them in chains. King Ares' orders, my prince, said the leader of the gold cloaks. A half-horrified look formed on Naruto's face. This isn't right, he thought as the men were led away in chains, and indeed, it wasn't good. After imprisoning Brandon and his friends, Ares demanded that the men's parents come to King's Landing to rescue their sons. All of this resulted in their deaths except for Ethan Glover. Naruto couldn't do anything because his mother had been very careful not to expose him and his sister to any of his grandfather's fits of madness. Needless to say, war broke out. So far, the rebels had won every battle except one. His father had apparently been at the Tower of Joy with Lyanna Stark. Ser Gerald was sent to bring him back so he could lead the Loyalist army. Rhaegar had kissed Rhaenys goodbye, telling her he would return soon. To his wife, he promised to explain everything once the rebellion was crushed and defeated. He had never intended to hurt her or for war to ever happen. Now he had to fix what his actions had caused. To Jaime Lannister, he told the newest member of the King's Guard to remain at the Red Keep rather than fight with them in the field. Save my wife and children, Sir Jaime. I long to hold them in my arms once I return from battle. I will, my prince. Where is Aegon? I don't want to leave without saying goodbye to my son. Aegon is angry with you, Rhaegar, was all Elias said before walking away with Rhaenys. Is my son upset with me? Your son is different from all the children his age. He is fully aware of the state of the kingdom, and why is he like this? Does my son blame me? Rhaegar asked sadly to no one in particular. It's not my place to say, Sir Jaime said. Rhaegar nodded solemnly. Then to your station, Sir Jaime. Yes, my prince. Rhaegar remained in place for some time, staring out the window and toward the horizon where Robert Baratheon and the rebels waited. Sir Barristan, Prince Lewin, and Sir Jonathan soon approached him and informed him that the army was ready and that they should leave the grave. Just as they were about to leave the Red Keep, they heard a young voice calling Rhaegar. Dad! 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 Rhaegar turned to see his son, dressed in his bright orange robes, running toward him. It did his soul good to see his son before going into battle. Rhaegar knelt and opened his arms where his son had collided. He pulled him into a hug before letting him go. Take me with you, Papa! I can fight. Now Aegon can blame Rhaegar for what his stupidity and carelessness have started, and his respect for his father may have diminished. All the lost lives, all the chaos and destruction, and for what? Some woman he loved more than his mother. There would be time for that later. Right now, he needed to be there on the battlefield. Because Rhaegar was still family, and Naruto would protect his family. The three royal guards smiled warmly at the little prince's willingness to fight for his family. Rhaegar had always known his son would have to fight one day. But it was still too soon. Aegon, the prince who was promised, was only 5 years old. Sure, he was capable of some forms of magic like walking on ceilings, but he wasn't a combatant. No one had informed him of what he did to Brandon Stark. Not that it would have changed Rhaegar's mind. No, his son would not take part in this war. Aegon would fight, but it won't be on this day or this war. I need you here, Aegon. I need you to be safe. Please don't fight me on this. I know you are not pleased with me, but I promise you that once this war is over, I will tell you why I did what I did and why it was necessary. Please stay here and wait for me to return. Aegon frowned at his father before pulling out a three-pronged kunai with some writing Rhaegar didn't know. At least take this. If all is not well or if you're losing, use this. Just throw it at the nearest enemy, and it will turn the tide of the battle. Aegon pleaded. Oh, how he hated begging. Rhaegar didn't believe a single strange blade could turn the tide of the battle, but he would do whatever his son asked. He gently took the kunai from Aegon before giving him a final hug. The trident after the battle. Blurry eyes opened and closed before finally being able to focus on the ceiling of the tent. You have awakened, Prince Rhaegar. The maester had said you would be unconscious for at least another day. Well, you are made of sterner stuff, Ser Barristan, Rhaegar said weakly. Ser Barristan was no longer armored, but he had his sword at his side for safety. The knight had several bandages wrapped around his arms and legs, and some on his face. Even he couldn't walk off the battlefield unscathed. Rhaegar tried to brace himself on his shoulders, but the pain made him wince, and he fell back onto the bed. Calm down, my prince. You took a direct hit to the chest from a warhammer, Barristan said, trying to get Rhaegar to rest. Though reminding Rhaegar how and why his chest was wrapped in bandages only had the opposite effect. The battle? We dash, Rhaegar said nervously, trying to get back up only for the pain in his chest to stop once more. Barristan held Rhaegar by the shoulders and slowly leaned him back down. Calm down, my prince. The battle is won, Barristan said with a smile. Rhaegar breathed a sigh of relief and finally allowed himself to rest in bed. Thank the gods! Thank the gods! Now his family was safe and out of danger. I thought all was lost, and we all thought we'd lost you, my prince. The maester called it a miracle. You don't take a warhammer to the chest and end up with just a couple of broken ribs and a fractured sternum. No injuries to your lungs or heart. No internal bleeding. Just a few broken bones and torn muscles. The gods must really be watching over you. A little bed rest and you'll be back to normal in no time. Ser Barristan sat down in a chair and pointed behind Rhaegar. The same goes for them. Rhaegar slowly turned his head to the other side and saw the other two Kingsguard who had led him into battle. Prince Lewin, Ser Jonathan, we can get to them in time. 1 more minute and we would have lost them both. It will take them longer to recover, but they will. I'm glad we didn't lose anyone. How long was I unconscious? A little over a week, Barristan replied. A week? Well, better to wake up a week later than never wake up at all. Knowing the battle was won and his Kingsguard alive, Rhaegar breathed a long sigh of relief. Though he would have to get back on his feet sooner rather than later. Lyanna should be pregnant with a child by now, and he needed to get back to her. The prince smiled as he turned his attention back to Barristan. He laughed a little, careful not to hurt himself. Ser Barristan, I had the most peculiar dream. Oh, tell me, my prince. The kind Ser Barristan was always willing to listen. I could use a tale to amuse me. Robert Baratheon had just hit me with his warhammer and, flashback, warhammer impacted the chest armor. The large dent was clear in Rhaegar's ruby-encrusted breastplate. All the rubies spilled into the river, no doubt leading to its future name. The Battle of the Trident was the decisive battle that would determine the course of the war. It was here that the Loyalists would either ensure the continued reign of the Targaryens or the extermination of the Targaryen family, and their elimination from power. Rhaegar coughed blood as Robert Baratheon smiled triumphantly, and cowardly despite the numerous wounds Rhaegar had inflicted upon him. Baratheon had angrily demanded Lyanna's return during their fight. In Rhaegar's mind, Baratheon had either truly loved Lyanna or seen her as a possession over which he became quite possessive. But whichever the case, it didn't matter at that moment. The heir to the Iron Throne felt his strength drained from him, his hands having dropped his sword and shield. He stumbled backward, his footing on the riverbank almost gone. So, in a last desperate attempt to put an end to Robert, thus removing the main figure of the rebellion, Rhaegar took out the kunai that Aegon had given him just before he left for battle. Please make this work. Please, gods old and new, let my son's gift of participation work. He pleaded in his mind that his aim, already distorted by pain, would be accurate and his arm weakened by wounds true. Rhaegar never thought he would actually need to use his son's sword, but now was his only chance. If not to save his life, then to at least cause an equally devastating loss to the rebel side. With the last of his strength to move, Rhaegar threw the kunai directly at Baratheon's exposed face. Then he fell to the muddy riverbank. Just as the kunai was halfway to Robert's face, Aegon suddenly appeared with the kunai firmly in one hand and a second kunai in the other. With chakra-enhanced kunai ready, Aegon launched several armor slashes at Robert from his head to his feet. Robert was dead before Aegon landed gracefully on the ground. Robert was dead from the first blow anyway. Rhaegar was a spectator to it all, even though he was lying on the ground. Rhaegar tried to approach his 5-year-old son, but Aegon didn't spare him a glance. Instead, he disappeared in a flash of orange. Then, as Rhaegar looked out over the battlefield, he saw brief glimpses of his son along with the orange flash. And wherever his son and his orange shadow went, men fell to their knees. Rhaegar could still see them moving, so he knew Aegon didn't kill them all. Just as his eyes were finally giving way and only the loyalist forces were left standing, Rhaegar saw his son appear before him. Even though Aegon had just been in battle and was likely responsible for their victory, there wasn't a single drop of blood on him, except for his weapons. Naruto dropped his kunai and his hands glowed, bringing them closer to Rhaegar's wounds. "Aegon, my son, please forgive me. I messed up," Rhaegar said mentally just before the darkness finally took him. Final flashback. "And then I woke up here." Rhaegar finished his tale. He closed his eyes and thought about getting some more rest. "I assure you, Dad, that was not a dream." Rhaegar's eyes shot open. "What?" And he saw Aegon face down with his feet firmly on the roof of the tent. Then, just like when he was 4, he jumped up and landed upright next to his father. "My prince, I didn't hear you come in," Barristan said in a somewhat apologetic manner. But the little prince only sent him a small smile before returning his attention to his father. Aegon touched his father's bandaged chest with his pinky index finger and rubbed it, making Rhaegar flinch and wince in pain. "You have some explaining to do, Prince Aegon, please. Stop poking your father's wound." Aegon complied with Ser Barristan's request and happily skipped. "Ser Barristan," Rhaegar said when the pain subsided, "what did my son do?" "He pretty much did what your dreams said he did." Barristan laughed happily. "Prince Aegon came here and won the day for the Loyalists." Barristan let out an amused sigh. "I don't know how he got here so quickly and I don't fully understand how he did it, but one minute we were all fighting and the next, the rebels were all on their knees, unable to stand let alone walk, because Prince Aegon had severed what he called the Achilles tendon. I don't know what a tendon is or who this man, Achilles, is, but right now, I'm not worried in the slightest. The battle was won. Did Aegon win the day? Yes. He also secured peace with the rebels." Ser Barristan gave a short but hearty laugh. "You should have been there, Prince Rhaegar. You should have been there to see all those lords bow to the whims of a child. Especially Lords Arryn and Stark. But in all seriousness, the rebellion is officially over. The Orange Prince negotiated a peace with the rebel lords. A 10% increase in their taxes for the next 10 years, with no hostages. But everyone had to swear fealty again to the Iron Throne. The boy works fast too." He immediately dispatched the fastest messenger to Storm's End to deliver the terms of surrender. Stannis Baratheon was wise enough to do so, and Lord Tyrell has seen to it that the Storm's End garrison is fed as a sign of "no hard feelings," as Prince Aegon put it. And, of course, the return of Lyanna Stark. "No!" Rhaegar said instantly but ended up waving his wounds. "Lyanna must stay with me." Rhaegar hissed in pain. "Lyanna Stark has not yet returned to Lord Eddard Stark. But I would be careful about trying to renegotiate that. After all, this war was fought in part for her safe return. I, more than anyone, know why this war was fought, Ser Barristan. There's no need to remind me. My apologies, Prince Rhaegar. I meant no disrespect." "No, Ser Barristan, do not apologize. I am partly to blame for all of this. I had indulged in that act based on impulse and carelessness instead of thinking it through thoroughly and meticulously. I should have been more thoughtful, but I wasn't. And the realm bled for it. It's not for me to judge, my prince, but all is not lost, and you are still young. If you wish to atone for all this, you have plenty of time." "Thank you, Ser Barristan. Your son is truly extraordinary, Prince Rhaegar. Winning battles almost single-handedly, dealing with the lords of the north, the Vale, the Stormlands, and the Riverlands, Who can say they were a peacemaker at the tender age of 5? My son is the prince that was promised, Ser Barristan. He is gifted by the gods. How else could he have done all that he has? I don't believe in prophecies, Prince Rhaegar. But I do know that Aegon is gifted by the gods and has a great destiny ahead of him. He could well be a combination of Aegon the Conqueror and Jaehaerys the Conciliator. Rhaegar could only nod his head meekly. Ser Barristan. A messenger called out as he entered the tent. Then he saw Rhaegar awake. My prince, he bowed. I bring news from the capital. Something has happened. He handed him a closed scroll and respectfully left the tent. Barristan opened and read the scroll. From his facial expression, Rhaegar realized the news was bad. What is it, Ser Barristan? What has happened? Barristan held the parchment down and with as straight a face as he could muster said, The king is dead. Rhaegar's eyes widened as Barristan finished. Your Grace. Rhaegar was king now. Naruto walked along the camp's paths, heading toward where the northern lords were resting. It had been an incredible week. Time had passed so quickly that everything that had happened was still fresh in his mind. His whole interesting week began when he felt the seal on the kunai he gave to his father suddenly activate. Flashback. My prince, is all this really necessary? Rose stood to the side and saw Naruto sitting on Jaime Lannister's shoulders. My prince, please. I've been carrying you on my shoulders all morning. Please let me rest. Jaime begged the young prince to let him rest. You'll thank me when you can run a mile without stopping. Now keep going, Naruto ordered. Now that Ser Barristan was gone, he had to find someone else for him. There you are, Ser Jaime. Princess Elia, how may I help? Jaime asked while gasping for breath with Naruto still on his shoulders. The queen needs you. Why? I don't know, but she needs you. She winked at Ser Jaime and tried hard to hide the wink from Naruto. Though she failed, Naruto now understood that his mother was just trying to get Jaime away from his antics. Well, you heard your mother. The queen needs me. Jaime gently removed Naruto from her shoulders and sat him down on the ground. Young man, you know better than to hog the last Kingsguard at the Red Keep for yourself. Elia lectured her son. Now, why don't you go play with Rhaenys and Viserys? Yes, Mom. Naruto said in a disgruntled manner appropriate for someone his age. Rose, make sure he gets to where Rhaenys and Viserys are. Of course, my princess. Rose gently took Naruto's wrist. Come, my prince. Let's take you to your sister and uncle. But on the way, Naruto felt the seal activate. In a quick blur, and to Rose's fears, Naruto disappeared, leaving behind only a quick flash of yellow for Rose's peripheral vision to see. Naruto had arrived on the battlefield. He grabbed the same kunai he gave his father, which his father had obviously thrown away, and discovered it was meant for Robert Baratheon. Pulling out another kunai hidden in his staff, Naruto made short, quick work of Robert. Over a dozen blows with his kunai cut through his armor like a hot knife through butter. It was a bit much, Naruto had to admit, but he was pressed for time and worried about his father's well-being. Around him, the men fought, but he managed to quickly assess who was loyal and who was rogue. It was time to get down to business. Naruto threw the three-pronged kunai into the sky and quickly followed. In the air, Naruto had a good vantage point of the battlefield. He pulled several more three-pronged kunai from his person and threw them all over the battlefield. And from then on, it was like shooting fish in a barrel. Wherever the kunai went, it traveled there and used its small height to its advantage by severing the Achilles tendons of all those who fought for the rebel side. From the recruited farmer to the trained knight to the overlord, all fell before the superior speed and power of the five-named Orange Prince. No one saw it coming. No one. And Naruto quickly gave the order for the fallen soldiers to be disarmed, but otherwise left unharmed. With the rebels all disabled, the battle was won. Naruto didn't forget about his father either. He returned to him just as he was about to lose consciousness or even die, but thankfully, Naruto healed him of the most fatal injuries, leaving behind the broken bones deliberately to be a form of punishment for his father for partly causing this whole mess. Once all the rebels had been bandaged, because Naruto didn't want to permanently cripple them, he gathered the rebel leaders who were in their beds. A bandaged Ser Barristan was with him, along with 3 additional guards. The lords were all disabled, but they weren't going to let the prince move unguarded. For them, there was still the possibility that Rhaegar could die, and they weren't willing to risk losing two princes, Lord Stark, Lord Arryn, Lord Tully. Have they treated you well? The major lords of the rebel kingdoms were also there, but Naruto didn't have time to greet them all. Ned looked sharply at the boy who had ushered in his complete defeat. As well as a prisoner of war can hope, Lord Arryn, the grandfather that he was, bore no ill will toward Naruto despite the defeat he had just dealt them. I had heard the gods gifted you, but I never thought they would gift you so much. Many lords then complained about this. Everyone in the room knew he wasn't like most children and shouldn't be treated as such. Did you come here to rejoice, boy? Lord Tully demanded. Naruto smiled gently at him. I don't kick a man once he's down, Lord Tully. He shook his head. I came here to negotiate. Negotiate, ha! Lord Umber would have none of it. It was one thing for you to have defeated us thanks to the enormous number of favors the gods have given you, but what qualifies you to negotiate? Lord Umber challenged him. Lord Umber, be silent! Lord Blackwood ordered. Do not forget whose mercy we are having at this moment. I don't take orders from you, Blackwood, but you do take orders from me. Ned pointed out sternly. Still your tongue, Lord Umber. Let the Orange Prince speak. Lord Umber frowned but did as he was ordered. My lords, it goes without saying that you have lost. I have already sent our fastest messenger to Storm's End to inform the garrison of your defeat. The matter at hand now is what to do with you. For what you have done, I should strip you of all your lands and titles, send you to the wall, and marry your daughters to those loyal to the crown. Lord Karstark interrupted him. Your father kidnapped and raped our Lord's daughter, and your grandfather murdered our Lord and his son. We were fighting for a just cause. Lord Manderley shouted, and all the northern lords present agreed. I'll be clear with you, my lords, I have no idea what happened, but I assure you that my father is not a kidnapper and rapist. And how can you be so sure? Lord Royce demanded an answer. I am my father's son, and I know him far better than any of you. Don't worry, I will get to the bottom of this. And if my father is as you accuse him, I will deal with him personally. But that aside, I also cannot deny that the North fought for a just reason. Lord Arryn, you started this war to protect your wards, your adopted children, did you not? That is true, Prince Aegon. Well, I fought to protect my family. We all fight to protect those we love. So I offer you all of this. Take your oaths of loyalty again and bend the knee once more, well, after you've healed. Your severed Achilles tendons will be stitched up and you will be allowed to walk again once you've fully healed. I will have your men escorted home safely. I will allow you to retain your lands and titles. No hostages will be taken. But I will raise your taxes by approximately 10% over the next decade, the Lord complained at the last of Naruto's terms. The Riverlands and Stormlands will have a 15% increase for the next 15 years. Don't forget, you had no one to protect in this war, and you, Lord Tully, used this war to sell your daughters to the highest lord available. You disgust me. The question of how women were treated here would have to change when he became king, and if we refuse? Lord Estermont asked out of curiosity, not defiance. What do you think is wrong with the road lords? Naruto made the most sinister smile he could to intimidate them. And it worked. And my sister, Lyanna? Ned asked. I'll have it returned to you. Oh, how can we refuse when you've left us all and our men unable to walk? Lord Tully groaned angrily. It was war, Lord Tully. Don't forget, I could have slit all your throats instead of your ankles. The mere thought of that made them all nervous. They hadn't considered it. But you didn't, Lord Bolton pointed out. Enough lives have been lost, my lords. I had the power to stop this war without further loss of life, and I did just that. With the exception of Robert Baratheon, of course. So what will it be, my lords? Wait a minute here, Lord Corbray interrupted. What about your grandfather? What about the Mad King? Several nods and murmurs of agreement echoed around the tent. What of it? Let the madman rave. I will make sure every order he gives is undermined. Let him rule in name only. I will not let his madness bring more chaos to Westeros. Would you defy your own grandfather? Jon Arryn questioned. No, I would challenge a madman and a tyrant. Naruto replied coldly. You've seen what I can do. And that's barely scratching the surface of what I'm truly capable of. Getting rid of an old man who is clearly incapable of competently ruling a kingdom shouldn't be difficult at all. A cell somewhere in the dungeons of the Red Keep should suffice. What, you thought I would commit the crime of kin murder? Lord John Aaron chuckled with satisfaction. Very well. The Vale accepts these terms, just like the North, Ned said. All the major river lords looked to their liege lord and all breathed a silent sigh of relief when he said, The Riverlands accept your terms, Prince Aegon. Naruto then turned to the Storm Lords, who stared at each other. Silently, using only eye contact as communication, Lord Estermont said, It is not our place to surrender. It is with our lord, Stannis Baratheon. It was the truth of the matter. If you're worried about any kind of repercussions on Stannis Baratheon's future, don't worry. I'll make sure none of that happens to him. Then we, the Lords of the Stormlands, accept these terms. Okay. Naruto then ordered one of the guards. Inform the cooks that they can bring their meals now. At once, my prince. The guard bowed and left the tent. After a while, a servant entered with a cart carrying the lords' meals. On the small tables next to their beds were placed warm bowls containing a dish unknown to the lords. It came with only a pair of chopsticks and a wooden spoon. What the hell is this? Lord Bracken asked as he inspected his food. I call it ramen. I invented it. Well, Naruto made them with the limited supplies available and in a hurry. You didn't poison this, did you? Lord Wainwood accused. We've already agreed on the terms. I have no reason to poison you now. Enjoy. And with that he left the tent with Ser Barristan and the other guards following him. All the lords picked up the chopsticks and examined them. They remained silent for some time until Lord Umber broke it. All right, I'll ask you. How do we use them? Silence was the only response he received. It had taken them 10 minutes to figure out what chopsticks were for, but none of them could figure it out. But the dish tasted good, and they finally decided to eat the noodles with their fingers. There was no shame in eating that way. That little shit. All the lords muttered as they chewed the delicious noodles. Naruto then met a camp follower named Qyburn. The man was a defrocked maester, a man from the citadel who had been stripped of his chains. However, Naruto found the man more capable and more willing to learn than other maesters at the camp. In the end, Qyburn learned to reattach severed Achilles tendons faster than the other maesters. If worst came to worst, Naruto would just have to heal them personally. Final flashback. This is so degrading. Lord John Umber shouted as a servant pushed his wooden wheelchair. I'm a northern lord, for God's sake. I shouldn't be placed in a wheeled chair and pushed around like a cripple. We apologize for the inconvenience, my lord. Apologize for the inconvenience. Apologize for the inconvenience. That's what you keep saying since we lost. You could do with being more grateful, Lord Umber. They could have thrown us all into a cell and left us there to rot. Lord Roose Bolton whispered as always. You may, Mr. Leech. I'm an Umber. Jam. Naruto jumped out from the side unexpectedly and shoved a piece of bread into the great lord's equally delicious mouth. I'll sit down and like it, said little Naruto. Good morning to you, my lords of the north, he shouted happily. All the lords looked at him sharply. Some looked angry, others looked impassive. Lord Bolton just gave him an appraising look. After all, this was the boy who single-handedly defeated them all. The boy who came from nowhere and, in a flash of yellow, severed the tendon that seemingly allowed them to stand and walk. In all his years as a man who secretly skinned his enemies, he never realized such a body part existed. The Achilles tendon, the little prince called it. Lord Bolton would have to take note of that for future endeavors. Then Naruto jumped into Lord Umber's lap like the child he was. Seriously, I treat you as you should be as lords. I don't keep you locked up or chained, I make my people serve you 3 square meals a day. I don't see why you keep complaining. I even had the craftsmen hastily build these wheelchairs for your use. Then he jumped. Naruto had also confiscated all of their weapons, horses, and armor in case anyone thought of doing any funny business. He did, however, guarantee the return of all Valerian steel weapons. Naruto was a sorcerer in their eyes, and they viewed him with suspicion. However, They couldn't deny that Naruto had spared them all when he could have killed them without a second thought. It was a war, after all. That, coupled with the fact that no hostages would be taken, had at least made them less upset about losing. All his men were left to sit or lie down inside their own tents, and were being cared for. No one died after the negotiations, and neither side seemed interested in provoking the other. Though Lord Bolton was certain that Prince Aegon had made sure that no one on the loyalist side would rub salt in the rebels' proverbial, literal wounds, Naruto wanted peace after all. "I swear, boy, if you had been a grown man I would have put a ring around your neck for jumping on me. Just go have lunch with your fellow Northern Lords, Lord Umber," Naruto instructed neutrally. It was time to check on the Lords of the Vale when Ser Barristan arrived. "My prince," he said breathlessly. He was clearly in a hurry to reach Aegon. "What is it, Ser Barristan? Urgent news," he whispered to the boy as he lowered himself to his level. "Not here." Ser Barristan led him toward the forest where no one would hear what he had to say to the young prince. "You brought me all the way here, Ser Barristan. What is it?" Naruto asked curiously. "The king is dead. Your father is now king of the 7 kingdoms. Has my grandfather kicked the bucket?" "How so?" As crazy and dirty as he was far from death's door. Barristan knew what it meant to kick the bucket after spending so much time with Naruto. "This part is why I brought you here. The king was killed by Ser Jaime Lannister." Naruto was openly surprised by that. He knew his grandfather was an unpleasant man, but he never thought one of his own royal guard would dislike him so much that he would kill him. No, a simple dislike of someone was reason enough to kill anyone. Did Ser Jaime perhaps turn traitor and decide to help the rebels? Naruto asked, not accusing. "No, nothing like that." Barristan took out the scroll he'd been given earlier and handed it to the boy. "She killed him for mistreating my grandmother," Naruto said after reading the message. Naruto had been aware of the cruelty with which his grandfather treated his grandmother. How he would grape her after being aroused after burning someone to death for even the lowest and most insignificant of crimes. Ser Gerald would do nothing, saying that it was not the duty of the king's guard to prevent the king from taking his rights with the queen. Hearing him say that despite hearing the sounds his grandmother made beyond the gates, he was standing guard gave Naruto a bad opinion of Ser Gerald. Naruto would have kicked down the door and stopped him if his mother hadn't intervened. Oh, many times Naruto was tempted to plunge a kunai into his grandfather's forehead. He could have done it, and gotten away with it too. But a part of him just couldn't bear the thought of killing a member of his own family. Was it right to kill one family member to protect the rest? That had always caused him conflict. He said that in a fit of madness and paranoia, the king had ordered the queen to be burned alive, completely disregarding the fact that she was pregnant. Ser Jaime would have none of it, and plunged his sword into the back of the very man he had sworn to protect and threatened the king's pyromancers with a sword to their throats. Barristan said, "And now, Ser Jaime is in a cell. I don't blame Ser Jaime for what he did. I've wanted to do it myself for some time." "No! Don't say such things, Your Highness! He was still your grandfather." "I know, Ser Barristan. That is why he had lived to the point where Ser Jaime had to kill him." Naruto sighed. "Send a raven back to the Red Keep and Casterly Rock. Inform the guards that Ser Jaime is to be treated well but with his hands tied and keep him away from all swords. Until I or my father hear the truth for ourselves, I can risk that this was all a ploy by Tywin Lannister. Give Jaime Lannister a room fit for the son of a Lord Paramount. Bar his windows and I want 3 well-armed guards standing outside his door at all times." Naruto took a breath. "Inform Lord Tywin of what his son has done, and to come to King's Landing for his son's trial." When Naruto didn't say anything else, Barristan took that as his cue to go and obey. "At once, Your Highness." The knight left, leaving Naruto alone. Naruto pressed a finger to his chin. "Now where was I?" Then he perked up. "Oh yeah? Time to see the Valley Lords, King's Landing." The rebel armies, their Achilles tendons still not fully healed, were escorted back to their homes to care for their families. The lords, still in their wheelchairs, were safely driven to the Red Keep. Naruto had ordered the city watch to disperse the little folk and make them return to their homes or their duties. This was none of their business, and the lords weren't being paraded around like losers. This is still so degrading. Lord Umber grumbled as his wheelchair was pushed into the Red Keep. Tywin Lannister had arrived at the city with no more than 50 men-at-arms as guards and a dwarf of a second son. Lord Tywin had been very skeptical when he heard that all the lords involved in the rebellion were incapacitated. He was soon more willing to give it more credit upon seeing the lords of the North, Vale, Stormlands, and Riverlands in wheelchairs. "Jaime, are you all right?" Tywin asked his eldest son when he visited him. His tone showed no evidence of real concern. Jaime held up his bound wrists. "Apart from that, I'm peachy. I haven't been beaten or tortured, and I'm fed regularly. Prince Rhaegar is still unwell. I heard that Prince Aegon will be his judge at his trial." Jaime smiled. "Then it will be a fair one. You sound confident. If it is Prince Aegon presiding over my path, it will be just. Besides, like you, Prince Aegon had little love for his mad grandfather." "Humph! How is Prince Aegon?" Jaime answered him with a single word. "Young man." Then, after some thought, he added, "He may request that you return to your position as Hand of the King." "Oh, we'll see about that." And indeed, Sir Jaime's trial was fair. In the witness of all the lords gathered, both loyalist and rebel, Jaime Lannister stood trial for the crime of the king's slaying. With Aegon, Elia, and Riella presiding as his judges, and with witnesses to the crime validating Sir Jaime's testimony, it was time for the verdict to be reached. It was a spectacle for all present. A 5-year-old boy being the judge in a trial. But that boy was responsible for restoring peace to the realm. "Jaime Lannister, for the crimes of king slaying, thus breaking your oath to protect the king, we find you guilty." And with that, the throne room erupted in chaos. The attending lords fell silent. It was the small folk who made all the noise. "Silence!" Ser Gerald roared, causing the little folk to hold their tongues. Aegon continued, "However, this court recognizes that while what you did was dishonorable, you did it for an honorable reason, to protect Queen Riella and the child she carries. An act I'm sure the Queen Mother is most grateful for." Jaime saw Riella nod and rub her growing belly. Queen Elia followed her grandson. "Sir Jaime, for what you did and why you did it, we hereby offer you an official pardon from the crown." And with that, Jaime let out a sigh. He had never felt more relieved. Tywin Lannister kept his satisfaction hidden. "However, you can no longer be part of the King's Guard. For the first time in history, a member of the King's Guard will be removed from their duties. Jaime Lannister, you are stripped of your white cloak and your position as heir to Casterly Rock is reinstated," Queen Riella announced. "Jaime Lannister, you are free to go. The royal family has spoken," Naruto said as loudly as he could, ending any further debate from everyone in attendance. "This court is adjourned." Jaime turned to his father, looking mentally exhausted. "Well, you got what you wanted. I told you it would be a fair trial. All that matters is that you're not a glorified bodyguard anymore." Typical Tywin. Tywin was later approached by Aegon to return as Hand of the King. He offered the position of Master of Laws to Lord Jon Arryn. The old lord accepted, but only after his feet were back on their feet. To Lord Tywin, it seemed he had regained everything that was his. Everything was going well for him until I stole the girl's clothes, and she had to walk home naked and crying. Tywin saw his 10-year-old dwarf son talking to Prince Aegon. They both laughed so hard it brought tears to their eyes. When the laughter died down, Aegon said to Tyrion, "I like you, Tyrion. You should stay here. Let's be friends." The last 3 words Tywin heard echoed in his mind several times. "Oh, I'm not so sure about that. My father might not allow it. Well, I am a prince. I'm sure I can sway him in my own way," Aegon said, nudging his light elbow into Tyrion's side. The 2 newly formed friends left. Tywin later got over his shock, but he really had no idea what to do about the situation. There were so many pros and cons. The lords of the rebel kingdoms swore their oaths of loyalty again, but this time to Rhaegar. After that, all the lords were escorted home with the exception of Lord Arryn and Eddard Stark. It had been agreed that Lyanna Stark would go to the Red Keep. Her belly was round with the child. At first, she had wanted to see Rhaegar first, but Ser Arthur had orders to take her to his brother first. Whatever they discussed, Aegon didn't know, and Aegon didn't care. But apparently, Lord Stark had forgiven his sister but banished her form upon entering the north. Now that he and the northern lords were informed that she had left willingly and not kidnapped as originally thought, the northern lords held her partially responsible for the war. Aegon had already done his best to appease them by no longer going easy on them by simply raising taxes for a finite period and not mistreating them. If Lord Stark was going to keep his bannermen quiet and demand Lyanna's head, he had to banish her from the north. Lyanna had surprised Ned when she said she would accept responsibility for what she'd done and stay in the south. The two siblings hugged and finally said goodbye, as Ned had to return north in earnest. And the sooner he got out of the viper pit of a city, the better. When Lyanna was left alone, Aegon made his presence known. "Hello, Lady Lyanna." The 5-day-old entered her room. Lyanna had been gently running her hand around her large belly as she sat on the edge of her bed. "Prince Aegon, please, I am not a lady. You were the daughter of a lord and you are the sister of a lord. Therefore, you are a lady. I heard that Lord Stark has forbidden you from ever setting foot on your family's lands again," Naruto said, approaching her. "You heard correctly," Lyanna said grimly. "I'm sorry to hear that, Lady Lyanna. I'm sure it wasn't an easy decision for your brother." His sympathy caught Lyanna off guard. "I'm curious. What exactly was going through your and my father's minds when you two decided to elope without warning? It was as if I wasn't talking to a 5-year-old who's turning 6. I don't know what was going through our minds. I just wanted to escape the situation my life was in at the time. I never intended for my brother or father to be killed or for the war to happen. So you used my father as a means to escape the life you had, to escape your marriage to Robert Baratheon?" he asked non-accusatively. "I love your father. And now I know it's an insult to your mother's honor, but your father loves me." She rubbed her belly as if displaying the fruits of her love. Aegon mentally scoffed. Children weren't always proof of the love between their parents. It was a harsh truth, but one Naruto didn't shy away from. "I'm sure he does," he said kindly. "What's wrong with you?" Lyanna snapped. "Aren't you mad at me or your dad?" Naruto blinked and looked at her blankly. "Make no mistake. I do not like everything that has happened. You two acted very irresponsibly. My father humiliated my mother. I may be young, but I am not naive or stupid. I know that kings and lords take mistresses, and bastards too. I know that my mother and father do not love each other as a husband and wife should. My mother is also Dornish. Now I don't want to speak ill of my own mother, but if my father can find a mistress, I am sure my mother will put this behind her and find a mistress of her own. Though I think she will be more discreet about it. My mother is a strong woman despite her fragile health. I don't believe in holding grudges or petty things like revenge. We have no reason to disagree, Lady Lyanna. We can live together civilly and peacefully in this castle. The way I see it, you've been punished enough. Your actions led to the deaths of your father, brother, and thousands of other innocent people who had nothing to do with what you and my father did, or the whims of their lords. There are people who will call you the boor who started a war. You will always have to live with all of that. I just wanted to be me. I just wanted to be able to make my own decisions, to be free. I'd like to believe that. I want to believe that. I've always believed that everyone should be able to choose how to live their life. Within the confines of the law, of course. These are just some of the things I'll have to change once I'm king. But if you truly wanted to be free and live a life where no one chose for you, then you would have run away the moment you were told to marry that stag with no choice in the matter. Lyanna said nothing. The thought of running away had often crossed her mind, but she never had the courage to go through with it. And for all her talk about being strong and able to fight, it had taken rigor to convince her to leave. What you did was selfish, and you could have handled it much better. But what's done is done. There's no point in beating a dead horse. Naruto then stood beside Lyanna on her bed and placed his small hands on her large belly. Also, my little brother is here. I wish to get along with my little siblings. Or do you object? He said after removing his hand. No, she snapped again. Then she calmed down immediately. No, I prefer my son to get along with his older brother and sister. Naruto smiled at her. Then we have a deal. Naruto noticed that Liana's dress had shown above her breasts. Liana didn't feel the need to hide them from a 5-year-old boy. Naruto smiled wickedly at Liana just before. Double slap. Naruto's small hands slapped the front of Liana's swollen breasts. Liana yelped in pain and crossed her arms protectively over her breasts. It was 2 playful slaps, but he was still intended to cause some level of pain. Naruto knew that women would have sensitive breasts during pregnancy, and seeing how clearly Liana was in pain proved his assumption correct. Naruto laughed and jumped away. "Why in the 7 hells of the south did you do that?" Liana demanded, tending to her aching breasts. "Just a little punishment from me." Naruto continued laughing. "Don't feel so bad. I did it to Dad too. Remember how he punched Rieger's wounded chest? Well, he did some more of that when no one was looking." Liana glared at the boy, annoyed. Then she sighed after concluding that she could do far worse than aggravate her tender breasts. After a while, Naruto's laughter subsided. "Are you done?" "Yes, I am." With that, he turned toward the door. It was only now that the conversation sank completely into Liana. "Wait, Prince Aegon. Yeah? Do you really have 5 name days? Do I look like an old man to you? Ned told me that you were the one who killed Robert Baratheon, that you were the one who ended the rebellion, that you are a sorcerer. Is all that true? Did you really do all that?" Naruto sent her a sort of smile that seemed to chill her spine despite being from the north. "Oh, my lady Liana, if I had wanted, the Battle of the Trident would have been called the Massacre at the Trident, and you would have lost all but one brother, I believe." She swallowed silently, believing his every word. Then he called her with his little arm. "Let's go." She stood up. "Wait, where are we going?" "I'm taking you to my dad. He's still recovering from Robert's warhammer. His coronation was postponed until he's fully recovered. There would be no need for a king to be crowned while in bed. My father has made peace with me and my mother, and explained why he did what he did. Honestly, risking everything in part because of some prophecy is just plain stupid. Try not to rub it in my mother's face now, okay?" Liana just nodded. The two left, and Aegon led his father's lover to her chambers, where she was still recovering. "Is your mother really okay with all of this? I told you they've made up. Just be discreet and don't rub it in. I should expect my mother to become a mistress soon. Who knows, I might have a half-sibling from my mother next year." The last part was a joke. Naruto knew that giving birth to another child could kill his mother. "You're very different from how I expected a 5-year-old to react to all of this. I'm not like most 5-name-day children," he told her. "I'm sure my dad brought up the prince who was promised. He has mentioned it. Oh, and before I forget, my Uncle Oberyn is here. He's still pretty upset about what you and Dad did, so you might want to avoid him." "What does he look like?" Liana scolded herself internally for not paying attention to the nobles during the tourney at Harrenhal. "You'll know him when you see him. He'll probably be the guy who angrily attacks you with a poison-coated spear." Naruto joked, partly, hoped, King's Landing 8 years later, and so life continued at the royal court and for the people of Westeros. Liana gave birth to a daughter, the child Rieger expected, and she was consequently named Visenya. Rieger was officially crowned king when he was strong enough to stand undeterred. Queen Riella gave birth to her third and final child, Daenerys Targaryen. Elia never took a lover, Oberyn finally got over it, Stannis married Cersei Lannister, Ned brought Jon Snow to live with him at Winterfell much to Catelyn's dismay, and all the rebel lords and the men whose Achilles tendon Aegon had severed were all healed. 8 years passed, and the crown prince had just celebrated his 13th birthday. Naruto was opposed to having such an extravagant birthday, but his parents insisted. He and Rhaenys were officially a grown man and a grown woman. They were officially of marriageable age in Westerosi society. Much to Naruto's relief, Rieger had discarded the plan of brother-sister marriage, having seen firsthand the result of several generations of incest. Luckily for everyone, Aegon would have thrown a tantrum like no other if he had to marry Rhaenys, Visenya, Daenerys, or even Arianne Martell. To him, an aunt was still an aunt, and a cousin was still a cousin. His brothers, aunt, and cousin were all beautiful young women, but he shuddered at the thought of marrying them. And heaven forbid, Visenya was only 8 days old. Within those 8 years, Naruto had managed to introduce ramen to all of Westeros. He had gotten his siblings, his uncle and aunt, his cousins, Ariane, and the sand snakes to love the dish. That was one goal down. Another goal was to fix the stench in King's Landing with a better sewage system. It had taken some time to get Rieger to agree, but it was mostly due to priority concerns. There were other concerns that needed to be addressed first. Like those Ironborn who launched their own rebellion a few years back, thinking that Westeros hadn't fully recovered from the previous war. There was still much to do. Aegon thought as he returned to his room. "Ah, nephew!" Oberyn called his attention. "I'm glad I found you," his uncle said in the usual cheerful manner he reserved for family and loved ones. Naruto was standing in the doorway of his room when he heard his uncle speaking. Along with his uncle was the woman he had brought with him to the capital. He clearly remembers his uncle reaffirming that she wasn't his wife, but only his lover. Typical Dornese. Naruto had secretly enjoyed himself at the time. But yes, the woman was his uncle's main lover. The two practiced voyeurism and had high libidos. Naruto never held any of that against him, as they had come to that understanding of their relationship early on. They also have 2 daughters. "I'm sure you remember my lover, Ilaria Sand." Oberyn gestured to the beautiful woman at his side. Naruto hadn't paid much attention to Ilaria since he arrived, not because he disliked her but because he never felt the need to. She was a pleasant enough woman, and his uncle was very fond of her. Now, however, Ilaria, as Naruto had just noticed, was dressed rather scantily and provocatively. Translucent Myrish silk that barely hid her tempting form. Her dark nipples on her breasts, and her triangular patch of hair between her thighs. His manhood twitched inside his orange pants. Despite having the mind of an adult as a baby and despite Tyrion showing off the boars he'd slept with, Naruto never felt the need to have sex with a woman. It must be something hormonal playing on his urges. "Yes." Naruto trailed off. "Nephew, you are now 13 years old. A man in the eyes of the world. I was thinking about the perfect gift for you when I realized that a boy is never truly a man until he has experienced the sensual touch of a woman. So Ilaria and I talked at length." "Hey!" This only served to amuse Oberyn. "Ilaria, please teach my nephew the pleasures of being with a woman." Oberyn opened the door to Naruto's room. "You're going to love it. Come on, my prince." Ilaria took his hand in hers and led him to her room. Naruto, in a combination of excitement and nervousness, couldn't refuse. "I'll make your first time unforgettable. I'm going to buck your brains out," she said with a seductive smile. "Now I'd better see my lover's seasoned flower fully sown by the time you're finished," Oberyn instructed before closing the door. "Happy name day, nephew," Oberyn said very astutely. And there you have it. Author's Note 3. This ended up being way longer than originally intended. Seriously, this was only meant to be 3,000 words with only 3 scenes. Not applicable for. Barristan was singing the first lines of Signed by Flo, Naruto Shippuden Opening 6. Deleted Scene 1, Rinnegan. Rieger's purple eyes met lavender with wavy patterned rings. This eye color, no, these eyes as a whole, came as a complete surprise, even a cause for alarm, to Rieger. The Kingsguard sensed his distress. They saw it too. The baby prince's unusual eyes. But they spoke and did nothing. "What did Grandpa say about his eyesight?" Gerald asked. "None. The boy was asleep when he entered the world." Rieger was new to parenting, but the way his son looked at him didn't seem normal. He considered the possibility that his son might be blind. But he had heard that newborns couldn't focus their sight. But his son's multi-ringed eyes were fixed on him, similar to how a hunter fixes his target on his game. It even seemed as if he was trying to memorize his face. But then the rings faded and gave way to a normal bright blue color. "Did you see that, Sir Gerald?" Rieger gasped, which was unbecoming of a prince. "I saw him, Your Highness. There is something not normal about this child," Gerald declared. It was a simple statement from Gerald, but Rieger didn't perceive it that way. "What do you mean, Sir Gerald?" Rieger narrowed his eyes at the Lord Commander of the King's Guard. "I meant no disrespect or insult, my prince. But you and I only saw his eyes change." Rieger hummed and decided to drop the matter of his son's eye color. Deleted Scene 2, The Orange Keep. removed due to lack of in-universe paint. The Red Keep was no longer the Red Keep. One day, everyone woke up to find the Red Keep painted bright orange. A portion of it was left unpainted, which peculiarly read Aegon Targaryen was here and did this. He and Elia looked at their son, who smiled innocently and looked away from them. But no one could prove anything, so nothing could be done. Who on Planitos would believe that a toddler, a 2-year-old at the time, was capable of scaling the entire Red Keep and painting it orange? Deleted Scene 3. Spin the insult. Eddard Stark was being pushed by a loyal soldier whose orders were to take Eddard to where he wanted to go within the camp. The Orange Prince had cut the tendons that were responsible for standing and walking, and so he had to sit in a wheelchair provided by the prince himself. Then he saw his lords gathered in a circle, their backs to him, and he could hear them shouting, "Oi, h. What are they doing there?" Ned asked his observer. "They're just playing at insults, my lord." His observer replied, "Turn what? It is as I said, my lord. Your pennants are gathered in a circle on their wheelchairs with a small table placed in the center. On that table is the sheathed sword. One of the lords will say a slight or an insult, and then they have someone spin the sword on the table, and whoever the sword points at is the recipient of the insult. It seems Prince Aegon is facilitating the game. Well, he was the one who introduced it. You're a piece of shit, and your mother was an even filthier boar," the great John Umber shouted. "Orange Prince, turn that damn sword." Naruto did exactly that, sitting on the ground with a happy smile on his lips. Naruto didn't bother trying to see who the sword would point at once it stopped, but, the Northern Lord said, followed by loud laughter. Seeing how Lord Rickard Stark and Lord Mormont were pushing Lord Wyman Manderley, who was sitting between them, he told Naruto that the sword was pointed at Lord Manderley. Lord Wyman took it in stride. "Whose turn is it?" Lord Jeor Mormont asked. "Mine," Roose Bolton said. "Very well, here is my snub. Your house is a disgrace and does not deserve to exist." "My prince, if you please," Ned gasped from his spot. "By the gods, even Roose Bolton is involved." Deleted Scene 4. Dealing with the Ironborn. "Excellent news, your grace, my lords." Pycelle pulled out a scroll with trembling hands and opened it. "A raven from Pike arrived this morning." Pycelle handed it to Rhaegar. "These are terms of surrender from Lady Greyjoy herself," the king said. "Surrender terms?" Tywin raised a half-angry eyebrow. Tywin kept it well hidden, but he was furious when he heard that the Ironborn had burned the Lannister fleet and attacked Lannisport. He'd sworn to himself that he would make those glorified pirates pay for what they did. "Yes, my lord Tywin. She writes that her husband is dead, her 2 eldest sons are dead, her good brothers are also dead, as well as most of the lords of the Iron Islands. All of them found with a dagger protruding from their heads. In addition, they lost all their ships." "Impossible!" Barristan joked. "How could they have lost all their men?" "Not their men, Sir Barristan. Only their ships. They still have most of their men healthy, but all their ships have sunk, their commanders and leaders are gone, and they have heard nothing from the forces they already sent. She assumes they are stranded on whatever land they intend to plunder." "We must act quickly then," Jon Arryn suggested. "This is the perfect opportunity to strike back." "We will, Lord Arryn." "Lord Varys, can you verify that this isn't some kind of trap? Some little birds flew toward me earlier today and sang a similar song. The squids who have wandered about a land not their own have found themselves stranded and unable to return home. That is very comforting. Now we must order the lords of the western shores of the Reach and Westerlands to move against these Ironborn." Rhaegar nodded. "We will, Lord Tywin, but first we must—" He broke off. "Your Grace, there's more to the letter." Rhaegar's small council looked at him curiously. Even Pycelle. It seems he didn't read the whole message. "She further says that some of the men claim to have seen a child dressed in orange running through the water in a manner similar to how one walks on land." Then they heard whistling, coming from Prince Aegon, who had remained silent this entire time. "What?" he asked as he sat up straight. "I'm just whistling." His father and all the lords stared at him blankly while the Orange Prince continued to smile. Deleted Scene 5. First time with Rose. Naruto entered his chambers. It had been a long and fun day. There he found Rose, His wet nurse turned ordinary servant of the royal family, in his bed. Rosa's eyes lit up at the sight. Naruto closed the door behind him. He didn't know why, but his hand had closed the door. My prince, I've been waiting for you. How long were you here? Sometime after lunch. Well, that certainly explains where he'd gone. Rose stood up and slipped her loose dress off her shoulders, revealing her shapely body and ever-bountiful breasts. Her pink nipples were cute and erect. Come here, my orange prince! She beckoned him seductively with her finger. Naruto gulped as he slowly made his way toward her. He felt his pants tighten. As he approached, she leaned in for a kiss. She was still taller than him, so he had to adjust to her level a bit. Rose inserted her tongue into his mouth. At first, she dominated his mouth, subduing his tongue before bringing it to hers. But Naruto seemed to have different plans. His tongue defended itself before bringing her back to his mouth. They broke the kiss, a long string of saliva connecting their lips. Rose, we can't do this. You're married. The older woman cupped her young prince's cheeks. There's no need to feel guilty, my prince. You wouldn't be the first royal to have slept with another man's wife. She laughed. And besides, my husband cheated on me and has bastards. She kissed him again. Now let's get you out of these clothes. And that night, Naruto lost his virginity. For the second time, he thinks. Empire of Shadows. Summary: 5 years before the timeline of the series. No one knows where he came from, but he arrived and conquered all in his path. With all of Esso under his power save his sight is in Westeros, and no one and nothing can stop him since he brings with him an army of immortals, of shadows, and his objective is clear: to rule this world since he was brought from his world to this one for that. On a ship heading to Bravos we see on the deck a young man of 21 years old with golden hair with silver highlights with a red armor designed in plates, Madara armor, with a katana on his hip, Virgilio Yamato from DMC. And a war fan on his back. This young man is one if not the most dangerous and powerful person in all of Esso. His name is Naruto Uzumaki Uchiha, or as many in Esso call him the Shadow Emperor. Nobody knows where he came from or how he got to the continent. It is only known that in the last 5 years he has conquered Esso almost in its entirety, from Slaver's Bay, the Grey Waste, the Red Waste, Kisker, Laser, the plains of the Jogos Nai, the Dothraki Sea, the Mountains of Bones, Mosavi, the Kingdom of Sarner, the Shadowlands, Valeria, Itaikon, and the free cities except for Bravos and Pentos. Memory: when he arrived in this world he was completely disoriented since he was finishing training to control his powers. After absorbing the 9 bijus he only felt himself being attacked from behind, and when he turned around what he saw tore him to pieces. His friends were attacking him and performing a series of seals to seal his power. Without thinking he opened a dimensional opening like Kaguya and arrived in this new world. When he woke up he felt betrayed and decided he would not return. He explored the place where he woke up was on top of a mountain, and could notice that at the base of the mountain was located a city. Decided to explore the city. When he arrived he saw that everyone spoke a language that he did not recognize. From the shadows he followed a man riding a horse until using his Rinnegan he attracted him, and used the human path to extract information, and his soul thus learning the language of these people, history and their customs. He discovered that this people were called Dothraki and that they were a nomadic warrior culture, being this city the only one they had and they considered it sacred. He also discovered that their leaders are the Khal, and these Khal lead hordes called Khalasar. And that if a Khal is defeated the one who defeats him can keep his Khalasar. Using this and all the knowledge he gained from these people he devised a plan. Since he discovered that this world is rotten he decided to conquer it not with a genjutsu but the old way, a war of conquest, since he knew that in this world there was no one who could oppose his power. So he began to return to the mountain that they called the Mother of Mountains and began to unleash his power, making the entire mountain tremble from his power. The Dash Kaleen widows of the fallen Khal and rulers of the city saw how the mountain trembled, and at the top a spectacle of lightning. They thought it was a sign since no one had seen anything like that before, and the village did not see when Naruto descended nor when he climbed the mountain again. The Great Mother is shaking and shining. It must be a call from the gods, said a Dash Kaleen. Then just as it began to shake it stopped. What must have happened for the Great Mother to tremble like that, said one of the people accompanying the Dash Kaleen. Must be a sign that the stallion that will ride the world is about to come, said one of the widows. At that moment a thirst for blood was felt, and everyone was petrified since when they turned to see what was causing this sensation they saw a young man of about 16 years old but quite tall, at least 1.75 meters tall, with golden hair with silver highlights, eyes as blue as the sky, with a strange clothing that consisted of a series of red plates but very strong. But what caught their attention the most was the length of his hair, since it reached to the height of the knees and was braided in a high ponytail. For them, a long braided hair represented victories in combat, meant that this person was a very powerful warrior who came down from the Great Mother after she trembled was a sign. "Who are you?" said the leader of the Dashkaline, who stepped to the front of the crowd. "My name is Naruto," he said as he expelled a flash of his power, surprising everyone present. "It's you! The stallion that would ride the world," she said as she knelt before Naruto. He smiled as he thought that his plan had succeeded, since when the eldest of the Dashkaline knelt, the rest of the population knelt. "Get up," said Naruto as he made a signal with his hand for them to get up. "Call all the Khalasar and tell them that the stallion that rode the world has arrived and challenges all the Khal for the right to rule," he said while releasing a little more power. It took around 6 months for the summoning message to reach all the Khal and for them to arrive at the sacred city. When all the Khal were in the city, they were gathered in the central hall of the city. The Dashkaline entered, followed by Naruto in his armor. At that moment, all the Khal roared because a stranger was in a meeting only for Khals. The strongest of the Khal, named Khal Drogo, was the first to speak, in Dothraki. "What is the meaning of this? Why is this stranger in this room?" The leader of the Dashkaline spoke. "Khal Drogo, he is here for us. He is a new Khal." "Why do you have to present this person as a Khal? He is not a Dothraki," said another Khal. "He is Khal Naruto, the stallion that rides the world," said the leader of the Dashkaline. "And he is issuing a challenge to all the Khal for the right to lead," said the same widow. This shocked all the Khal, since the person in front of them was the stallion that rides the world. "What evidence is there that this child is the challenged stallion Drogo? He appeared from the Great Mother after it shook for no reason and lights were seen on top of the Great Mother," the leader of the widows replied. After this statement, all the Khals spoke among themselves to organize the challenge. "The challenge will take place tomorrow at dawn," Drago said. "So be it," Naruto said, leaving the hall. The next morning, all the Khal were ready with their weapons in hand for the challenge. At that moment they felt an enormous pressure that fell upon them, and an unparalleled killer instinct. Turning to see who was causing this sensation like that of a god, they were surprised to see that the one producing it was Naruto, who arrived at the duel without his armor, only with a set of black pants and sandals showing his naked and well-worked torso. What they did not fail to notice was the large scar on his shoulder at the level of the heart, undoubtedly a fatal wound, but the question was how he survived. "This challenge has been launched for the right to rule all of the Khalasar," said the leader of the Dashkaline as she stood between the Khal and Naruto. With that said, she retreated and the fight began. Though as quickly as it began, it was unfair, merciless, and completely one-sided. None of the Khal stood a chance. When they reacted, it was too late. Some were completely unconscious, others missing a limb, and others were dead. The only one still standing was Khal Drogo, since as the strongest among the Khal, Naruto left him last. "You have no chance." Khal Drogo surrender, said Naruto. "I never back down. I prefer to fall like a Khal," he said, and lunged at Naruto. He alone dodged the attacks of the furious Khal, and in a movement that none of those present could see, Naruto slashed Khal Drogo's chest, making him fall to his knees. "It's over, Khal Drogo. That wound is the end of you," said Naruto. With a roar, Drogo got up and tried to strangle Naruto, but Naruto grabbed his wrists, preventing him. "Don't be ashamed of having lost against a god, Drogo. Just surrender. You have fought like a true Khal," said Naruto, as he forcibly put Drogo on his knees again. And without further ado, he released his wrists and broke his neck, killing him. "None of them will be dishonored by cutting off their horses. But to Khal Drogo I will give a gift like none other," he said while letting his power be felt, and his eyes changed color to purple with a series of concentric circles and a series of shots in the circles. Joining his hands, Naruto used the maximum power of the Rinnegan. Gedo Rinna Tensei no Jutsu, External Path. Samsara Reincarnation Jutsu. He pronounced some words as he would plague in a language that the Dothraki did not understand, but what amazed them the most was that after he said these words, an energy the color of green like grass enveloped the fallen Khal, and once this energy entered, the Khal let out a powerful scream. "What happened?" said Drogo, when he noticed that everyone was around him watching as a dead Khal was brought from the death fields. "The stallion that rides the world saw your great spirit, and brought you back to life. Call Drogo. This is just another proof that Call Naruto is truly the stallion that rides the world. Why did you do it? Said Drogo, facing Naruto. You are a great and powerful warrior, Drogo, and as such I have brought you from the Shadowfields to be one of my commanders. I will serve you well, my Call, said Drogo, kneeling down. Stand up, Call. Drogo, you will still be a Call, but I am the stallion. You will only answer to me directly and to my future Khaleesi, said Naruto, putting his hands on Drogo's shoulders, not caring that Drogo was taller than Naruto. Once the Dothraki were under Naruto's power, he began his campaign of conquest, starting with the regions of the Bone Mounts and all of eastern Essos. And so they continued for the next few years, expanding his empire and attracting all the mercenary companies to be part of his army of conquest. End of memory. Returning to the ship, my emperor, said a tall man to Naruto. Tell me, Dario, is there news of our messenger for Bravos to surrender to the empire? Said Naruto. Dario Naharis was a hard but pragmatic man. He was a lieutenant of the Second Sons, a company of mercenaries that were hired to assassinate Naruto. But he knew that it was a suicidal move, so he decided to betray his captains and took their heads to Naruto to swear loyalty to him, and put the Second Sons at his service, and Naruto named him another of his commanders along with Drogo. Yes, they answered, my emperor, but I think he will not like his answer, said Dario, while placing a bloody bag at his feet. Naruto knew that his messenger was sacrificed. Let the ship stop, only one of my men will die today. I will not allow my men to die, said Naruto, as he let out a small part of his power, making the wood of the ship creak under the pressure. Both Dario and Drogo, who was behind Naruto, had already gotten used to feeling part of the power of their emperor, but it still continued to surprise them. At that moment, Naruto began to walk on the deck of the ship and stood on the bow of the ship, and put on the same mask that he took from Tobi, which was a mask with two openings for the eyes, and it had the design of the Rinnegan. Making the cross hands position, he summoned those who the people of his army called the Shadows. The Immortals, the elite combat force of his emperor that consisted of 1,000 copies of him with the power of an elite jounin of his world, but no one in his army knew that information. But what amazed them was that some of those they called Immortals were standing on the water as if it were solid ground. With a wave of Naruto's hand as he removed his mask, the Immortals launched an attack against the Bay of Bravos, which was guarded by their warships. Their attempts were useless, as the same waters that protected their city turned against them as some of the Immortals performed a series of hand positions and huge dragons, made of water, fire and lightning, crashed into the ships. It took them no more than 10 minutes to finish off the Bravos warriors, and they continued with the city, which was heavily walled. This wall was built when the Lord of the Sea of Bravos heard of an empire that began in the Dothraki lands. He ordered the wall to be built for protection, but only the richest parts were protected, leaving the poor neighborhoods unprotected. But for the Immortals, the wall was not a problem, since they ran on the vertical wall, and thus began the conquest of the city. Within an hour the city had been taken by Naruto and his forces, and as he said, none of his men would die. In fact, the poorer parts were not affected by the battle, since the defense forces are in the Sea Lord's palace and in the Iron Bank of Bravos, and these places were not problems, since his soldiers, seeing that they could not win, laid down their weapons, and the nobles and the Sea Lord were placed under arrest. Naruto headed to where the nobles and the Sea Lord were under arrest. Thank you very much for that warm welcome, Naruto said with a hint of sarcasm. I think you know who I am, he said. Of course we know who you are. You are the infamous Shadow Emperor. Infamous sounds a bit harsh, don't you think? I'm just making a better Essos, one united under a single government that brings stability for all equally, slave, free men, women, children, everyone. That is what you who line your pockets with the suffering of others do not understand. But anyway, their fate is no longer in my hands but in the hands of those you exploited. Bring them, Naruto ordered. Central square of the city. Naruto walked to the center of the plaza, followed by Drogo and Dario. Once in the center of the plaza, he had the nobles and the Lord of the Sea brought. People of Bravos may or may not know who I am, since perhaps their leaders here present could tell them who I am when building the wall. I am the one they call the Shadow Emperor. My name is Naruto of the House Uzumaki and Uchiha. Perhaps their rulers told them that I am a ruthless person who only seeks destruction, but that is a lie. What I seek is to form a united Essos so that there is prosperity. Technically, I save government all of Esso with the exception of Pentos, which I will soon unite to my empire. But that is not why I have gathered you here. I have gathered you to witness the judgment of the nobles of Bravos and their Lord of the Sea, said Naruto to all the crowd. Do not pay attention to him, he will destroy our city alone. Stop him, save it, and you will be rewarded with all the wealth you want, said the Lord of the Sea to try to form a revolt and escape. And that you are wrong, because if I wanted to I could have destroyed this city. I would have done it from the beginning, said Naruto while letting out a sample of his power, making everyone kneel under the pressure with the exception of his commanders. The people were shocked to feel the power of the one who took the city, and his words made sense. If this being wanted, he would erase their city from the face of the earth. As you could feel, that was only a small part of my power. I do not seek the destruction of Bravos. I only try to make it one with my empire, not like these people, he said, pointing to the nobles. If you can see, the city is intact, and moreover the normal and lower areas of the city were not affected. What I seek is for you to judge these people, since they exploited you by building a wall that only protects the rich while you were left as cannon fodder. Also how these people force your children to fight for them to defend you both on the wall and on the ships. They are responsible for your children, brothers, husbands, fathers no longer returning to you, he said, sowing the seed of discord in the hearts of the citizens of Bravos against their rulers, making them want the heads of these people separated from their body. I offer you the opportunity to join me in my empire and obtain justice for your loved ones, he said, throwing the Sea Lord and the nobles into the crowd and throwing a good number of knives to the crowd. One cut for each loved one you lost to these hedonistic pigs, Naruto shouted. And at that moment, hell broke loose for the nobles as people rushed at them, hitting them, stabbing them, cutting them, removing the flesh from their bones, all while Naruto supplied healing chakra so they wouldn't die and prolong their pain, as well as overstimulating the pain receptors so they would suffer more. After 15 minutes the people grew tired and Naruto stopped supplying chakra to the nobles to let them die. Justice has been served. Save Bravos is part of the empire and will prosper beyond imagination, he said as he walked away, and the people supported him and accepted their new ruler. You do know how to mobilize the people. Make the people themselves finish off your enemies, making you see as a savior instead of a conqueror, said Dario. Charisma is an important part when it comes to controlling the crowds. You just have to know how to make them think you are on their side and they will follow you to hell itself. It is true, but without the power to back up that charisma, it can make people think you are not worthy of leading my call, said Drogo. It is true, some people say that it is better to be feared than respected, but I think that it is better to be a person of respect to be feared, said Naruto, as he retreated to the palace of the Sea Lord. The next morning, we see Naruto getting up at dawn and getting out of his bed, leaving two female bodies in it, heading to the window of his room with only black pants that he picked up from the floor. Naruto entered his meditation to feel everything and everyone around him. All in Japanese. I don't know why you keep sleeping with these weak women. You don't need bastard children running all over the place, said a voice in his head. No, I don't want that, but it's very relaxing to release stress with these women. Besides, thanks to you and the contraceptive seals, that's impossible, don't you think so? Shinju answered Naruto through the mental link. Yes, but I still don't understand. If you want a child, you must find a partner worthy of being by your side, since she must strengthen your blood, not weaken it, since your children will obtain power from you, but from their mother they have to obtain power also, answered Shinju. At that moment they touched the port, and an older man entered who was Naruto's personal servant. Excuse the interruption, my lord, but the commanders are waiting for you, said the man. Thank you very much, Walter, said Naruto while getting the rest of his clothes, and noticed his personal servant, and more than servant, his assistant. Walter was an older man with black hair tied in a ponytail, wearing a completely black outfit, and a Valerian steel and iron chain around his waist. Walter was an apprentice teacher in the Citadel, but was expelled from it since he dedicated himself to using his knowledge of magic and occultism in the art of war. And after he was expelled, he went to Esso and continued his studies, thus creating a deadly art, created a magical technique to use the thread as a weapon, was hired by the Golden Company where he used his technique as a silent assassin, and so it was until he retired. But when Naruto controlled all the mercenary companies, Walter returned to see who this person was who was leading a campaign of conquest throughout Essos. When they met, Walter was not impressed with the boy and challenged him to a fight in which Naruto was fascinated by the magical technique to control the threads as weapons capable of cutting flesh, but this did not work on Naruto since thanks to his Rinnegan he absorbed the magic around the threads before they cut him. At that moment Walter recognized his defeat and swore loyalty to Naruto as emperor. Quickly Naruto learned everything he needed about Westeros through Walter: laws, customs, rulers, history. And that was how Walter ended up as Naruto's assistant. Naruto walked past Walter as he headed to the hall where the commanders were waiting for the morning meeting. So how have you been feeling these past few days, my friend? Naruto said to Walter. A little tired. These old bones are not what they used to be, my lord, said Walter. Very soon they will be back to what they once were, my friend, said Naruto, leaving Walter very confused. But he couldn't ask, since at that moment they would arrive at the hall where the commanders were meeting. Inside was a total of 5 people, including Drogo and Dario. One of these people was a man with brown skin and ashen hair with red eyes and an X-shaped scar on his face. He is also completely tattooed. His name is Scar because of the one on his face. He came from the Shadowlands, a place where magic is practiced. The next tall man is tall as Drogo with very pale skin, shoulder-length black hair, orange eyes, and a beast wearing completely black armor and a red cape. This is Alucard, who came from the city of bloodless men. Finally, a tall red-haired man with black eyes and a claw scar on them wore a loose white shirt, brown pants, and a black trench coat with a sword at his waist. The last one was Shanks, the commander of Naruto's ships and the only one to sail all the seas of Essos. Thank you all for being here, said Naruto, entering the room. Like all of you, sober with the conquest of Bravos, we are just one step away from a united Essos in a great empire. All that is missing is Pentos, which is south of our location, said Naruto while pointing to the last of the free cities. I propose to destroy the city, said Alucard. Pentos is a city of fat and arrogant fools who believe that power lies in money. I agree with Alucard, said Drogo. Pentos will not be destroyed. I feel something in Pentos. I feel that in Pentos I will find something that I have been looking for a long time, said Naruto. Oh, and what could that be, Naruto, said Shanks, making Naruto smile. An empress, said, leaving everyone surprised. That is great news, my lord, said Walter from behind Naruto. It is, my friend. If I am right, my empress, the one who will rule by my side, is in Pentos. For them I myself will go to Pentos to speak with Magistrate Ilario Mopatis, since he is the one who runs the city and not the Prince of Pentos, and I will give him an ultimatum: hand over the city, or it and the Saran will be destroyed, Naruto said as his eyes changed to the Rinnegan, making his commanders feel sorry for the magistrate. All of them were considered the toughest and fiercest warriors in all of Essos, but none stood a chance against their opportunity, not against this being whose power can be described as divine. At that moment 2 servants entered the hall carrying cups full of wine for everyone in the hall and served all the commanders including Walter and gave a beautiful cup made of gold to Naruto. Everyone toasted to the future empress while the servants stayed in the corners of the hall. This wine is very good. Who was the one who chose it, said Naruto addressing the servants. It was the head of the kitchen, my emperor, said the servants. Is good, give them my congratulations, he said as he approached them. We will do it, your majesty, they said at the same time. And how do you plan to give him my congratulations if he is already dead, he said, raising his hand, already bringing one of the servants while the other was held by Walter's threads. Try it, it's very exquisite, he said as he pushed the wine down his throat. The effect was immediate. The man was bleeding from his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. It was the effect of a powerful poison. Approaching the man who was held by Walter's sons. You are truly persistent, faceless men. It's a shame your methods are insufficient against me. I sense you from the moment you entered the palace, Naruto said. A man is nobody. A man only wants to grant you the gift of the many-faced god, he said. Yes, but I am beyond the reach of the many-faced god, therefore beyond the reach of the faceless men, he said as he placed his hand on the man's head and used the human path to extract the man's soul and find out who made the contract for his assassination. This is very interesting, thank you for the information, he said before extracting the man's soul. In Japanese, so that bastard wants what's mine and what I conquered. Well, we'll see about that. You're lucky that I'm with you, helping your already very strong body. That poison was very potent, Shinju said in his head. Yes, I appreciate it, my friend, Naruto said. Naruto and Walter's commanders watched as their emperor was talking to someone, but they couldn't see anyone in a language that none of them understood. I'm going to the House of Black and White. I have to attend to a matter with these faceless idiots, Naruto said as he left the living room. Stopping at the gate, we leave for Pentos tomorrow, be prepared. He gave his last order and the meeting ended. Later in the Black and White House, Inside the black and white house we see a group of men in gray robes arguing. That man is very strong, he resisted our most powerful poison. Perhaps we should look for other methods to give him the gift of the many-faced god. Also we must fulfill the contract that a man made with the faceless men, said the oldest of the faceless men. We could kill the elder who serves them and take their place, and give him the gift of the many-faced god, said another faceless man. At that precise moment they felt a pressure they had never felt before, and for a moment they could see their death at the hands of that man they were trying to kill. So this is where the supposed greatest assassins of Essos meet. It's a disappointment. But what can you expect from a group that relies on poison and cheap tricks to give the supposed kindness of the Shinigami? Naruto said as he entered the room where the faceless men were. How could a man enter? This place is sacred, and only those who want the gift of the god of the many faces can enter. That might be true if I weren't friends with their god, although he does have only one face and I know him very well. That can't be. If a man had seen him, the god himself would give him his gift, said another of the men without a face. If you tell them, how about this? Cancel the contract you have with that man and I will show you your god and you will live to continue with your things, said Naruto. Interesting, all the faceless men to be able to see their lord and live was their greatest wish. Except us, they said in unison, making Naruto smile. Taking out the Shinigami mask from a seal on his wrist. This is the true face of the one you serve, he said, placing the mask on his forehead and applying chakra to it. Then a source of power passed, it was unleashed, and the faceless men were fascinated, since behind the man they had to kill, the figure of the entity they serve was formed. Who is the one who summoned me? Said the Shinigami, appearing above Naruto. Searching with his eyes, he could see a group with gray robes. Recognizing them were those who supposedly worshipped him and killed in his name. God of the many faces, we are his faithful followers. The young man in front of you is the one who summoned him, said the leader of the faceless men. Yes, I can feel it, as you have been, young man, said the Shinigami while observing Naruto. I'm not complaining, just tell them that the contract they have is cancelled, said Naruto. You already heard the boy, there is no more contract, besides they cannot kill him since he is at this moment out of my reach, said the Shinigami. Yes, my lord, but because it is beyond his reach, said the oldest of the faceless men. Because he will soon be a god and my authority over him has been taken away. Besides, save your work for him too, you understand very well. I'm retiring. Take care of yourself, boy. One last thing, boy, in this world my power is more corrupt, and it is creating an army of ice and death. Do me a favor and destroy it, he said as Naruto removed the mask from his head. So that man is here, I still have something to spoil him, said Naruto. No, a man left 10 days ago to Mirin and then go to Pentos to speak with the High Magistrate, said the oldest of the group. Fine and thank you, said Naruto as he walked away. One more thing, when I call you, you come, understand, said Naruto. Of course, my lord, say the faceless men. Outside the black and white house, Walter, call Shanks and tell him I need to set sail today for Pentos, said Naruto as Walter followed him. As you say, sir, said Walter with a smile. He wants to play like this, so let's play, but this time I will not be merciful. Try to overthrow me by sending assassins to divide my empire, as you see fit. No, Hisdar Zolorak, because this time I will eliminate you as I should have done in Mirin. Chapter 2. The Shadow Emperor meets the last of the dragons. On a ship heading to Pentos, Naruto in his sage mode was trying to find that energy that was resonating with his power. He knew that the person to whom this energy belonged was in Pentos, but there was something or someone blocking his attempt to locate the specific place. He couldn't locate the energy signature precisely, it's as if something was blocking it. What do you think could be, Shinju, said Naruto through the mental link. Whatever it is trying to absorb the energy of the one who will be your queen. That energy is the same but weaker and is trying to strengthen itself through the energy of this woman that you are looking for, said Shinju. My lord, we will soon arrive at Pentos. According to Shanks, we are half an hour from Pentos, said Walter as he approached Naruto. Very well, thank you, my friend, said Naruto as he stood up and walked towards the bow of the ship where the redhead was. Then this time you will take his soul, said the redhead to Naruto who was at his side. If this time I will not have compassion for the fool who thinks he can gather all the unsullied from Slaver's Bay and try to overthrow my empire. I only left him alive out of pity, since when I took Mirin he was just a scared fool, said Naruto. Memory. Naruto is seen walking through the streets of Mirin after it was taken by his forces. Scar, using his destruction magic, knocked down the gates of Mirin, and Naruto's forces were able to easily take the city, and making use of the same oppressed slaves he eliminated all the masters in Mirin. Only those who swore loyalty to him remained. Among them was Hisdar Zo Lorak, whose father was now crucified on death row in Mirin. As you may know, I am Naruto Uzumaki Uchiha, and as only 3 cities are now separated from my empire, Naruto said to all the masters of Mirin who were alive. If we know who the Shadow Emperor is and how he annexed the entire slave bay to his empire, said Hisdar Zo Lorak with a hint of sarcasm. At that moment Naruto could detect the envy, greed and corruption of this person, and unleashed a small part of his power so that the masters knew that he was not a person they could overthrow. If I am the Shadow Emperor, and who are you? Said Naruto. My name is Hisdar Zo Lorak, of the oldest families of Mirin and in charge of the preservation of Mirin's buildings, like this pyramid. He said with a little fear in his voice, Well, now I offer you a chance to save your lives. Serve me as a council to rule the slave bay, and thus you will earn more than you have ever dreamed of. Naruto said, making the greed and love for their lives surge within him. But before the other masters could respond, Hisdar Zo Lorak raised his voice. We will never do it. We prefer death to let an upstart tell us how to run our affairs, he said with a little confidence, thinking that the other masters would agree with him, but none followed his example. And when he saw this, he could only regret his recklessness before this person, since when he was able to gain consciousness of himself, he was being suffocated by a power that he could not see. But he noticed how Naruto had his hand raised as if strangling something. Then he knew what it was, the one who was suffocating him. Being able to control the air around people is very useful, since I don't have to get my hands dirty. Just by concentrating I can crush your lungs or make them explode inside you, said Naruto as he approached that fool. Tell me, do you want me to send you to the lands of the dead and dismember your body and scatter it throughout Essos, or feed your body to the beasts of the ET region, said Naruto, as he used the wind to lift Hisdar Zo Lorak from the ground, or would you prefer me to rip your soul from your body, said Naruto as his eyes changed to the Rinnegan, and everyone felt like they were before a god. I'm sorry, my lord, I didn't know what I was saying, he said as he was lowered by Naruto. Fine, but I don't give second chances, so take advantage, he said as he began to leave the place. One more thing, the children of the Harpy are dissolved. Understood, said Naruto. While everyone nodded, but in the mind of Hisdar Zo Lorak he was looking for a way to finish Naruto. End of memory. But what he has done is unforgivable, and he will receive a punishment befitting his betrayal, and it will be a reminder to all those who would betray me that you cannot escape the whirlpool once you fall into it, Naruto said to Shanks. It will be very fun to see what he does once we find him in Pentos. But why does he want to talk to that magistrate? Shanks asked. From what I understand, the magistrate house is the last of the ruling house of the 7 kingdoms who were expelled after King Robert's rebellion. Perhaps he thinks I am dead and will try to gain control of the empire through marriage to someone from the nobility of another kingdom, said Naruto. Excuse me, my emperor, but I have the reports of the Iron Bank that I wanted to see, said Walter as he approached the 2 men at the bow of the ship. Thank you, Walter. Did the bank manager give you any problems? Naruto asked. Not at all, my lord. Once I told him who I was and who I represented, he was very eager to help me with whatever I needed, Walter said with a sadistic smile. What do you want those reports for? Naruto asked the redhead as he watched Naruto go through the reports. I need them because from what I understand, Westeros once borrowed from the Iron Bank, and I want to know if they paid the debt, and from what appears here they have not done so. In fact, they are more in debt than ever. The crown owes the bank 3 million gold dragons, and Lord Tywin has a debt of 4 million gold dragons. The old lion with a debt of 4 million. No, that old man defecated gold, said Shanks. Apparently he doesn't do it, said Walter. And what about this information, my lord? Walter asked Naruto. It is a total of 7 million gold dragons that Westeros owes the Iron Bank, therefore they owe me. With this I practically own more than half of all of Westeros, and I have not had to invade it. But we will deal with that later. At this moment my infiltrator should be in Westeros gathering information, said Naruto with a smile on his face. My lord, that is the city of Pentos, the last of the free cities, and with it once in your control all of Essos will be yours, said Walter. In Westeros, on the King's Road, you can see a young man walking along the royal road towards Winterfell. This young man was wearing a black robe with red clouds on it. This young man had spiky black hair, he had curious birth lines on his cheeks and red eyes like a ruby. This was Menma, or rather a blood clone of Naruto transformed into Menma. He would go to that place to be able to speak with Ned Stark about putting himself at the service of the most honorable man in the north. Arriving near the great tower, Menma saw a young man fall from the top of it, and rushing she caught him, but she couldn't prevent the young man from suffering a blow to the head. "Hey boy, are you okay? Talk to me," she said to the young man in her arms, but he didn't respond, and looking at the top of the tower she could notice someone hiding in the upper window, but without giving it much importance she went to look for help for the young man in her arms at the castle. "Someone help me," he said to the people in the castle courtyard. At that moment Lady Stark approached him. "How can I help you, young man?" she said. At that Menma turned around, and she could see who she had in her arms. Bran shouted, attracting everyone's attention as he ran towards his son who was in the hands of this man. "What happened? Tell me," demanded Lady Stark. "I was able to catch the fall of that great tower before he fell to the ground, but it seems he hit his head against the wall. I can heal him, but I need a place to do it, my lady," said Menma. "Why should I create you, and how do I know that you're not the one who left my child like that?" she said accusingly. "What would I gain from hurting a child I don't even know? All I can offer you is my word, and after I heal the boy you can ask him directly. That's fine, but if it turns out to be you who left my son like that, I'll have your head on a spear," she said. "And I accept his terms," he said. "Fine, follow me," she said. 3 hours later we can see a calmer Lady Catelyn next to the bed of a sleeping Brandon, along with Robb and the rest of Bran's brothers. At that moment a worried Ned enters for what happened to his son. "How is Bran? Will he be okay? What did Master Luwin say?" Ned said desperately. "He's going to be okay, Ned. According to the Master he only suffered minor injuries, but it wasn't the Master who healed Bran, it was a young man with black hair and a strange robe," Catelyn said, as if the Master didn't heal him, and it was a young man. "Yes, according to this young man Bran fell from the keep and he caught him and looked for help for Bran. But the strangest thing is the way he healed Bran, since not even the Master had seen the method he used to heal Bran. A method that not even the Master knows." "And where is that boy you speak of?" said Ned. "Is the courtyard guarded by the guards?" answered Catelyn. "Because it is guarded by the guards if he saved and cured Bran," said Ned. "Because I can't trust him 100%, she said, as if it were the most logical thing in the world. "I'll go see him," said Ned as he left the room. Reaching the courtyard and seeing the guards surrounding a man in a black robe with red clouds who was sitting on the ground with his eyes closed, approached them. "Lord Stark," said a guard. "Hey, get up, you are in front of the Guardian of the North," said the other, as he pushed the seated man. "Enough, there's no need to retreat," said Ned as the guards obeyed. At that moment the man stood up. "I'm sorry for the way my wife has treated you," said Ned. "It's understandable, my lord. A stranger appears with her son injured. She's only acting as a mother should," said Itachi. "Yes, thank you for saving and healing Bran," said Ned. "It's not a problem, for tomorrow he will be awake, but I recommend you stay in bed," said Itachi. "That's how it will be. Now is the time for introductions. I am Eddard Stark, Lord of Winterfell and Guardian of the North." "And who are you?" said Ned. "My name is Menma Namikaze," said Menma. "Menma Namikaze, a very strange family name. I've never heard of it," said Ned. "I'm not surprised, my lord, since I'm not from the Seven Kingdoms. I come from Ulthos, my lord," said Menma. "From Ulthos, the last known continent, but that is more than 2 years away by ship if I'm not mistaken," said Ned. "It is not, sir," said Menma. "But what are you doing in the furthest place from your home?" said Ned. "I am here, my lord, to put myself at your service since winter is approaching, and if something is not done, what comes with the long night will consume the whole world," said Menma in a very cryptic way, leaving Ned surprised by his words. "And how do people in Ulthos know that winter is approaching, since I do not think that in that remote place they suffer the winter?" asked Ned. "You are right, in my home we do not suffer the winter, but the signs are seen like an ancient legend that says that destruction will come from the ice. That is why I made this trip," said Menma. "Fine, I believe you also want to ask you the method you used to heal my son, since according to my teacher it is one that he has never seen." Ned questioned if I am sure of that, since it is a method that is only taught to warriors in my home, said Menma. "Only to warriors? Are you a warrior? And why are they taught only to them?" asked Lord Stark. "How do you know warriors can suffer many injuries on the battlefield, and there is no one to attend to them on site, but in my home each warrior is taught these techniques to be able to heal others or heal themselves," he said while producing a light green aura in his hands, and approached Lord Stark, leaving him amazed by creating that glow. "If you allow me, I will demonstrate it to you," said Menma as he knelt down and ran his hands over the knees of the Guardian of the North. When Ned felt that energy pass through his knees, all the pain and numbness he felt disappeared. "That technique is incredible. I have not felt my knees so strong since I was young," said Ned. "And that's not all," said Menma as he cut his leg with a dagger that looked strange in Ned's opinion. and as he did before he created the strange light in his hands and passed it over the wound, and Lord Stark saw that it was a serious wound and it healed almost instantly. It's surprising, I can't believe that a technique like that exists. How many men could be saved after a battle with that type of technique, said Ned. I hope this proves that what I say is true, Lord Stark, said Menma. It is, Menma, and thank you again. Come, you will be my guest, said Ned, taking him to a room. Tomorrow we will talk about what brought you here. Now rest, said Ned from the doorway of the room. Yes, my lord, and thank you very much for your hospitality. Oh, one more thing, keep young Bran's condition a secret, since I saw a person hiding at the top of the tower when he fell. I think someone pushed him from the top, said Menma. Thank you, young man, so I will, since it is the least I can do after saving my son and helping me with my knee problems, he said, leaving the room for good. This is better than I imagined. Not only was I able to infiltrate the castle, but I was able to gain the trust of the Guardian of the North, thought Naruto's clone with Menma's transformation. The next morning, we see the clone transformed into Menma in the castle courtyard, while a dwarf was reprimanding a young man, and next to them a tall man with a burned face. Mother is looking for you, uncle. We ride today back to the capital. Fine, but before we go and pay your respects to Lord and Lady Stark for the condition of their son, said Tyrion. What's the use of me giving them my support? Besides, the child is not mine, and I can't stand the crying of women. When he finished saying those words, Tyrion slapped him and told him that is expected of the crown prince. The prince will remember that, my lord, he said to the tall man. That will help him, and if he forgets, be a good dog and remind him, he said as he walked away and could see Itachi and approached him. You must be Menma, the man who saved and cared for young Stark, said Tyrion. Yes, that's me, and may I have your name, sir, said Menma, looking Tyrion in the eyes and not giving importance to his height. I am Tyrion Lannister of Casterly Rock, he answered. The son of Lord Tywin Lannister, answered Itachi. Yes, that's me, but not many know me like that. But well, how is the boy? asked Tyrion. He is very well. I only suffered a blow to the head. What he will remember is uncertain, but he did not suffer real physical damage, said Menma. That is magnificent. Well, I'm going to have breakfast. Will you join me? said Tyrion. I need to speak with Lord Stark now, but it was a pleasure, Itachi said as he walked away, and Tyrion walked deeper into the castle to the hall where his brothers and nephews were having breakfast. How are you, my dear brothers? Aren't you enchanted by the beauty of the north? Tyrion said mockingly. How charming! This is a place made of mud, Cersei said. Oh please, the myths, the White Walkers, the wildlings, the fearless men of the Night's Watch, Tyrion said. You're going to the wall, little brother. I didn't think you'd like to wear black, Jaime said mockingly, and to make celibacy boots the boars would go begging from Dorne to Casterly Rock, she replied mockingly. Shut your mouth, the children do not have to hear what you have to say, Cersei replied sharply. Bran is going to die, asked Myrcella. Who knows, leaving a child to suffer for life in his bed is better to give him mercy and end his life, said Cersei with a bit of anger. That will not be necessary, dear sister, since young Bran will be fine by the end of the day according to what the person who saved him and healed the boy's wounds told me. But what he remembers will become a mystery according to Menma. In that instant Cersei gave Jaime a worried look. Menma asked Jaime if he is a young man who came from the distant continent of Ulthos to be able to speak with Lord Stark, answered Tyrion. Because someone comes from the end of the world to speak with the Guardian of the North. I do not know that, my dear brother, said Tyrion while eating a piece of bacon. Meanwhile, in a separate room of the castle, Menma is with Ned discussing why Itachi had come from so far away. Tell me then why a young man comes from so far to serve me. I know that winter is coming, but we are prepared for it since we are people of the North, said Ned. Of that I have no doubt, Lord Stark, but what comes with this winter is something that has not been seen in a long time, and I doubt that you can face what is coming without help. That is why I am here, since you are the one who protects the North. I, along with others, were assigned to help fight what is coming. Who has assigned you to do this task? asked Ned. A god among men, answered Menma. As a god among men. Who knows about the Shadow Emperor? Lord Stark asked Menma. Only that he is the leader of a group called the Immortals. Are you well informed? At this moment a group of 1,000 immortals is heading towards the wall along with a commander named Itachi to help in the coming fight. They will put themselves at the direct service of the Lord Commander, just as I put myself at yours. But before you retreat south to be the new hand, the Shadow Emperor has assigned 100 immortals to put themselves at his direct service. Why does this Shadow Emperor do this? asked Ned. He does it because if the Night Watch and the House Stark fall, everything south of the wall will fall as well, and then it will continue to the other side of the sea, and it will not stop until everyone is submerged in ice and death, said Menma. If you would be so kind as to follow me, Lord Stark, the immortals assigned to serve him have just arrived, said Menma, leaving Ned with doubts since he has not received reports or alerts from his guards for a group of men. As if he is already here. They have not alerted me of anything. 100 men cannot hide, as if nothing had happened, said Ned. As I already told you, the immortals are the best in the world. Please accompany me, said Menma as he made his way to the outside of Winterfell, and Ned followed him with 20 of his guards. Already outside the castle, in a clearing next to the forest surrounding the castle, were Ned Stark with his guards on alert, and next to him a very relaxed Menma. I do not see your group as 100 men can hide like that, said Ned. As I have told you before, they are the best. The Shadow Emperor has answered Menma. At that moment Menma whistled, and when he finished, from the shadows projected by the forest a group of masked men appeared in black clothing, and on their backs they carried some kind of short sword. All of them were on their knees. Ned Stark was able to observe them and was extremely impressed, since they did not seem to feel the cold, and especially by their discipline. But what caught his attention was their set of weapons. They seemed to carry a complete arsenal. Extremely impressive. These are the famous immortals that you tell me so much about, Menma, said Ned. That's right, Lord Stark, they are the immortals. They plow, and will carry out the orders that you give them. And how can I be sure of that? Give them an order that you know a man with ulterior motives could not carry out, Menma said. Fine, you do it, you the one in the center, he said, pointing to one of the immortals. At that moment, the one in the center stood up, attacks and kills Menma, Ned said, hoping that he would not carry out the order. But in an instant, without Ned and his guards being able to see it, the immortal was fighting Menma with his sword, while Menma was brandishing a kind of dagger that was very strange in the opinion of the men of the north. But the fight was very serious. Both the immortal and Menma already had a couple of cuts. Ned Stark watched this with many emotions: surprise, disbelief, and astonishment, as this immortal followed his order and attacked Menma, since he never in 100 years thought that this man would attack Menma. But astonishment was what filled Lord Stark the most. These two people were fighting very seriously. He knew that anyone else, including him, would be dead at this point. The abilities of both were, for lack of words, inhuman, since he never saw someone move as fast as these people. But it was clear that Menma was far superior, and was only playing with the immortal at that moment. Both Menma and the immortal walked away, and both began to make a series of hand signs. What followed left the northern men in total astonishment, since the immortal, after making the hand signs, water began to surround him and concentrated into balls the size of stones used in catapults, and these were thrown at Menma. But at that moment Menma also finished his signs and placed his hands on the ground, and then a wall rose from the ground of very thick and resistant earth, 3 meters high and 1 meter thick, and the water balls hit the wall. But the wall resisted as if nothing had happened to it. Immortal, stop, you have already proven that you will follow my orders, said Ned. At that moment the immortal stopped, and the earth wall fell, showing to a smiling Menma. As you can see, Lord Stark, they will obey you regardless of the order, said Menma. As in the name of the Seven, were you capable of doing that? Perhaps you used magic, you could say so, said Menma. What other surprise do they have? Asked Ned, while feeling a strong headache from the implications of these immortals and their power. For immortals nothing is impossible. They can climb the highest walls, they can infiltrate and eliminate their target and leave without a trace. They are the best spies and the best army. These 100 immortals are worth more than 2,000 of your men, and at this moment 1,000 immortals are heading to the wall to reinforce the night watch, and their power increases exponentially. The more they find those 1,000 immortals, they can defeat an army of 60,000 men without problem, said Menma, leaving the men of the north speechless. Back in Pentos, we can see Naruto sitting at a desk with Walter by his side. In front of them was Magistrate Ilario Mopatis, who was sweating as he didn't expect the Shadow Emperor himself to come and talk to him. Mopatis knew that Naruto was not to be trifled with, that he was the one who did what Valeria couldn't, the complete conquest of all of Essos. Emperor Naruto, I am honored to have you in my house, but I don't understand why, if you are looking to add Pentos within the Empire, why don't you speak directly To the Prince of Pentos, said the magistrate, thinking that he could divert Naruto's attention for the moment. If I wanted to speak with the prince, I would send the horse of one of Drogo's blood riders. Don't think I'm not aware of how things work here in Pentos. This is a merchant city and decisions are made by the magistrates, and the rich. Therefore the one who has the most power in Pentos is you, the richest person in Pentos. Magistrate, also it has come to my attention that you will be meeting with a certain someone who I also want to see, said Naruto, making the magistrate tremble in his seat, since if the Emperor knew of his conspiracies with the people of the Slave Bay, he was more than a dead man. Also, I want to save the people of Pentos from a bloodbath. My Dothraki cavalry has been out of practice for a long time, and they believe that turning Pentos into ashes would be very good practice, Naruto said with a more than charming smile, while Walter behind him gave a somewhat sinister smile, leaving the magistrate completely terrified. However, I do not want that for this beautiful city, magistrate, but the real question here would be, what is it that you want, said Naruto, while Momoshiki thought very carefully about his answer. I only want to serve my people, said the magistrate, but after that statement he felt something he had never felt before. He felt like his very soul was crushed by the mere presence of the person in front of him. Then he saw those eyes that many people spoke of, the eyes of a god, those eyes that made the emperor so feared, loved and respected throughout the empire, those purple eyes like the inhabitants of ancient Valeria, but with a pattern of waves with commas in them. I'll just ask you the question once more, since I hate it when I'm lied to my face. What is it that you desire? Naruto said, letting out a flash of his power to emphasize his words. What I desire is wealth beyond my wildest dreams, the magistrate said. That's it. Don't you feel better by saying it? And you can have that. Just give me full control of Pentos to add it to the empire. Also, if you die, where would your guests go? Naruto surprised the magistrate. You know about the Targaryens that I host in my house. It wasn't a question, it was a statement. Of course I know. What kind of emperor would I be if I didn't know that in a city that will be part of my empire live the last of the deposed monarchical family of Westeros? Naruto said. You are very well informed, Emperor, said Momoshiki, believing that in the end he was able to distract Naruto's attention from his dealings with the people of Slave Bay. Well, let's move on to other businesses that the masters of Slave Bay and Hisdar Lorak are offering for you to support them in taking over my empire, he said, leaving the magistrate completely petrified. You are also aware of that matter. I see that your information network is very good. If they were offering me total control of the free cities in exchange for giving them the Targaryen girls so that she can claim the empire since she has blood from old Valeria, and thus divide the empire, and give Prince Viserys an army to reconquer the Iron Throne, and then assassinate him to use the girl to also claim the Seven Kingdoms, said Momoshiki in a defeated tone. Very well thought out on the part of the slavers, but for that to work they had to kill me, but they couldn't. It's a shame. I know that fool Hisdar Lorak is on his way. In fact, he's arriving right now. Why aren't we going to greet you? Just have to act like nothing has changed. In return, I will give you wealth beyond your wildest dreams, said Naruto. You are very generous, my emperor, said the magistrate, already surrendered before the Shadow Emperor. Outside the mansion was Viserys with Daenerys waiting for the magistrate. At that precise moment he arrived with Naruto behind him. You're late, they are about to arrive. And who is that behind you, said Viserys, leaving the magistrate a little afraid of what Naruto could do. I'm sorry, your majesty, but I was attending to some business, and he is. Before he could finish, Naruto interrupted him. I am Naruto Uzumaki Uchiha. May you have your name, sir, said Naruto in a very friendly tone. I am Viserys of the House Targaryen, king of the... Wow, are you a Targaryen? I have heard that you have dragon blood, he said, interrupting Viserys. He already knew who this fool was. He knew the beggar king very well. If my blood is the blood of the... And who is this beautiful lady? He said, approaching Daenerys. At that moment, she felt it. The energy emanating from Daenerys was the same one she had felt resonating with her own. My name is Daenerys of the House Targaryen, Dany answered, blushing at this man for whom she felt a strange attraction and knew that she could trust this man. Who does that fool think he is, ignoring me? Viserys said as he took hold of the hilt of his sword, but the magistrate instantly stopped him. Calm down, Momoshiki said. It is a beautiful name, my lady. Naruto Uzumaki Uchiha, at your service, said Naruto as they looked into each other's eyes. At that moment Dany noticed how Naruto's Rinnegan came to life, and then turned black. In the Tsukuyumi world, Danny was confused. One moment she was talking to a handsome young man at the house of Ilario Mopatis, her host, and in a second she was in this strange place. She noticed a beautiful full moon the color of a ruby, also the surroundings. She noticed a beautiful lake and a field of flowers. "Welcome, Daenerys," said a voice behind Danny. Turning around, she saw the same man she was talking to before arriving here. "Lord Naruto, where are we?" asked Danny. "There is no need for so much formality between us, my lady. You can call me Naruto," said the blonde. "You can call me Danny, but you still haven't told me where we are," said the silver-haired girl. "This place is the Tsukuyumi world. Here I control everything from time, space, everything," said Naruto. "Like what Tsukuyumi world, and what do you say about saying that you are a god?" said a very confused Danny. "Tell me, Danny, have you not felt as if a presence was calling you? As if this presence was looking for you, and how you are connected to it, and how you want to find it more than anything in this world?" "No matter what your brother or other people say," said Naruto. "Yes, I have had that feeling the last year, but as you know, I have not told anyone. I have kept that feeling to myself, but with you that feeling becomes stronger. That is because the presence you felt was mine, since you and I are connected, Danny," Naruto answered as he approached her and placed his hand on her cheek, and she leaned on his hand, feeling the warmth of it, and how just his touch relaxed her. "We are destined to be together, my dear Danny, but first we must cut all connection with your brother. He is just a parasite that feeds on you, my dear," said Naruto. "But he is my brother, and it will be difficult for us to be together since he has promised me a noble of Mirin so that he can give him an army to reconquer the Iron Throne," Danny answered. "I will take care of the noble. I already spared his life once when I took the slave bay, but he has dared to rise up against me, and I will not tolerate that." "Like when you tomatoes, Mirin, who are you?" Naruto asked Danny. "Yes, let me introduce myself properly. I am Naruto of the houses Uzumaki and Uchiha, the first with the name Great Khal of the Dothraki, Lord and Master of the Shadowlands, Sovereign of the Free Cities and New Valeria, Ruler of Slavers Bay and Emperor of all Essos, and I want you to do me the honor of making you my wife and Empress," he said, making Danny blush. She was shocked. This man before her said that he ruled Essos in its entirety, and wanted her to be his wife and Empress. "Wait, how come New Valeria?" questioned Danny. "And I rebuilt Valeria and save it as it was in ancient times. It is the capital of my empire. I have found many scrolls and books with the knowledge of ancient Valeria. Along with my power I have done what they never could. I conquered Essos completely," Naruto answered. "That is incredible, but why do you want me to be your partner?" Danny asked, discouraged. "Because you are the only one who is worthy. You can feel it, like a power within you increases when you are with me, and how my power nourishes and strengthens yours." Naruto questioned. "Yes, I feel it," she answered. "From this moment on I want you to rule by my side. I will also begin to instruct you in leadership, politics, military strategy and fighting, in addition to many other branches that you need, since you will be by my side at the top, and if at any moment I am not there you will have to take charge," he said. "But how should we return, or everyone will worry?" she said. "I already told you, in this world I control everything, even time. I can train you here for as long as necessary. But when we return only seconds will have passed. One more thing, when we return I want you to continue acting submissive to your brother. I do not want him to suspect, and if he changes maybe I will help him." A year and a half has passed in the Tsukuyumi world, and we see Naruto and Danny having a sword duel, and it is clearly seen that Danny has become a great sword fighter, but not at Naruto's level, but on par with any of his commanders. She was dressed in black riding pants, black boots, a battle corset, a long-sleeved white blouse, and a red jacket with the dragon emblem on her back. Think of Anna Valerius's clothes from Van Helsing. "That's it, dear, keep going, attack," said Naruto as Danny attacked him again and managed to cut his arm. "I finally managed to hurt you, even though it was only a cut," said Danny as she rested her sword on the ground. "If you have done very well in this year and a half, you are already at the level of your ancestors Visenya and Rainis," said Naruto, making Danny smile. "So you think, Naruto, that I finally reached that level?" asked Danny. "Of course, dear, remember that they were great fighters and you alone in this time have already managed to reach them in skill, and surely you will strengthen more with the passage of time. You just need more practice. Also, I will ask Walter to teach you his thread manipulation technique so that if you run out of your sword you can use another type of weapon. Besides, I think that technique would make you look beautifully lethal," said Naruto with a grim smile on his face, making Danny smile in the same way. Well, it's time for us to get out of here. With time your body will adapt to the changes you had here. That will take a few months, he said. Okay, but I wanted to be able to make my brother pay for all the humiliations he made me go through before you came to me, said Danny as she approached Naruto, and then gave him an extremely passionate kiss. Everything in its time, my love, he will receive what he deserves, he said. Outside the Tsukuyumi world, Danny began to blink and could notice that they were back at the entrance of the magistrate's mansion and saw Naruto giving her a more than happy smile, and she returned it. But at that moment she heard Meliodas trying to calm his brother down for the snub Naruto gave him. Together at that moment a sizable group of Unsullied entered the path to the magistrate's house, and then a group of slaves entered carrying a cart where Hisdar Zo Lorak was traveling and stopped on the steps of the entrance of the mansion. Welcome to my home, Lord Hisdar Zo Lorak. Let me introduce my guests, Viserys of the House Targaryen, King of the Undels and the First Men, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms, and Protector of the Kingdom, and his sister Daenerys of the House Targaryen, said the magistrate as Viserys took Danny by the arm and praised her at his side, annoying Naruto. Thank you very much, Magistrate, for your welcome. I am also amazed by the beauty of the young Targaryen. I hope to be a worthy husband and be able to negotiate with the King of the Seven Kingdoms, said Hisdar Zo Lorak. At that moment everyone felt the pressure of being before a being of immeasurable power, and poor Hisdar Zo Lorak knew very well who that power belonged to, since once he only escaped from that person only because the owner of that power saw him as a pathetic man who was not worth his time, and since then he conspired to defeat that person. What are you doing in this place, Hisdar Zo Lorak? As far as I remember you were not allowed to leave Nirin, said Naruto, as he approached the crowd by the same stairs where the brothers and the magistrate came down. My lord did not know I was in this city. If he had, silence. I have endured you for too long, but paying the faceless men to assassinate me just so you and the other slavers would have a clear path was a good plan, but you should have come personally to kill me. Now you and the others involved will die, said Naruto with his Rinnegan activated. I will not be intimidated this time. Save yourself, you have no guards, just that old fool at your side. Do you think you can defeat my Unsullied? They are the best soldiers of all. Not even you can handle them all. Kill him, ordered Hisdar Zo Lorak. You are very foolish to believe that they will succeed. Well, I feel sorry for them, said Naruto, raising his hands, and a transparent cube was formed with a white ball in the center. Look at this, sister, this foolish man will die. The Unsullied are invincible, said Viserys. I do not believe they can even scratch that man, said the magistrate. Why do you say that? It is more than obvious that he will die, countered Viserys. He said this because this man has accomplished what the people of old Valeria could not. He conquered all of Essos in the space of 5 years, with Pentos agreeing to join his empire today, said the magistrate in a defeated tone. But what did you say if that is true? Why did you not offer it to that person, asked Viserys. Because the slavers assured me that he would die before this day. Those fools only brought destruction upon themselves, said the magistrate, while he watched as the Unsullied approached Naruto, and he let the cube float in the air, stopping the Unsullied in their tracks. I'm sorry for what you are about to suffer because of that fool, said Naruto with a tone of regret. At that moment he pronounced a few words in a language that none understood, only Danny Jintan, Genkai Hakuri no Jutsu, the dust release, Jutsu of the detachment of the primitive world. And the cube shot up, increasing in size and trapping the Unsullied. What happened next left everyone very scared. The white orb exploded and pulverized all the Unsullied inside the cube. Well, since I have finished with your immaculate, it is your turn, but I will not kill you. Instead of that, I will give you a worse punishment, he said while his Rinnegan shone much more. I will grant you something that many wish for. Mercy, you will have your life, but you will be a living dead. I will take away your 5 senses. I will grant you the treasure of heaven, said Naruto, while in his hand he created an orb of golden light, and he shot it at the slaver. Once the light died, the slaver was lying on the ground but breathing. What did my lord do to him? asked the magistrate. I only gave him the worst punishment reserved for those who defy me and waste the second chances I give them. The treasure consists of taking away a person's 5 senses: sight, taste, touch, hearing, and smell. He is practically alive, but he is trapped in his body. He is experiencing nothingness, Naruto said sinisterly. Bravo, that was the best display of power and magic I have ever seen. You are worthy enough to join my house. I will grant you my brother's hand in marriage if you grant me an army to reclaim the Iron Throne, Viserys said arrogantly, but with a very great fear inside, because if he offended this man he could end up like the foolish slaver on the ground. Naruto just smiled and extended his hand to Danny while she just acted hesitantly so her brother would think she was still submissive. What are you doing? This man is the owner of all Essos. You will live like a queen and I will have what is mine accept, or do you want to wake the dragon? He said in his brother's ear, and she accepted Naruto's hand. He just smiled and nodded, then turned to the magistrate. Make the necessary arrangements. Mopetus in 3 days will carry out the ceremony, he said as he walked away, and Walter stood by his side. Then they sank into the shadows of a tree. Hours later, the magistrate and the brothers walked along a balcony overlooking the sea. This is a great step, your majesty. In the 7 kingdoms they toast your health and make your flag, hoping for your return, and with the support of the Shadow Emperor you can do it very easily since he has all the power of Essos at his disposal from the Shadowlands to the free cities, said the magistrate. I know how to deal with people like him. I give him a queen or whatever the title is in this case, and he gives me an army, and so I recover what is mine. How do you think the emperor is a magistrate? Do you think he is kind? Asked Danny. I couldn't say, my lady. I never knew the emperor very well, replied the magistrate. It doesn't matter if he is kind or cruel. It doesn't matter if you have to sleep with his entire army. You will do what I tell you so that this man gives me my army, or you want to wake the dragon, threatened Viserys. Danny just wanted to kill her foolish brother with her own hands for trying to hit her, and for the humiliation she was receiving from him, but she had to follow the plan that she and Naruto created for her foolish brother. Yes, brother, I will do what you say, Danny answered submissively, making her brother smile and kiss her on her forehead. 3 days later, on a rocky coast on the outskirts of Pentos, we can see an imposing group of people, in the largest celebration that has been seen in Pentos since the emperor was getting married. It could be seen that a large part of the people are of Dothraki origin. They were celebrating in their own way, drinking, fighting, and fornicating. But in the place of honor where the bride and groom were, you could see a very different group, only those closest to the emperor as well as the bride's brother, the council of magistrates, and some other noble of Essos, and these were presenting gifts to the bride and groom. Near the couple you can see the emperor's commanders, Khal Drogo, Dario, Scar, Alucard, Shanks, and behind the emperor his faithful assistant Walter. These people were known throughout the empire as the 6 Dark Kings, the most faithful and loyal to the emperor, who in addition to serving as war advisors served as the personal guard of the emperor and his new empress. We see Danny wearing a beautiful silver dress sitting next to her saved husband while she looked at the gifts they were offered. Next to her, Naruto wore a unique outfit as he wore a white tunic down to his knees, black pants the same color as the dragon glass. But what most caught the attention were the figures on the tunic at the neck and shoulders. This had a set of black magatamas, and on his back what many considered his family insignia, consisting of a circle that contained more circles inside, and below this a set of 9 magatamas divided into 3 rows and 3 columns. In the place where the bride's guests are sitting we find Viserys and Magistrate Illyrio Mopetus talking somberly about the type of party, because there are many barbarians mingling with the nobles. I ask, except that all of Essos is a single empire, many customs have been accepted. For example, it is being celebrated as one would celebrate the wedding of a great Dothraki Khal, but also as one would celebrate the wedding of a noble of Essos, said the magistrate. And when I can meet with this emperor, we must plan the invasion of the 7 kingdoms, asked Viserys. Believe me, if the emperor has promised you a crown, you will have that crown, answered Mopetus. At that moment a tall man with tan skin and light brown hair appeared before the couple and approached the empress. He began to speak in the common language. This is for the new empress, tales, songs and stories of the 7 kingdoms, said the man. Thank you very much, sir. Are you from my country, asked Danny. Yes, I am Sir Yoram Mormont of Bear Island. I served your father for many years and I hope to always serve the rightful king of the 7 kingdoms, he said while looking at Viserys. After Yora left, the magistrate had a trunk brought and opened it in front of Danny. These are Daenerys dragon eggs brought from the farthest part of the empire, a place called the Shadowlands, the place where Commander Scar comes from. But time has turned them into rocks, but they are still very beautiful objects. The magistrate spoke while Danny held one in her hands. And believe me, I have many more of those, but they are not fossils, Naruto said in Danny's ear so that her brother would not hear. Thank you very much, magistrate, said Danny. Then each of the commanders began to bring their gifts for the couple. The first was Scar, who carried a small box. For you, my lady, the most precious object that can be found in the Shadowlands, he said. presenting a blood-red stone. This jewel is called the Philosopher's Stone, and it has many magical qualities. The Emperor can explain them to you later, he said, handing the jewel to Danny. Thank you, Commander. The next was Alucard. He presented a sword for the new Empress. This sword is forged from a star that fell near the city of the Bloodless Men. Believe it or not, it is stronger than Valerian steel, and there is only one other sword made of the same material, and it is at your husband's waist, said Alucard. Thank you, she replied. Next up was Dario. For my Empress I present a set of glazed candles, one gold meaning wealth, one red meaning fire, and one black meaning leftovers for the Empire, said Dario. They are beautiful, Commander Dario. Then it was Shanks. For my Empress from the Shivering Sea I present this to you, showing you a necklace like no other. It was a diamond as black as the darkest night surrounded by many precious stones. This is the heart of the oceans. It is said to have magical powers and whoever possesses it will control the sea, and it is yours, my lady, said Shanks, handing the necklace to Danny. I believe it is my turn, said Walter, approaching his lord and lady. He showed them a box, and in it a series of scrolls and white gloves with a strange inscription on them and a strange type of thread. This is what will begin to control that technique, said the Emperor's assistant. It is very kind of you, Master Walter, she answered with a smile. And it was Drogo's turn, who presented the couple with a pair of the best stallions, a very large black horse and a mare of an immaculate white color. And speaking in Dothraki, he said, For the stallion who rides the world and his mate, the best horses that we have been able to breed since these were born the same day that the Call of Calls came to us, he said while bowing his head. Thank you all so much for your beautiful presents. But it is time for my Empress and I to leave, he said, offering his hand to Danny, who quickly accepted. They approached the horses. Naruto took her by the waist and helped her mount, then he mounted his horse. Viserys approached his sister and whispered to her to make Naruto very happy. Unbeknownst to him, Danny was looking forward to this moment more than anything. Lemon skipped back in Westeros. On the King's Road you see King Robert's caravan camped on the bank of a river, and in a secluded place Robert and Ned were chatting while the king showed him a letter. You see this, Ned? The young Targaryen is married. We must send her a wedding gift, said Ned. A well-sharpened knife and a brave man to deliver it, said the king. Robert, please, they are on the other side of the sea, they have no power, and what you suggest is terrible, said Ned. Oh, terrible, terrible was what the Mad King did to your father and your brother. Terrible was what Rhaegar Targaryen did to your sister. I want them all dead, the king shouted. And who is the person she married, asked Ned. I don't know, a fool who calls himself the Shadow Emperor. They say he's a very powerful warrior in Essos and he controls a mercenary company called the Immortals, answered Robert, making Ned choke on his wine. Robert, tell me this is a joke. She couldn't have married that man, said Ned. What do you know about him, asked Robert. The same as you, but I have people in my service who know who he is, said Ned. Call him at once, I want to know who we're going to face, exclaimed Robert. Okay, Menma, please appear, said Ned with his eyes closed, and from the shadows of the nearby tree the aforementioned appeared. By the seven hells, how did he do that, and who are you, shouted Robert. My apologies for scaring you, Majesty. My name is Menma of the House Namikaze of the continent of Ulthos, and I am in the service of Lord Stark. Ned, since when do you have a person from Ulthos in your service, asked Robert. It was before we left Winterfell that he entered my service. Well, what can you tell me about the Shadow Emperor, boy, asked Robert. What I can tell you are only a few things, your Majesty, since he made sure that I couldn't give away much information, answered Menma. How is that, shouted Robert. Well, I serve the Emperor, but he entrusted me with a very vital task, which is to serve Lord Stark to help in the defense of what is beyond the wall. That is nonsense, you are only a spy, accused Robert, and was about to call the guards when Ned interrupted. Robert, Vasta, he speaks the truth. This man saved and cured my son and proved that he was not lying in his intentions. If so, I want you to tell us why you can't tell us everything, said Robert. Because the Emperor put a spell on my tongue so that I don't speak and reveal information that I'm not authorized to reveal, he said, showing his tongue, and they saw a strange mark on the tongue. That's very clever of him, said Ned. Yes, every soldier he sends on a mission is put on the seals so that if they are captured they can't extract information. Okay, but I'll tell you what I know. The Emperor's name is Naruto Uzumaki Uchiha, In the last 5 years he has led a war of conquest throughout Essos, and when I left Essos he only needed to conquer Bravos and Pentos, he said, leaving the two astonished. He appeared in the lands of the Horse Lords and conquered them by challenging all the Khal to a fight for the right to rule all the Khalasar. He won, and since then he was expanding his power. But do not worry about him. He will turn his sights to the 7 kingdoms since he is busy with his own empire. Unless you make the first move to draw his wrath to you. Besides, he will not withstand pressure from the beggar king. It is easier for him to kill that fool than to let himself be pressured by him to invade the 7 kingdoms, said Menma, leaving the king and Ned more calm. Well, I believe you, said the king. If that is all, I will retire again to watch over his daughters, Lord Stark, he said as he walked away. Take good care of them, and do not get into trouble. In another part of the camp, we see Arya being trained with a wooden sword with her friend Micah the butcher's son while they were supervised by Menma. Well, Micah, continue like that, and you, Arya, take care of your defense, he said, while the children listened to what he told them. But at that moment Arya became careless due to a noise made by Menma giving Micah an opening, and he disarmed Arya. Well done, boy, but it's time you went to help your father for the party tonight, said Menma. Yes, thank you very much, sir, said Micah. I'm not a knight, he replied. That's not right, Menma, you distracted me, protested Arya. First rule in combat, never take your eyes off your opponent, young wolf. Boy, hurry up and go help your father, said Menma. Yes, and thank you very much for everything, sir, said the boy as he walked away. I'm not a knight, shouted Menma. So how can you tell a person how to fight, said a voice with a very petulant tone. When searching for the origin of the voice he found it in Prince Joffrey, and next to him was Sansa, but he saw that in the shadows was an immortal watching over Sansa. Leave him alone, said Arya sharply. Calm down, Lady Arya, it is true, Prince, I am not a knight, but I have only lost one fight in my entire life, and it was against the best warrior in all of Essos, in addition to having fought in the wars of my home, said Menma. Then you won't bother trying to prove it, said the prince petulantly, unsheathing his sword. Do you want a practice duel, Prince? I will gladly accept. Lady Arya could lend me your wooden sword, he said as Arya handed him her sword. She got into position, placing herself in a posture that the prince had never seen before, Bajutsu posture. This was the sword at her waist on her left side, while she bent her legs with her right leg forward and the left back. Ready, Prince, you can begin, said Menma without moving from his side, surprising the 2 Stark girls by the way, since they thought he had no chance. Joffrey, on the other hand, felt insulted by the way Menma acted. Then he lashed out, throwing cuts without any control at Menma, and when he was 2 meters away from him and did not move, the young Starks feared the worst, but in an instant Menma disappeared from sight. Moments later they saw how Joffrey was face down on the ground and Menma behind him with the wooden sword raised after having made a blow. You are very poorly versed in sword fighting techniques, Prince. Your technique is to say the least non-existent, he said as he approached to help the prince up. At that moment the prince stood up and tried to separate Menma's head from his body with a blow of his sword. You will pay for that, insolent, I will have your head, shouted the prince as he continued to attack, but in an instant Menma disarmed him and cut the prince on the back of his hand. At that moment the prince fell to the ground. That's enough, Prince, you lost this practice. You should not dishonor yourself for something as foolish as revenge, said Menma while throwing Joffrey's sword into the river, and he turned to walk away. In that instant Joffrey took out a dagger and tried to stab Menma in the back, but Arya's giant wolf attacked Joffrey and he dropped the dagger, but before the wolf could harm him Menma got in the way and he received the bite on the arm. Calm down, girl, you should not attack the prince like that, even if he deserves it, said Menma with a grimace from the bite while the wolf released him. Joffrey then ran away. What are we going to do now? He must be very angry, said Sansa. What you will do is go right now with your father and prepare for tonight's party, said Menma while accompanying the young Starks with their father. Later that night, while Ned and his daughters were celebrating and eating, a group of Lannister guards burst in. What is the meaning of this? Shouted Ned. We have orders to take this subject before the king for having attacked the prince, said the guard while pointing at Menma. In the king's tent was Robert with his wife and his son, who had a bandage on his hand with a small amount of blood on it. At one point Ned entered with his daughters and Menma, who was guarded by the guards. Sorry for this, Ned, but Joffrey accuses the boy of attacking him and letting one of your daughter's wolves attack him and bite him on the hand. That is not true, he is lying, said Arya, trying to defend Menma. Please, Lady Arya, let me handle this. The prince told you these accusations, King Robert? Asked Menma. He didn't tell his mother, and she called us for this. Well, he also told her that this duel was a practice duel that he himself asked me for, and while he used his sword I used a wooden one, said Menma. That's not what my son told me. He said that you took his sword and then ordered one of the wolves to attack him, she said with contained fury. If a giant wolf has bitten him, he should have bite marks, and he should have more blood than that, said Menma while pointing to the small amount of blood on the bandage. I was able to heal him before he got worse, said Joffrey with doubt. His mother accepted his lie without a murmur. Wow, that is very impressive. His skill as a healer must surpass that of a master, since a giant wolf bite is very difficult to treat. Please show us that great healing work, said Menma. Why should I do it? Joffrey said nervously. Because if what he says is true and a wolf bit him, it should look like this, he said while showing the bite to a healing with his power. If you have those kinds of marks, that means that your story is true, and I will accept any punishment the king imposes on me, even death, said Menma, leaving everyone in the tent surprised. Come on, son, show us your wound to end the life of this fool who attacked you, said the queen. Come on, boy, show us the wound, shouted Robert. At that moment the queen removed the bandage, showing a simple scratch, proving that Joffrey lied. Unless the prince was versed in the most powerful healing magic, there should be no bite marks, said Menma while the Starks smiled. It is true that my son lied about the wolf, but you did attack him, said the queen, trying to make her son not look weak in front of everyone in the tent. Forgive me, my lady, but it was a practice duel. As I already said, that court was held at the moment I disarmed him, and it was with his own sword after he tried to separate my head from my body. Perhaps if he trained more. And you did not spoil him like a baby, this would not have happened, said Menma. You were defeated with a stick and your hand was scratched, and you called me for this. I'm sorry, Ned and Menma can go, said the king as the aforementioned left, but Menma was stopped by the guards. I told him to go, he did nothing wrong, and your boy better not call me for this again, shouted Robert. On the wall, Castle Black. The wall, the tallest and oldest building in the Seven Kingdoms, built by the patriarch of House Stark. The wall is guarded by the Night's Watch, a group of men committed to protecting the kingdom from the dangers beyond the wall. Now it is just a glorified penal colony full of the scum of the kingdom, but there is still some honor among these men. At Castle Black, the home of the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, you can see how the first Ranger Benjen Stark, brother of Ned Stark, Jon Snow, Ned's bastard, and Tyrion Lannister arrived along with a group of 1,000 warriors dressed in black and with a strange mask. Lord Commander Mormont was a tough man. He was known as the Old Bear and was not easily shocked. But when he saw 1,000 men dressed in black at the entrance to Castle Black, he was speechless. Benjen, how were you able to get this many men willing to come to the wall? Asked the commander. I didn't recruit them. We met them on the road. We thought they were men from the capital sent to the wall, said Benjen. What is all this abortion, said the master of the Night's Watch, Aemon Targaryen. At that moment a man appeared before them. Perhaps I can explain. My name is Itachi and I come from the Shadow Emperor. I and these men known as the Immortals have the mission to help the Night's Watch in the approaching winter, and with it the long night that looms ahead. A messenger has already spoken with Lord Stark, said Itachi. So that must be Menma, said Tyrion. Knows Captain Menma, my lord, asked Itachi. If for a brief moment, answered Tyrion. Are you the commander of these men? Asked the commander. Yes, replied Itachi. What do you think, Master Aemon? Should we accept? We should discuss this privately in my hall, Lord Commander, advised the master. Moments later, Master Aemon, the Lord Commander, and the First Ranger were gathered around Itachi. Then these men will obey only the Lord Commander, Master Aemon, and you, said Benjen. That is correct. They are fully obedient to the Emperor's orders, and if the order is to serve the guard and the commander, then they will, said Itachi. Very well, we accept your help in defending the wall, but we do not have enough supplies for everyone, said the commander. Do not worry about that, Commander. We bring supplies for an army of 5,000 that will last, if my calculations are correct, 5 years, said Itachi, surprising everyone. How is that possible? We didn't see any supply wagons, said Benjen. I think there's magic involved, said the master. You're correct here, said Itachi as he showed a scroll. Here, sealed with magic, are the supplies. It's just a matter of shedding a drop of blood and thinking of the desired amount, and it will appear, said Itachi. That's surprising, said the commander. Well, that would be all. We must return to our duties, said the commander. Itachi can stay for a moment. I need to speak with you in private, said the master. If it will be a pleasure, master, answered the aforementioned. Once only Master Aemon and Itachi remained, the master began to walk around him. You can now release the power that is around you. I know that is not your true form and that those who come with you are not real people, they are like you but weaker, said the master. And how do you know that, if you don't mind telling me? Itachi questioned. I grew up in a place where you should know when a person is not telling you the whole truth. Also, I feel the energy around you, and those who come with you have the same energy as you. It is identical, said the master. Ha 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 ha, as expected from the oldest dragon, he said while cancelling the transformation, and in a cloud of smoke Naruto appeared. Yes, you are right, all immortals are copies of the Emperor created by his immense power, said Naruto. And as you said, I am a stronger copy since I was created different from the others. I am more powerful than them. But it is a pleasure to be with you, master. Yes, it is also a pleasure for me to meet you, Shadow Emperor, but the question is what you said about the long night. Is it true or false, said the master. What I said is real. I came to help. Also, what kind of ruler would I be if I let my future people perish, said the copy of the Emperor. Like what future people do you plan to invade the 7 kingdoms? Asked Aemon. Not invade, just take what is mine. You see, the crown owes the Iron Bank and the bank is mine, so they owe me. And also his great-great-niece, who is my wife, and she wants what is hers, said the copy. You are married to her. Yes, that is why I came to help the kingdom, master, and you, when the time comes, you will be taken to meet her, he said while the master was very excited to be able to meet one of the survivors of his family. Thank you very much, that would be the best thing someone could give me before I leave this world to join my parents, said the master. No, you will live long, believe me, I will take care of that, he said while giving natural energy to the old body of the master, giving him back his sight and the strength lost due to age. The master was impressed. This blond man with silver sparkles in front of him gave him back his sight and his strength. He felt 40 years younger. That is a sample of what is to come, master, he said as he transformed back into Itachi and then left the master's chambers. With the help of the Shadow Emperor we will be able to endure what comes with winter, said the master, as he approached the fire, and put his hand in the flames, but it did not burn. My dragon blood flows again, said the master with a smile plastered on his face as he moved his hand away from the fire. Chapter: An attempt at Naruto/Got. I want someone to try and beta test this story for me if they know the series really well so I can see how this story progresses. But without further ado, enjoy this story. And yes, there will be many more dragons than the 3 large ones, owned by Princess Dani, and the 3 used by Aegon and his wives. Summary: a spell gone wrong throws him and several allies into the future. Now he has to prevent a war from spiraling out of control, but then again, it's nothing he hasn't done before, right? Enter Naruto Aegon Targaryen, most simply know him as the master of Balerion the Black Dread. With his dragon, he will bathe the world in fire and blood once more. Powerful Naruto. Dragon Rider Naruto. Naruto Harem, Visenya Targaryen, Rhaenys Targaryen, Rhaella Targaryen, Daenerys Targaryen, Obara Sand, Tyene Sand, Nymeria Sand, Marjorie Tyrell, Sansa Stark, Arya Stark, Valeria. 12 years before doom. The sky was surprisingly clear for once after so many days of rain and thunder. Dragons could be seen flying through the sky, roaring with giddiness at being allowed to shed their feathers after so long. They never liked stables, the domesticated ones at least. However, the wild dragon ones were a different story. Currently, a young man is climbing the side of a mountain, his destination known to no one except himself. The nesting areas of wild dragons. While he would have loved to hatch a dragon from one of the nests in the city, he had seen, observed, tested, and theorized several things among the dragons the people of Valeria bred and raised to ride themselves, and he had noticed how wild-born dragons differed. Wild dragons were bigger, faster, and stronger than dragons raised by people who relied on their diet. Surprisingly, they liked eating sheep more than most other meats provided to them when hunting. What hunting had he ever seen them do anyway? Dragons raised and bred by humans, while large in some cases, were never as powerful as their wild, free-roaming counterparts. That was why he was currently on this mad, self-induced quest to claim an egg from one of the wild nests in the valley far from Freehold, which he was sure its mother was worried sick about right now. Well, he would take care of that when he returned with his prize, if he were alive. Whether it was escaping a crazy mother dragon protecting her clutch, or her own mother giving her a punishment when she returned. Tremble. It's not a pleasant thought, but it could be true nonetheless. Anyways, back to the topic, climbing a mountain looking for eggs. He placed his hands on the edge of the cliff and sat up. He huffed with exhaustion as he lay on his back and rolled onto his side. It wasn't a large ledge by any means, but it was big enough for him to lie on, and that was enough for the moment. When he finally managed to catch his breath, the young man said and groaned as his back popped in several places before rolling his shoulders and causing several more pops to his aching joints from his incredible climb up the side of the several hundred-foot cliff. As he climbed a little higher, he noticed that the ledge he'd been lying on led into a cave. It was large, impressive, actually, with the opening about 6 meters high and almost twice as wide. He assumed he was never good at math. However, he did know several things about dragons, and one of the things he definitely knew was that they tended to inhabit caves all over the valley. And with a cave that opened that big, there was no way it couldn't belong to a dragon. Hopefully, it was devoid of mothers, maybe even a potential father. The gods forbid both be there if there's a nest inside. Well, hopefully it survived another day. With his mind made up, he ventured inside. It was quiet as a field mouse and walked as softly as a breeze. Dragons had incredible hearing and an even more powerful sense of smell. Oh, sure, they had powerful traits like their strength and wings along with long tails, but hearing and smell were what concerned him right now. One false move and he was lost. Again, if there were both dragons and eggs inside, dragons mated for life and were extremely protective of the eggs they laid. Anyone or anything they didn't know or remember was automatically eaten if they approached without permission, regardless of whether they had malicious intent or not. And seeing as how dragons lived for countless centuries and it was whispers/rumors/myths that on some super rare occasions 1 in 1,000 could enter their 1000th/millennium year or lifespan, he just hoped the eggs he found held one that would attract his judgment, and hopes of a powerful partner. Silently sniffing the air, he smelled an all too familiar scent. It faded, yes, but lingered all over the place. One unique to a single type of animal in the world, as they produced it every time they unleashed one from their jaws. Sulfur. He couldn't light a torch, or he'd die from the explosion unleashed by the chemical compound, which was far more potent than what the man had found underground. He'd have to rely on the light provided by the sun and his own eyes before it got too dark. As he went deeper into the cave, he noticed that the air was getting warmer and warmer the deeper he went, and surprisingly, also a little brighter. He stopped and felt his eyes widen in shock at something lying in front of him. It was a wall of lava falling from the ceiling and flowing in a winding river through a possible tunnel, seeing as it wasn't pooling or flowing down the cliff he had recently climbed. However, while the sight was truly captivating, the real sight for him was the laying of eggs in front of him. The nest itself was made of a combination of metals that, if he could guess from the coloration he could see, is composed of silver, iron, copper. They were incredibly large. Easily 3 times the size of the dragon eggs laid at home. There were a total of 5 eggs. 3 of them were black with tiny blends of colors etched into the scale-like shells that housed the incredible life within them. The first egg, after examining it closely for 3 minutes, was a solid obsidian black that seemingly absorbed all forms of light like a black hole. The second egg was black like the night sky with swirls of deep blue mixed in. The third egg was also black like the first 2 and had patches of deep magenta and patches of blue mixed in. The fourth egg was a beautiful blue-green color with several darker blues mixed in. The final egg was almost pure gold, but had white spots sprinkled around it. He smiled to himself as he grabbed the first egg he laid eyes on and made a decision. Boy, he knew he shouldn't have left that note for his parents when he left. He felt the sweat growing too much on his forehead and starting to run down the side of his face. He was in deep shit now, and he couldn't escape even if he wanted to try. Well, he didn't want his mom and dad to worry about where he was going or where he was going, but that clearly backfired. The reason, his mother. She sat silently as he watched her from across the dining table, her prize sitting between them, at least not having taken his personal sword out of the storage vault. Finally, after what seemed like days, she finally addressed him. Son, please explain to me why you decided to risk your life for an egg. You know we could have given you a mate from one of the dragons in the pens, she said, concern clear in her voice. Oh, thank the gods I was safe. And you'd better explain in detail why you did it today on your sister's name day, which we'll discuss later, he said, his eyes narrowed. Shit, I wasn't safe, the young man sighed. I decided to go after a wild dragon egg after I made a discovery about dragons bred in captivity and those in the wild, the boy said. I realized that while they are large, the dragons we breed are much smaller than those born free and wild. Wild dragons have more magic and power, they are stronger physically, and the ones we breed, although powerful, are unable to match the free dragons. I decided I wanted a partner that could put all the others to shame and bring pride to our house without retribution if that partner became known throughout the world. He told his mother honestly. Did you make this discovery yourself? She asked curiously and received a nod from her son. After a couple of moments of thought, she pushed the egg towards him. You may raise it as your mate, she said, and received a cheer from the boy only to clear her throat and shut him up. But, she added, if this dragon shows any sign of hostility towards anyone, they will be killed and you will be partnered with a dragon from the stables. I hear that Elekamin, pronounced Elkelmoon, is in need of a mate, she added. Elekamin? Oh, come on, that old bat doesn't need a mate, she's old enough to have seen the War of the Eight Kings 300 years ago. She's practically dead already, she never flies and whines every time she does. She's easily a millennium old and slow, the boy complained, though he had a very good reason to. Elekamin was ancient even by domestic standards. Sure, she was a beautiful creature, but she hated everyone who came near her. She hadn't partnered with anyone in almost a century. Hell, many speculated that she was tired of outliving her allied partners and decided to stop accepting them altogether. She had been born wildling, but an injury had led her to meet her first mate, a man named Aegon Targaryen who had nursed her back to health and, as such, had built a bond of friendship with her. He wasn't the only known Aegon Targaryen. There were at least a dozen or two people with the name at that time, himself included. Naruto, do you understand? His mother asked. Shit, he had turned away. Yes, ma'am. I understand, he said quickly. Okay, you can go to the colony and incubate it, she said to her son. Oh, son, make sure you don't skip the party, she added. Of course. He smiled back. Full name, Naruto Aegon Targaryen. Age 11, soon to be 12 in 3 months. Other things to know, not at this time. He smiled excitedly as he stepped forward and placed the hopefully new mate he'd won inside his egg on a large pyre. A deep growl from behind reminded him he had to be quick, or he'd be used as fuel for this birth. Quickly stepping out of the way, a loud roar filled the air before golden fire filled the air, forcing the boy to cover his face due to the heat released by the elderly dragon with snow-white scales. Elekamin was known to be the one who incubated the dragons chosen as partners of the freehold, and she too, surprisingly, was doing well, motherly towards the baby dragons as they emerged. Her fire burned for about 5 minutes before it finally stopped and puffed out a puff of smoke as it ended. He waited almost impatiently for the new life he had chosen to be his mate to come out. A scratching sound was heard before a crack appeared in the egg, which then exploded into small pieces as the baby dragon broke free from its prison. Its mother stood calmly behind it as she watched the young dragon look around and sniff the air. The young hatchling has a long, serpentine body, with proportionally long necks and tails. Their bodies have 4 limbs, 2 short hind legs and 2 large wing-like forelimbs, a body plan similar to that of a bat. The small creature is covered in obsidian black scales, as well as spines running down its entire back from head to tail. Small ridges of horns framed the edges of its faces, running along the back of its skull and along its jawline, which would evidently enlarge as it began to mature. Dragons, when born, imprinted on the first person or dragon they saw, which formed a nearly unbreakable bond between them, as the young hatchling saw the person as mother or father. In the case of their actual parents, this bond remained the same. Gently kneeling in front of the small, dog-sized reptile, Naruto reached out his hand and let the small, black creature smell it, and smiled when it placed its head in his palm and hummed happily as it accepted it. For dragon riders, when the rider perished, it allowed for a new bond to form, but it was nothing compared to their original first bond with the human they first bonded with. Other than that, there wasn't much difference when it came to the process of bonding with the dragon, whether it was wild or not. Her mother sighed softly at the success of the union. "So what are you going to name him?" she asked softly. "Balerion. His name will be Balerion. It means sword of destruction," he said cheerfully. "He will become one of the most famous dragons raised in our house, won't he, my son? He'll be known as Balerion the Black Dread if I have anything to say about it." The boy joked, unsure of how true his words would be in the future. "Come on, he needs to be fed, or would you like to volunteer? I like my body, thanks, Mom." The blonde joked cheerfully. 5 years later, Naruto was excited. It was time to forge his own swords. He would have to work together with his dragon to be able to perform the process perfectly. However, he knew that to make steel properly, he had to study, and as such, he had spent the last 2 years learning in the blacksmith workshop to understand how to make Valerian steel and how to produce exceptional weapons for his warriors. Especially with how blacksmithing is an art that only the most dedicated people can fully grasp. Some fool likes to think that you just need a brick of metal, heat it up, and hammer it until you have your sword or the weapon you want to forge. No, this art needs to be understood in depth since metal is the body, length is life, strength is the soul. Understanding how much fire can be used before the metal burns. Put your soul into the metal because the weapon is an extension of your own hand. And finally, your heart when you are forging the weapon because the weapon lives on through its owner. That's why those fools who try to pass themselves off as blacksmiths end up killed by angry customers most of the time. Now, it was time to make a special sword for him as heir to House Targaryen. It was a shame his father wasn't here to help him do this. It would have been nice to at least join him, even for a moment. Balerion stood behind him, waiting patiently by the furnace. Piles of various materials were placed to aid the process, and several planks were hung to facilitate the process of forging the steel into a suitable blade. It had to be done by the wielder, or else the weapon would never respond as needed. Well, there's no time like the present, as they say. Now fully grown and still growing, Balerion possesses 2 sets of frills running along the back of his neck and spine, 2 along the sides of his neck and 2 more centered closer to the spine, for a total of 4 frills. These are formed from a webbing growing between longer spines. When Balerion is agitated or simply excited, he raises and flares these frills, similar to how a furry animal like a cat raises the fur on its back when agitated, or a feathered animal like a goose puffs out its feathers, in an attempt to appear larger in order to intimidate his enemies. Particularly large crests of horns framed the edges of Balerion's faces, along the back of the skull and along the dragon's jawline. And with that, the blonde got to work. He had Balerion light the furnace and quickly threw several shovels of coal onto the fire, followed by several metal ingots and some wood to burn over the metal. The process was long and exhausting for the young teen. His hands were more blistered than a frog, and by the time he had processed the steel enough to form it into the proper shape, the steel no longer glowed red or white from the heat, now seemingly absorbing any and all forms of heat, as the metals used in the sword's creation collected the flames internally, thus making the process much more difficult. He had to resort to using his minuscule knowledge of magic to truly aid in the task, but all things come to an end, and with a final stroke, his sword was completed. Dropping the blade into a cooling trough, the 14-year-old wiped the sweat from his brow before walking to the cooler side of the room for a flagon of ale he had brought when he was allowing the metal to melt. Hearing the door open, he was surprised to see a familiar face he hadn't seen in several months as she stuck her head into the forge. It was his sister, Visenya Targaryen. The young woman was only 2 years older than him, making her 16 winters older than him. She, along with her younger sister Rhaenys Targaryen, who was a year younger than him, had been in the north, Winterfell to be exact, learning from the ladies of the noble house of Stark to further her education. She smiled as she walked in, a noticeable sway to her feminine hips as she approached. Well, look at you, all grown up now, little brother. And finally crafting your own sword alongside your mate, she said as she stopped several feet from the solid black dragon that was snarling at him. Balerion's red-orange eyes looked down at the young woman who approached him. The older female smiles softly as she looks down at the creature. It's so big, much bigger than most of the dragons inside the pens. It might even surpass old Alecaman at the rate it's growing. What have you been feeding it these past few years? She asked curiously. Naruto shrugged as he pulled the finished sword out of the watering trough. When he was born I fed him sheep and chicken, and as he grew I just let him hunt for his food. Everything he eats is caught by him and him alone, where he eats until he's stuffed, and then comes back for the remaining portion at a later time if the scraps are still where he left them. From what I've noticed of him, he prefers to eat the flocks of sheep and goats, and sometimes brings a horse. I saw him eat one of his own from the wild as well. I don't know what they've done to him. He hasn't changed that much, to be honest. The only thing that changes is his appetite for the day, the prince told her. And you say he's only 5? Visenya asked curiously. 6 years and a week or so. His brother shrugged. Well, you'd better be careful. Several of the men have been eyeing you. I think they might try to claim you as their mount, his sister said. His brother snorted. For all the good it'll do them. Balerion has trouble with anyone who isn't me, you, Rainy's mom, or dad. Hell, he barely tolerates the dragons you guys bonded with, and that's only because we know you, he said. I think he has trouble being around others. I'll try and see if I can get him to open up to others at a later date. Mom says he's going through a phase similar to how humans hit puberty. I don't know what's going on, but I just let things play out normally. If he gets mad, I just send him away and let him wander around for a bit before calling him back. Naruto said softly. Leaving the sword on the ground, he begins to carve runes along the blade. His sister watches for several minutes. Balerion now sleeps peacefully where he lay throughout the day. When he tires of waiting, he reaches over and plucks it out, ignoring her cries for it back, as it was unfinished. However, much to the blonde's surprise, she begins to hex it. A simple durability spell for all intents and purposes, but something unexpected happens. The blade begins to glow before it's too much to look at before Visenya drops it to the ground, where it makes a loud noise. When the light goes out, they stare at the blade in confusion. Naruto more than his sister. Was that supposed to happen? He asked. No, I don't know what happened, she said honestly. Naruto sighed, picking up the blade, and standing up. Turning around, he goes to set it down on the empty table when he notices. An exact duplicate of the sword he was holding in his hand lay on the stone's surface waiting to be grasped. 2. Gently picking up the blade, he notices key differences between the two, but regardless, both swords are complete and sturdy with no obvious signs of damage to the metals they were crafted from. His sister cautiously takes the one he picked up from the table. A duplication spell. I was testing out a durability charm. Sorry, brother. He sincerely apologized. Naruto shrugged at her. I'm used to strange and bizarre coincidences by now, he told her. I'll call this one Blackfire, he said, holding up the original sword. And I think this one can be named Dark Sister due to it being a duplicate of Blackfire, and the metal being dark in color. What do you think? He asked her. I think it suits you, Visenya said as she took one of the swords. But have you learned to wield 2 swords at the same time, brother? She asked him. No, and I don't think I would like to. However, I know that you have not yet received a proper weapon, so I would like you to have the second sword you created, for yourself. A gift from me to you. Naruto smiled softly. Naruto, I can't stand this. I still have to join a dragon to get a sword, his sister said kindly. Naruto shook his head and closed his hand around the pommel. I insist. Besides, it fits your grip almost perfectly. Blackfire is molded to mine, but this sword seems perfectly suited for you, he told her. Visenya nodded reluctantly. Thank you, this is the most beautiful sword I've ever owned. I won't treasure it for the rest of my days, she told him kindly. Good, that means you just need 1 dragon and you'll be ready to join the riding party, he said. Anything else you want to tell me about, sister? He asked curiously. Visenya nodded. I have something for you inside my room, and I know I owe you a birthday present, and I want to give it to you personally. Please come and let me give it to you before you go to sleep for the night, she told the younger man. Naruto nodded. Yeah, sure, I can go now if you want, he offered. No, tonight. I want to give it to you tonight when we're alone. Visenya pleaded. Strange, but if that's what she wanted, he wouldn't deny it. Later that night, Naruto walked through the halls of his house. He had been told to stop by when the house was resting, so he did as he was told. Naruto knocked on Visenya's door, opened it, and looked inside. He saw Visenya sitting on her bed reading a book. It's about time you came. I was starting to think you wouldn't come, Visenya said as she closed the book and put it down. You said you wanted to give me my gift late at night, so here I am. What did you get me? Naruto asked curiously. Oh, you thought this was a real gift that would be useful like a sword or something, Visenya said, shaking her head, and smiled at her brother's confused look. I'm afraid it's not that kind of gift, she told him as she carried him to his room and secured the door. However, I want you to enjoy this gift all the same, and I hope you'll accept it even though I hid it away, she said as she slowly pushed him towards his bed. After all, it's not every day a boy grows into a man, Visenya whispered into her brother's ear with a sensual tone. Naruto felt himself gulp nervously. Hey, are you sure you want to do this? We're not married and I don't wish to ruin your chances of a proper marriage, he said. Oh yes, I've made up my mind early on what I desired in life, and right now, I wish to have your cock inside my eager virgin cunt. To feel you spray your seed deep inside me, so deep that it takes root the instant you blow your load inside my womb, he said as he rubbed his cock lightly through his pants, causing his cock to rise in excitement at the mere thought of impregnating his sister with a bastard child born from their union. That night, the prince lost his virginity to his older sister in a night of passion like no other. It is true that Visenya was a little disappointed that she was not able to conceive that night as she had wished. 7 years later, it has been 7 years since the day he forged his swords. He reunited with his sister, slept with her on the same day, and 12 years since he gave birth to his dragon Balerion, known as Black Dread, just as Naruto predicted he would be known. His flames were an ebony black with flecks of red and gold. The sheer power of his dragon flames was strong enough to melt steel and stone. His size had grown to such an extent that he had become larger than even Alekhemon herself, easily twice as much. Many speculated that he was a descendant of a dragon king, which shouldn't need to be explained if you understand the words. Regardless, a little explanation is in order. A dragon king is incredibly large enough to rival a mountain in size, and lived for thousands of years, taking multiple mates to spread their genes and progeny across the world. Seeing one is rare, as most of the well-known dragon kings slept for most of their lives or died in combat at a young age. The flames they produced were said to be the strongest, and most of the time they resembled his own scales due to the sheer amount of power they held. It was the reason many of the riders had come after him when Valeria had fallen. The chance to have the most powerful dragon under their control would give them the beginning of a world under their rule. When Valeria was destroyed, the survivors had fled to Westeros on their dragons. Once there had been nearly 300 riders when they had all gathered, now only a couple dozen at most remained of a once great dynasty. It had torn many survivors to pieces when leadership couldn't be decided, and many had challenged Naruto himself for the right to claim Balerion as their mounts, as they had wanted years before the doom. And that escalated further when other riders tried to defend their right as Balerion's partner, and soon war broke out, with Naruto and his allies. Naruto's side, as he sat at a large table. A small gathering of his most trusted family and allies sat in the surrounding seats. They argued over who would take what lands, who would marry whom, who would be the ultimate leader when all the fighting was done. However, what most failed to understand was that a war that housed dragons hardly left any winners. All that remained was a pile of ashes when the fire burned out and the smoke fully settled. He had been silent throughout the entire meeting, listening to the arguments, the pleas, the threats. And yet he knew it would only end with a decision. With a roar, he raised his hand and slammed his fist on the large table. Enough! He shouted loudly, causing the room to silence as he looked ahead. All of you need to shut up. Acting like a bunch of spoiled Lannister brats who have been denied a toy. Where is your pride? Where is the honor? Where is the nobility that makes you proud to be a member of your house? I will tell you, but I will not like the answer, he said as he stood up. It is out there on the battlefield where our enemies await us. Not here where each of you squabble like a pack of little children who have been told no," he said, pointing at each of them. "This war has been going on for 3 years. The Northern Kingdom, ruled by House Stark of Winterfell, the kings in the north, has bent the knee. The Mountain and Vale Kingdom, ruled by House Aaron of the Aerie, the kings of the Mountain and Vale, has bent the knee. The Kingdom of the Isles and Rivers, ruled by, previously at this point, House Hoare of Harrenhal, the kings of the Isles and Rivers, as well as the Kingdom of the Rock, ruled by House Lannister of Casterly Rock, the kings of the Rock have bent the knee. The Kingdom of the Stormlands, ruled by House Durrandon of Storm's End, the Storm Kings, has knelt before us. The Kingdom of the Reach, ruled by House Gardener of Highgarden, the kings of the Reach, has knelt before us. The only one that has not yet kneeling is Dorne, but that's because they're too proud to do such a thing," Naruto said with conviction, which was true. 12 of his dragons had been deployed under his command and basically ordered every kingdom to kneel before his own. As the royal heir to the remaining members of House Targaryen and heir to the Valyrian throne, he could wage war on whomever he wished. But he did not want constant war. He wanted a united Westeros, a united continent. He had done much when he reclaimed his seat of power in the once neutral land of King's Landing, making it the new capital of Westeros. The houses Stark, Lannister, and Arryn, who had bowed to him, were allowed to keep their domains, no longer as kings, but as lords paramount of their respective regions, the North, the Westerlands, and the Vale, and wardens, subject to the authority of the king and the first men. With the elimination of House Hoare, the kingdom ruled by Harren the Black was divided, and the people of the Iron Islands had ended up electing House Greyjoy as their rulers, where the lands surrounding the Trident were granted to House Tully as lords of the Riverlands, and the lords of the lands surrounding the new capital of King's Landing as direct vassals to the Iron Throne, a seat of power like no other. Forged by the combined work of Naruto and Balerion, the Iron Throne was forged by order of Naruto Aegon Targaryen the Conqueror, the first of the Targaryen kings, who conquered 6 of the 7 independent kingdoms of Westeros and unified them under his rule. The throne was forged from the 1,000 swords that had been given to Aegon in the War of Conquest by lords who had offered their allegiance, although the actual number of swords is more or less 700, but he liked the stories of him using all 1,000 instead. These were subsequently melted by the fiery breath of Naruto's dragon, Balerion the Black Dread, then beaten and folded into an imposing-looking throne. House Gardener was also destroyed when King Mern IX perished on the field of fire. Mern's steward, Harlan Tyrell, surrendered Highgarden and the Reach to the conquering Targaryens and was thus named Lord of Highgarden, Lord Paramount of the Reach, and Warden of the South. House Durrandon became extinct in the male line when King Argilac was slain by Orys Baratheon in battle. As a reward for his loyalty, Orys was granted dominion over Argilac, as well as his daughter. Thus was created House Baratheon, the paramount lords of the Stormlands, and the new lords of Storm's End. The only reason we haven't conquered Dorne yet is because they're surprisingly smart enough to stay away from open conflict with us, as we have numerous dragons under our command, my lord," said a council member. "However, our own battles have also taken their toll on us. The branch house of House Targaryen, House Blackfyre, has defected from the ruling houses of the Kingdom of Westeros, and as such has declared war on us, on me, for being an unworthy ruler," Naruto said before standing up and walking around the table to stand before all of the allies gathered in his house and speak to a presence that caught his attention. "House Blackfyre has sent us a message, that they may take whatever they want. That no one can stop them," he stated seriously. With a shrug, he continued, "Well, we'll send them a message," he told his followers. "Ride as fast as the wind can carry you. Tell the other houses to come," he declared, the determination in his eyes only growing from a set of conflicting ideals to a united front. "Tell them that Aegon the Conqueror of House Targaryen calls for them," he said, pointing a hand toward the window and then back at himself. "For you fly now with me, my brothers, sisters, and we will show them that these would be dragon riders. That they cannot take whatever they want," he declared boldly. "For today, at the edge of our hope, at the end of our time, we have chosen not only to believe in ourselves, but in each other. Today there is not a man or woman here who will stand alone. Not today! Stand at our door and take the fight to them. Today we end the dance of the dragons. Cheers rang through the air as Naruto finished his rallying speech and grabbed Rainy's and Visanya's hands and ran down the hall and outside into the courtyard where Balerion crashed to the ground so his master could race on his large wings with his own lovers behind him. Sitting in the chair built for his dragon, Naruto's lovers sat and held on. Visanya sat behind him, while Rainy sat in front of him. Grabbing the two leather reins on the dragon's neck, he leaned back and let out a loud HY8. As Balerion stood up, the crowd cheered as the dragon let out a loud GGGGRRRRGGGGHHHHH before leaping into the air and taking off, its body snaking through the sky as it rapidly gained momentum. Flying around the great castle that had begun to call home, cheers were heard as the remaining riders of House Targaryen raced to their own dragons and climbed onto their backs and flew into the sky to follow their one true king. A roar of the black dread filling the skies as he took to the air towards the coming battle. It was time to end this war once and for all. House Targaryen of Valyria housed around 40 dragons and riders and had a number of around 150,000 men with banners under their rule of several kingdoms, not including their own 2,500 men of Valyria who had escaped the doom. Their enemies were the branch house of House Targaryen, and they had almost 60 dragons and riders under their banner with a total of 25,000 men under their banner of those who despised the idea of one man ruling all of Westeros. Naruto and his two sisters had barely survived the doom of Valyria along with their dragons Balerion, Vhagar, and Meraxes. Unfortunately, their parents had perished in the attempt to get as many people as possible to safety, but sadly, not many listened to them and died along with them. A shocking sight for the two dragon rider houses had been the old bat Alekamon surviving. The old bat had mysteriously disappeared several weeks before everything happened, and one day she simply appeared in the cellar where House Targaryen and House Blackfyre resided. And it only took 3 months for the world to evolve into chaos as the houses split and chose sides. In a battle that would come to be known as the Dance of the Dragon, Naruto had cemented his name in history as Aegon the Conqueror due to him and Balerion destroying the Dragonstone Freehold, the only other place to hatch and raise dragons, when he and Balerion had burned it to the ground as the first slowing of their conquest to rule the Seven Kingdoms as Valyria had fallen to the doom. Currently, Naruto rode on Balerion's back, Blackfyre was strapped to his back, and his sisters flew behind him on their own dragons, as well as his loyal brothers who flew on their own dragons behind them. They had pursued former friends and family to the borders of Westeros and back, and now they had cornered them in the new palace of King's Landing where Naruto had built his throne. Naruto had quickly ordered the attack, and soon battle filled both the earth and the sky as dragons clashed with fire and tooth while armies fought on foot and horseback. Naruto had grown over his years and had become quite adept at using magic in battle. The elements bended to his whims, and he commanded the power of his dragon's own magic, known as Thursdayum by the Maester, which they used to command their own power into existence. Balerion's abilities had manifested in their own unique ways. His powers ranged from sensing emotions, as strange as that was, to being able to read the hearts and minds of men with the power to speak telepathically, somehow getting in there. He had other powers, precognition, transformation. He didn't do that anymore because he was too big, manipulating plants, calling down a meteor shower from the skies, and so many more. He was proud of his best friend and companion for cementing his name in history as one of the strongest dragons ever born. However, this battle was to change the way history viewed the conqueror of Westeros when he and all his enemies mysteriously disappeared in an act of sacrifice to protect the little folk who were being attacked by enemy riders and their dragons. Naruto stood atop the mountain, watching as both armies took up positions to fight their enemies. Naruto was now wearing a set of armor made of pure Valyrian steel, as were his swords. The armor Naruto wears possesses an incredibly dark and sinister design that appears to have a more gothic and mythological inspiration. The armor itself has a unique overall design with a metallic black color scheme, and is decorated with small silver chains, intricate and ornate designs on the boots, lower torso and gauntlets, 2 sets of pauldrons below the initial armored spikes mounted on the shoulders, and even several large fasteners located throughout the body that connect each piece of armor together. The set also features several other spikes protruding from various parts of the body, as well as 6 large horn-like spikes on top of the helmet to accompany the large eye-like sockets on the front, giving the Targaryen king an incredibly malevolent and monstrous appearance. She watched as the two armies howled their war cries before they all charged forward. She couldn't help but sigh as she watched people fighting over nothing. Balerion's loud footsteps caught her attention, and she looked at her dragon and spoke sincerely. "Balerion, I need to know something. Why did you choose me even after I told you what happened for us to become Rider and Dragon united?" she questioned. Balerion stepped forward, his Valyrian steel armor clinking with every movement. "We choose a leader for his heart." Naruto. The dragon responded to its rider through their telepathic link. Naruto looked back at the battle as the rider and his dragon fought. "But I'm not without fear," he replied to Balerion. Balerion nodded. "Without fear there can be no courage, but when we stand together it is our enemies who should be afraid," the dragon said confidently as he watched the fight. Naruto smirked as he looked down at his dragon. "And we are together, Balerion? AS1? He spoke boldly as he drew his sword, which gleamed in the light of the sunset. Balerion let out a roar that shattered the sky and unleashed a sea of black flames from his jaws that alerted the world to his presence. With his display of power, Naruto smiled. "I'll take that as a yes, my friend," he said as he climbed onto his saddle as the two raging armies battled below. "Now take to the skies, to win or die," he roared in his mind as Balerion let out a loud roar before leaping into the sky to do what he was told to. Descending the mountain at incredible speeds, Naruto thrust his sword forward and roared, "Dracaries!" before Balerion gave a mighty bellow of his own and unleashed hell upon his enemies, burning them with his fire. With his attack, Naruto had decimated half of the already overwhelmed army that had allied itself with House Blackfire of Dorne. The cheers of the allied houses under Naruto's rule cheered with pride as the gigantic black dragon took to the skies. However, there were those who had been waiting for its arrival, and with that the dragons flew down from above, silencing anyone and everyone who witnessed the gigantic flock of dragons. Of course, Naruto was quickly surrounded by the smaller, slightly faster dragons as they closed in behind him and prepared for battle. However, Naruto had other plans and began calling upon the combined power of his own magic and combined it with the magic he used in conjunction with Balerion's Thursday reduce the magic contained within and freeze time, sand, and eternity. And as soon as he unleashed the power to create his spell, the man immediately knew something was wrong. His enemies hadn't stopped moving as he'd planned. Instead, they'd begun to glow. Wait, he'd begun to glow too. His allies and enemies alike had begun to glow. What was happening to them? What had gone wrong? He couldn't answer his own question when a burst of light went out, blinding the world for several hours. When the warriors of both armies could see, they realized there wasn't a single dragon or rider in the sky. In fact, the sky was clear as far as the eye could see. What would become known as Aegon's sacrifice would go down in history as one of the most selfless acts a king would do to ensure peace reigned. Rhaegar Targaryen, a young man of 15, would be announced as the future king of Westeros and would strive to be as great a king as his predecessor had been. When he married at the age of 20, he named his firstborn son after the conqueror of Westeros, Naruto Aegon Targaryen, in his memory to honor his sacrifice. King's Landing, the capital and royal city of the Seven Kingdoms. Built during the time of Naruto Aegon Targaryen the Conqueror. It resides along the King's Road at the mouth of the Blackwater Rush and overlooks Blackwater Bay. From the hillside, the Red Keep and its redstone bricks could be seen, along with the Great Septum of Aelor. After a long 3-day journey from the inn at the crossroads, the royal family and party have arrived home. The gates of King's Landing were open, the long procession moving slowly through the streets, moving with ease as the crowds parted to let them pass. People threw flowers at the feet of the Knights of the King's Guard, at the feet of Robert Baratheon, who had been crowned king after his own rebellion to claim a throne. They clapped and cheered as the Queen's carriage passed. They praised as the last of the royal guards trotted past. It was festive and noisy. The people of King's Landing were happy that their savoir and their king had returned. It had been a week since news of a tourney coming to King's Landing sent the capital into a frenzy. A tourney meant good business for everyone. From bakers to boors and everyone in between. Lord Ned Stark, who had recently been named Hand of the King, was still not happy that Robert insisted he had said something, but he quickly learned that sometimes it was better to give the king what he wanted and suffer. However, it was mentioned that the week of the tourney would take place on Death's Eve, a time when the first Targaryen king Naruto Aegon Targaryen gave his life to end a war that would have killed countless houses to the last man. No dragons who were supposedly alive at that time survived, no riders saw tomorrow, and the king had perished in a flash of light that took him, his allies, and his countless enemies to the next life along with their dragons. It was rumored that if he watched the sky long enough, he would see the green flash that signaled the return of the deceased Dragon King and his dragon. The first day of the tournament arrived faster than most thought. It wasn't anything out of the ordinary. Well, except for the fact that it was the first day of Melee. Melee was split over 2 days. Day 1 was Group A and Day 2 was Group B. The top 5 from both groups would fight on the opening day of Day 3 before archery. Then there was the joust on the final 2 days. Melee, archery, and joust were all main events, surrounded by smaller events. All of that was followed by a massive party after each day. Robert spared no expense on the tournament and the party. He had sent wine from all over the 7 kingdoms and the Narrows. Dancers, entertainers, and plays. Not to mention the food. Each day had a different menu. The melee was a large circular arena that took a week to build. Everything was made of wood with several entrances to the ground with high stands. Then there was the archery field, and finally, the joust bows. The first fight was about to begin, and the remaining participants had begun to gather in the arena for a fight. Among them was Prince Oberyn, Ser Beric, and not to mention his best friend in Kingsguards, joined by Ser Alice Oakhart. It was close to showtime, hours passing as the melee contestants prepared. In the time it took, people flocked to the stands to watch the spectacles. Cheers were heard, shouts were heard. Horses neighing. The loud crack of wood breaking. People were preparing for battles. Be they high or low, the melee was always an opening spectacle to see in a tourney. King Robert, along with Lord Stark and the royal family, sat in King's box. A square box on the far side of the ring that was shaded by yellow and black cloth canopies. Robert was already drinking wine, not enough to be drunk yet, but enough to give her a slight buzz. Cersei was irritated when her father came to visit and watch the tournament. The king's box was flanked by members of the King's Guard. Ser Jaime was in the box with Ser Barristan. The only member not present was Ser Alice Oakhart, as he fought in the melee under the King's Guard standard. The crowd was already going wild, and the match hadn't even started. Down in the ring was an old, retired knight-turned-announcer with a hollow wooden cone to amplify his voice. He was speaking to the crowd and announcing the fighters as they came out into the ring and took their places under their standards. The banners were small wooden shields with each fighter's sigil painted on them. The announcer called out names, and the fighter ran out with 30 fighters in total. When the last fighter had entered the arena, King Robert rose from his seat and slowly silenced everyone because he needed attention. He spoke harshly, for his wine was already making him speechless, and it wasn't even midday. "I, King Robert of House Baratheon," he began. "You all know the damn titles. Welcome, all of you, to the first day of the Tourney of Hands." Master Pycelle stood up next, his voice cone in place due to his old age. "I would like to say a prayer before we begin," Master Pycelle said. All the fighters knelt in the ring. "May the warrior give these men courage and protect them in these contests. May the smith grant them strength so they may bear the heavy burden of battle. And may the witch, she who knows the fate of all men, show them the righteous path to walk." "Enough!" Robert shouted. "Let them fight!" The crowd went wild once again. However, before either combatant could move, a loud explosion filled the air, causing the masses to scream in fear, only for them to scream even louder as a deafening roar tore through the sky. "Go on!" a man shouted as he pointed north. "And oh, it's an army of dragons!" a man shouted. A gout of fire was released by the great black dragon, leading the herd into the sky, while a great snow-white dragon roared with its own flames, as large, if not slightly smaller, than the black dragon leading the charge. I don't believe it! Is this really happening? Are we witnessing an illusion? Tyrion Lannister, imp of House Lannister, asked in astonishment. Joffrey looked at the beasts with excitement as he pointed to one. Look at the size of the black one. It's bigger than Balerion the Black Dread himself. The white one must be as big as it was when he died, he said excitedly. Mother, I want that black dragon. Get me the black dragon, he demanded. Cersei wasn't listening, however, rendered silent by the commotion before her. Dragons clashed in the sky, and fire filled the heavens as the beasts fought for dominance over one another. Her grip had loosened enough that Cersei dropped her wine, the cup shattering as it hit the ground at her feet. Jaime Lannister, her twin brother and secret lover and father of her 3 children, stares blankly, his mind unable to comprehend what his vision is seeing before him. It shouldn't have been possible. Dragons had been extinct when Naruto Targaryen gave his life to protect the people. Tommen feels his eyes widen in shock and disbelief at the dragon's struggle in the sky. His body is so shaken that it causes the poor boy to faint in his chair from sheer audacity. Down in the fighting pit, Sandor Clegane, known as the Hound, who was the younger brother of Gregor Clegane the Mountain, gulps in terror as he pisses himself. The dragons bellow loudly enough to the point that his terror overrides his bodily functions. Myrcella Baratheon, princess of the kingdom, clapped her hands joyfully, finding it thrilling to see real, live dragons flying in the sky, battling for dominance. It was like watching a reenactment of the Dance of Dragons where the Targaryen king battled his enemies. Peter Littlefinger Baelish, who was the master of coin, runs from the stands to try and find safety, but his movement caused the citizens who were watching the tournament to scream in terror and quickly start a mass panic. In his cowardly act of self-preservation, the greedy master of coin isn't looking where he's running, and is pushed into a corner where a rack of swords, maces, and spears just so happens to be resting. Crashing into the rack, Baelish screams as he finds himself buried under the assortment of weapons. One of the swords ended up stabbing his little finger in the process, and a mace crushed his dominant hand's thumb and index finger. Not that anyone cared if he lost his hick or not, but the loss of his fingers could cost him his position as master of coin. With how he thinks he's smart by stealing money and weakening Robert's government to create a potential rebellion in the future by making it seem like the kingdom has no more money in the future, Varys, the Master of Whispers who had served the previous king before Robert ascended the throne, is intrigued by the battle occurring above and excited, internally, at the idea of a new ruler ascending the Iron Throne, preferably a Targaryen who deserved the seat on their own merits, and not simply by claiming the throne as Robert did after the rebellion. Unfortunately for the elderly Master Pycelle, the commotion and sudden arrival of the fighting dragons causes him to experience a heart attack in which he falls to the ground dead as a doornail. It seems King's Landing needed a new master. Some people would think that his age was what caused his death, but in reality, as master, he had access to a scroll with information on the true identity of the dragons, but more importantly about Balerion's owning dragon rider Naruto, Aegon Targaryen. Or perhaps his death was a karmic result of stabbing Aerys into opening the city gates. Tyrion, once again, falls silent as he stares in awe at what could be a childhood dream of his coming true. His father had broken his heart when he was a child, but it seemed fate had other plans in store for the young lion of today. Robert, who was surprisingly dizzy seeing the dragons in the air, bursts into cheers and exclaims, "Finally something interesting is happening!" Just as a large burst of white flames burst out of the large white dragon. "Asenagon Zairi Ri, Hanujagan Mer!" A voice roared before the large black dragon slammed its tail down on the white one facing it. A roar of rage escaped the dragon, and it lunged forward to bite the black one, only for the black dragon to launch itself towards the ground. Unfortunately, it wasn't the only one to launch itself towards the ground. The dragons in the sky that attacked from above had also dived, following their leader's orders. Unfortunately, there was not enough to stop them from the opposite side, and about 12 of them managed to get through, although a couple of enemies managed to follow them and gave chase. However, the horror of what was happening quickly set in as the dozens of dragons quickly began to rain fire and death down upon the city of King's Landing. The screams and wails of the innocent filled the air, only for a call of Strunbakyo to fill the air, and then the darkness of rain clouds filled the skies and thunder crashed across the heavens where the rain came down quickly and quickly doused the flames, though it did not have as great an effect as many had hoped. However, the fact that someone had used magic was quite surprising to a large portion of them. Ausenigan esi kipajiros hen zobri dread, magagan isa zion bardis. A seemingly enraged shout was yelled as the man on the silver dragon pointed a sword at the black dragon's rider himself. "Ya!" The rider urged his mount to dive, causing the beast to roar, and it quickly reached the city. The sheer force of the beast's wing beats quickly extinguishing the flames that were burning the city before it quickly returned to the skies to meet the enemy. The other riders couldn't follow as most had been sent to destroy the city, and the remaining few were busy with their own battles. With no other choice, the silver dragon launched itself after the large black dragon with a roar. However, a much smaller dragon had decided to attack, and it had charged at the large dragon in defiance, but was repulsed as its tail swished. The dragon roared in pain but managed to stay in the air. Unfortunately, its rider had been knocked off his feet, screaming in a high-pitched voice that let everyone know that it was a woman who had been brought down by her dragon and could not be rescued. "Rhenys!" A man shouted in a horrified voice. It was the rider of the black dragon. Naruto watched in horror as his beloved sister was knocked off Vagor and killed. However, he knew that with as high up as they were, there was still a chance he could save her. And with that, he forced his dragon to dive after her, urging his mount to fly faster. "Go! Oh gods, catch her, please go!" He begged the dragon as Balerion swooped down and tucked his wings to make himself smaller and faster. While they hurried to catch up, they ran into a problem. They had passed Rhenys and had to spread Balerion's wings to nearly halt his flight. The problem with that, however, was that Rhenys had passed them again. Tired of trying to catch her while she was on the dragon, Naruto simply unhooked himself from his saddle and jumped off. Ignoring his own fear of death, he gave chase, followed by Balerion with a roar. Rhenys was twisting and turning in the air, but Naruto was yelling at her to try and calm her down. When she managed to do so, Naruto took her hand that she had extended and pulled her closer. And just in time when Balerion had caught up to them. Moving Rhenys onto his back, Naruto stretched out as far as his body would allow and grabbed his saddle. Pushing himself in, he pulled back on Balerion's reins as the dragon spread his wings and pulled upwards with such force that it caused the blast of the sound barrier to be broken. Unfortunately, he was racing towards the ground. The mountains surrounding King's Landing were rushing towards them, and they had no way to save themselves. However, Naruto was anything but resourceful, and he braced himself for the next move. Balerion roared in tension as he tried to slow down enough to save himself and his rider, but his wings were pulled to the point where air currents flowed around them. Naruto didn't have much time, but the time he had was enough to study the route through the mountains. With a grunt of determination, Naruto had Balerion dive again, and they sprinted forward with incredible speed. Banking to the left, they rounded a mountain, a bend to the right and dodged a gigantic spire, another to the left and dodged a large stone tower, a bend to the right and around a bend in the valley, a sharp left, and they sprinted out of the valley into safety, a trail of dust trailing behind their mad movement. Having managed to slow down enough, Naruto spotted a place to drop his sister off and angled Balerion enough so he could slide his sister out without hurting her. As they laid her down on the ground, Rhenys watched adoringly as Balerion took off into the sky. "Go," she murmured to herself, knowing what was about to happen. "Alright, buddy, now I'm really pissed off. Let's show these guys what happens when they anger the Black Dread," he said as Balerion charged at Alekomen. With a flap of his wings, Balerion stopped and suddenly moved into a dive bomb that surprised Alekomen's rider as he roared loudly. And with a flick of his tail, he slammed Alekomen into the side of a mountain, causing the large female to roar. However, this caused the white dragon to growl in anger as it opened its wings once more before leaping down and beginning its chase, regardless of its master's intent. Did that work? Naruto asked himself, only to feel himself gulp as he saw the enraged dragon seemingly appear behind him and his mount. "Well, I didn't think the old bat could catch up that fast," Naruto said to himself. Plunging into the city, Naruto had Beleriand swing and crash through the large towers, Elecamon's charge allowing her to simply crash through them with little to no damage to herself, but her relentless pursuit continued. The crowds cheered excitedly as Beleriand flew past them, their savior leading the enemy beast on a wild chase. However, Elecamon's body slamming into a large wall after Beleriand performed a barrel roll quickly silenced them. As he continued to speed away from the surprisingly fast, angry Elecamon, he looked towards the storm he had created earlier to help keep the flames down on the city. "All right, Beleriand, time to disappear," he declared as he tilted his large dragon up and quickly began to ascend into the skies. "Let's go, Cocoon," he urged the dragon. Elecamon was still in pursuit as he followed close behind, his mouth filled with fire as he unleashed it at Beleriand and his rider, but failed as they moved out of the way of the mile-and-a-half-long jet of fire. Elecamon's wings pierced through his own fire unharmed as he continued to give chase. However, as they reached the dark clouds, he attempted to stop Beleriand by biting his tail, but failed. However, it was here that he stopped as he noticed dozens of his allied masters were here and surrounded their prey as they themselves hovered in place. Beleriand and Naruto floated in the air, each of the surrounding enemies on their own mounts. More than 50 dragons. More than 50 riders. Among them was the mighty Elecamon, an elder dragon who rivaled Beleriand in size and power, though Elecamon was much older, forced into combat by his best friend turned enemy, Hathen Blackfire of House Blackfire, who rode upon her. The citizens watching were panicking. Dragons had nearly torn the city apart in pursuit of the Black Dragon. Hundreds had died, and who knew how many had been injured in the ensuing chaos. The people of King's Landing had made dragon myths, spread stories about their destructive legacy. But as life shows, seeing something and telling something are two very different things. The rider of the great black dragon was making a valiant effort to stay alive, having tried to use his magic from an incredible distance to try to control the city. His enemies had set fire to the place they called home. They had chased the black dragon high into the sky. Many of the dragons were seen as small animals, but the black and silver dragons stood out clearly like mountains. The great size of the two dragons made them seem like indomitable mountains that could never be climbed, and many felt fear grip their hearts when the trap was sprung. Naruto drew black fire and raised it to the sky, the ebony metal of the sword drawing in the light so that it seemed to glow with dark shadows born from the metal. Before an attack could be mounted from the surrounding dragon rider, an incredible roar was heard from the lowest points of the flea funds of King's Landing to even the most distant of the riders. "Zalagon se Jedra Beleriand!" The rider of the black dragon's roar didn't surprise them. Oh sure, the command he gave his mount was terrifying to some of the more knowledgeable people who had taken high Valerian language classes, but the mention of the same name of the dragon he rode into battle hadn't once faded from fable or myth, as it was so well known and spoken of through tales of conquest and history that many had speculated about the beast as a fantasy. However, the name was the same as the dragon's skull hidden in the darkest parts of the castle in King's Landing. What happened next only confirmed who this dragon was with the following series of events. An incredible roar, a mighty bellow, a furious scream that sent shivers to one's very soul echoed throughout the heavens. The black dragon's throat glowed a brilliant orange before launching its counterattack. The Black Dread's rider wrapped the rope tied to his saddle around his hand and wrist, something he should have done when they were first surrounded, and leaned back, tightening his grip and posture towards his mount. His sword arm still remained in the air as black fire erupted from his personal mount's maw. With that single command, Beleriand went berserk, as he unleashed flames so powerful they turned the beautiful blue sky into a sea of glowing ebony. His body twisted and writhed as he unleashed unholy flames from his jaws, gouts of red and gold mingling in the fire giving the flames a demonic essence. The rider didn't seem bothered by the nearly inextinguishable flames his beast unleashed as he held his position of glory, while his dragon swung its head in a frenzied frenzy as it continued to bellow its fire. Twisting and turning, the Black Dread didn't stop, relentlessly following his master's command to do exactly as he'd been told. to burn the skies. The sudden counterattack had shocked Black Dread's enemies and forced them to retreat lest they feel the full wrath of the monster that had unleashed such powerful flames. Even the elderly Alekemen was forced to retreat, her flames no longer powerful enough to match the devastating firepower of her younger kin as he bellowed ebony flames. Even as his enemies fled from him, Black Dread relentlessly continued his almighty assault upon the skies around him. His head slid to the left only to swiftly slide to the right as he began to spin, his dark flames continuing to obscure the skies as he unleashed black flames. Relentless, the dragon continued its downward pointing attack, surrounding itself and its rider in a halo of ebony fire. Before turning around to complete the effect of being trapped in a burning sky as he continued to attack his enemies from his stationary position with a final twist of his gigantic body. 5. The sheer power of the black fire was so devastating that the heat unleashed by the Black Dread's flames could be felt throughout the city of King's Landing. People screamed in panic as the fire seemingly blistered the flesh of the humans beneath the ground as they fell to the ground with screams of agony from the sheer power of Balarion's mighty flames. As Balarion finally stopped his assault, Naruto reined in and steered him towards his enemy. And with that, Black Dread attacked with his full force as he clashed with Alekemen. Kriilun Aus! Naruto roared as he unleashed a forbidden spell at his enemy, causing the man to scream in pain before Naruto raised his sword like it was nothing more than a spear, and chanted, Gatsem Sverd du harda abr yet Zarok! Link the sword to the heart of my misery, before throwing the sword through the air. His spell, the blade moved unhindered before it struck his enemy through the heart, killing him, forcing the bond between him and Alekemen to break as the rider that subdued it perished. However, the bond forced upon Alekemen had a side effect. If her rider were to perish, she would perish as well. And as the former dragon rider screamed in pain as she fell to earth, Alekemen fell from the sky behind, her roars of pain quickly following her former master as she plummeted to the earth far below, the sound of her crashing onto the ground below and crushing everything beneath her body ringing out soon after. The dragons fighting had come to a standstill as they saw the old Alekemen suddenly fall from the sky, Naruto's voice slicing through the heavens as he spoke. This war is over! All of you, land now, and might I show some of you mercy? He ordered in such a tone that they didn't have the strength to disobey. Bravos! A slap filled the air as flesh impacted on flesh. You dare sell me and your sister to a bastard? Don't you understand what you've done? An angry woman asked. Yes, indeed I know what I have done. I started the rebellion to claim what is mine by right and by blood. Now I have an army with which I can reclaim my birthright, dear mother. If that means giving you to a horde of Dothraki alongside my sister, then that is what I will do, the man replied. Slap. The Iron Throne is not yours. If it's going to go to someone, it would be me, since I am your mother. You, my son, would have to inherit it upon my death. And even if that were the case, I still wouldn't let you have it. So, in light of your mistake, I will give you one last educational lesson before I join your sister. The Dothraki are nomadic lords who care nothing for fighting other men's conflicts. They go where they feel like and buck whoever they want, whether they want it or not. Not only that, but the Dothraki have never gone anywhere their horses can't. Do you understand what that means? It means they will never cross the sea due to the fact that their horses can't drink salt water. I mean, you basically sold us out for nothing. The woman hissed angrily at the young man, and with that, she stormed off, marching back into her chamber and slamming the door shut. Sighing deeply, the former Queen Riella walked over to a small door in her wall and quietly opened it. What was revealed to her was something any lord or king would kill for. It was a handful of dragon eggs, now petrified by time. The young were long dead as Doom had killed the poor creatures long ago, when Naruto Aegon Targaryen was still alive. Dragon eggs are roughly the size of a human child's head and as heavy as a stone, so they had to be carried with 2 hands. The outer shell is covered in scales, with very different color patterns between the eggs, usually matching the color of the dragon inside. Each egg sat in a small bowl of wildfire that never went out due to an ancient magic. In the middle of the emerald flames of the first bowl was a single dragon egg. It was a creamy white color, the shell smooth. The top and bottom of the egg were capped with a golden ring to hold it in place. The second bowl contained a blood-red egg inside. The flaky shell had a sandy feel to it, but was otherwise smooth like the first, and was also covered with golden rings on the top and bottom. The third egg was a stunning sapphire blue and had several purple swirls on its surface. Both it and the next and last egg had golden caps on the top and bottom. The next egg was a vivid gold color with patches of rusty brown covering several patches of the shell. The final egg was a dark obsidian color with no trace of anything else covering its shell. This was a secret treasure she had kept when she was fleeing King's Landing when Robert Baratheon had claimed the throne. She had kept them even when she had to flee a second time after Robert found her in the Dragon Tower on the spot where Dragonstone used to stand before it was destroyed, and yet she never parted with them even when she came to Braavos. 2 of them had belonged to her eldest sons. Rhaegar and Viserys had been given the red and blue eggs, but when the rebellion happened, she had to hide them. Knowing his son as he is now, he would want to sell them all for an army that would allow him to attempt to claim a throne he couldn't have. Unfortunately, he had barely saved his now-deceased son Rhaegar's egg, the only thing left to remember him by now. He had never given Dany her own egg as she desired, and constantly devoured her so that he never could. Suddenly, there was a knock at his door. Quietly closing the small hatch, he covered it up and prayed that it was still hidden before going to open the door. Opening it, she smiled at the sight of her 16-year-old daughter standing in front of her, a pair of maids waiting behind her with a chest. "Hi, Mom, how was your visit with Big Brother today?" she asked kindly. Riella scoffed in annoyance. "That brother of yours might have bitten off more than he could chew right now. Come in and don't wait for me. I need to use the chamber for a moment," she said as she walked into a small, private room, secretly connected to the dragon egg's hidden compartment, and pretended to use the bathroom when she was actually making sure the eggs remained hidden. When she was finished, she walked back out and pointed at the chest that had been left in the center of the room. "So, what's so important about you bringing a locked chest into my room, my dear?" she asked. "I didn't want to believe it, but apparently these were given to me by Viserys today," she said before cracking it open to reveal 3 more scaly eggs, much to Riella's surprise. One was black with red markings. The second was green with bronze markings, while the last was cream-colored with gold markings. "I don't know why he was so kind all of a sudden, but I can't help but be grateful to have them now," Dany said happily. Riella swallowed deeply. "Daenerys, listen to me, I don't think he gave them to you without a reason. I think he used them as a dowry to sell you to the Dothraki along with me. Now, before you say anything, gather some clothes and this chest. I'll see you tonight at the docks," she said quietly. But mother, why?" Her daughter went to say something when Riella shushed her. "Because he thinks he'll gain an army when they come to claim us. Now go, there isn't much time. I'm coming with you. We'll no longer be here as hostages to some greedy lords trying to improve their status. It's time for us dragons to take back what was rightfully ours," she said as she picked Daenerys up and led her out. "Don't worry, I promise everything will be alright," she said as she closed the door. Quickly running over to the secret hiding place, she opened it and gently took out the clutch of eggs and quickly took out the 3 gifted to Dany and stored them underneath them before closing the chest. Quickly packing some of her clothes, she called some servants and asked them to put the chest on a cart, and they went to find her daughter. Forget becoming a bucking horse's wife along with her daughter. Viserys could fend for himself when they came to claim them, especially when there are no females to be claimed by the Dothraki. If Viserys wants to use them for his own purposes, he'll get a wake-up call and a punch in the face when his plans fail when he finds out about his mother and sister deciding to escape his potential/imaginative iron fist. Soon, mother and daughter were sailing across the sea back to Westeros. Unbeknownst to them, a dragon king had once again returned to where he belonged long before he left. It wouldn't be long before news of Naruto Aegon Targaryen the Conqueror returned from the dead along with his dragon and brought an army with him to claim what was rightfully his. King's Landing. The dragons and their riders surrounded the broken and bloody body of the now dead Alekhman, many openly mourning the old dragon's death. She had been alive for each of their lives. She was the only elder dragon to have lived for most of her history. Seeing her in such a state hurt the 2 groups collectively more than words could describe. The dragons silently mourned for her as well. She had given birth to each of them from her eggs. She was their mother flame, the giver of life when no one had wanted them in some of the dragon's cases. Naruto had buried the remains of his friend, Harem Blackfire, under a mound of rock near Awaken as a token of respect. But now was not the time for that. Naruto looked at the two houses with a look of fury. This should never have happened. This should not have happened. All because some of you feel you deserve things you can't have. You think yourselves above others. Men of other houses, when in reality we are all blood, despite being in two separate houses. Awaken might have lived several dozen centuries longer, if House Blackfire hadn't declared war on House Targaryen. Because of a damn dragon. Naruto snarled, his words making most of the men in the group flinch. From now on, riders of House Blackfire are stripped of their titles as dragon riders. Their mounts are confiscated for the future until they have proven themselves worthy of their mounts. Should any dragon be found missing or bonded to a rider through blood magic, that rider will break the blood bond and be executed and fed to the dragons. No burial will be done or carvings of their names, they will cease to be. I do this for the memory of Awaken, of the one dragon we all hurt. Our dragons are young, full of life. However, Awaken, she was old, she was weary, and she was tired of fighting. Naruto spoke seriously. Sighing with a nod, he continued, "It is time we cast down our own swords and ended this charade. I will allow regular visits for the naked riders with their dragons, but each of you will only be given 1 hour of solitary confinement. No flying or any kind of wandering will be allowed. I decree this as your king. Now let us bury Awaken's body and bring her skull back to the keep where she can stay with the remaining dragon skulls we have. We can honor her memory as the mother of dragons." Naruto said silently. Robert Baratheon watched in excitement as all the dragons fought in what could only be described as a dance of death, a dance with dragons. Several of them had already fallen to the ground, defeated or dead, their riders also dead from being crushed by the weight of their dragons or the height of the fall with their beasts. However, with the battle moving away from his city, he knew he only had one chance to see what this army of dragon riders wanted. "That was bucking amazing!" the king shouted with a thunderous laugh. "Robert, will you calm down? We need to prepare for these dragon riders in case they decide to attack us," Cersei said with a hint of anger. "Oh, shut up, woman! Don't act like you don't feel like you're watching a dragon battle, like it's not like a bard's tale," Robert growled, his excitement momentarily fading. But his curiosity rose to new heights about the mystery of how the dragon riders appeared above King's Landing, who the riders were, and what they might do after the battle was over. "While I am not inclined to agree with your majesty, I must urge your grace to exercise caution. These are dragons, fire-breathing dragons. And there are dozens of them. One of them is large enough to blacken a quarter of the city and put out fires started by a dozen of its brethren with a single flap of its wings," Tywin told his son-in-law. Tywin was trying to be the voice of reason because Robert can be impulsive and not think with caution that the riders could be a threat to his rule or what their sudden appearance could unleash on the Seven Kingdoms or the world at large. But this is also an opportunity to see if we cannot make peace with this group of dragon riders, see if they are willing to ally with King's Landing and start a dragon rider order of their own. If necessary, we can distribute the riders throughout the remaining kingdoms as a way to control unrest in the population," Varys said calmly. He would always support Targaryen rule. If doing so would allow someone to be placed on the throne, then he would do anything to make it happen. After all, Varys is a true follower of the Targaryen right to rule the Seven Kingdoms. "Why would we do that? I say we go out and force them to bend the knee and give us what we want. And what I want is that black dragon for myself so I can subjugate my enemies, and if they don't bend the knee, I will force them to be burned by the dragon and then eaten," Joffrey said madly with a gleam in his eyes that if the common people saw, they would be able to see the madness that lives inside Joffrey. "And I will make sure you get your wish, my child," Cersei said to placate her insane son. Joffrey may be her son, but she knows she needs to keep his more sadistic tendencies in check because if anything were to happen to Robert, Joffrey would be named king of the Seven Kingdoms and his power would be reduced. He would then be given the title of regent. She would only remain in office until Joffrey came of age, and with that, she would lose the regency. When she was no longer useful to Joffrey, she could be cast aside, or perhaps he could order her head to be turned if she angered Joffrey in any way. Yes, you wish to force men who ride creatures with the ability to burn you with minimal effort to bend the knee. Good luck with that. Tyrion said he may love his nephew, but he can see that his current thinking could and would get him killed, before looking at Robert. Your Majesty, what needs to happen now is we are to take a small portion of the gold cloaks in the city and ride out and meet with these riders in person. We need to establish a form of communication with them, and see what their intentions are, and if they prove to be peaceful, then make deals with them, and if they are hostile, then we need to formulate plans to fight them. Given that the city had a population of approximately 850,000, it wouldn't hurt to bring 15,000 gold cloaks as escort, and that would leave plenty of the remaining 200,000 plus guards to protect King's Landing and its population. For once, Tywin Lannister was actually impressed by his young son. In fact, he had been about to suggest the same course of action, but his youngest son had beaten him to it. He was actually a little surprised. Ned cleared his throat. People, have you forgotten? The name one of those riders yelled happened to be the same name as one of the dragon skulls hidden beneath the Red Keep, one the entirety of the world knows so well that it was considered a fable, he stated. The fighting quickly stopped as the large silver/white dragon fell to earth, its body crashing into the ground with a resounding thunderclap due to its size. He could only assume it had been slain by a spell or killed by the larger black dragon. Yes, we all heard it very clearly. He called the beast by the same name as the skull beneath the keep. What do you want, a damn Stark pie? Jaime asked sarcastically. No, I'm just pointing out that something's wrong, Ned said, causing the group to stop momentarily where they all looked at the new hand of the king. Why would a man who rides a dragon that is so large and dark-scaled name his mount after that specific skull beneath the keep? Ned asked, causing everyone to look back and think, only to come up with no answer. Well, that's a curious answer, but I'd like to think that the one beneath the keep is probably named after the great black dragon we saw flying through the city earlier, Tyrion said calmly. It's well known that the original conqueror of Westeros had a black dragon named Balerion who came to be known as Balerion the Black Dread. But what not many know is that the man who would become the ruler of the realm after him, a man named Rhaegar Targaryen, also had a young dragon of his own and even named it after the beast when it was born as a way of honoring his ancestor. And while it never grew to be as great as this dragon named Balerion, it also came to be known as the Black Dread, Tyrion said calmly and matter-of-factly. What we have seen, my dear friends and family, is the original Black Dread and his brothers appearing in the midst of battle above the city in a similar manner to how tales speak of riders mysteriously disappearing. I believe some sort of spell was cast, but it went wrong and so it cast them through time and they somehow ended up here in our time. The dwarf explained. I agree with the imp, that makes sense for once, Arya said as she jumped into the conversation. Arya, watch what you're saying, her father said. What? He actually said something that made sense. The riders used magic, the spell went wrong, and they ended up here. What's so hard to understand about that? The 16-year-old answered, and asked in a single moment. Arya has a father. Lord Tyrion has a very plausible theory as to why they suddenly appeared here in King's Landing en masse the way they did, Sansa said in agreement with her sister. Oh, damn it, shut up, everyone, Robert said loudly. Let's go outside, everyone, and see what these dragon tamers want. Gather half of the gold cloaks and have them mount up. We're leaving in 5 minutes. All knights present mount up as well. We might need your help speaking to these people as well, Robert ordered. Depending on what the king wants, he usually gets it unless they want to end up on his bad side. With a call, a large portion of the knights and the gold cloaks mounted and rushed out of the city. Naruto offered a final prayer to the graves of those who died during the final battle and to the past friends he would miss because of the jump to the future. After all the other things the spell that went wrong did, if it didn't kill them. What he needs to do now is think about the present and prepare for the future after his entire life has been one adventure after another. The once glorious House of Dragons was united once more, but at a cost no one should have to pay, for it was paid for in blood. His father had always told him, live for something, or die for nothing. He hadn't understood the meaning behind the words then, and even now he admits that he still didn't understand the meaning of his words, but he understood them well enough. He stood again, feeling his knees pop from kneeling for too long, and sighed. He turned to see the remaining members of both houses and the dragons. He gave a whistle. Each of you mount. We are heading to the ruins of Dragonstone Castle. There we will begin to rebuild. House Blackfire will take control of the castle once it is rebuilt, and when I see fit, once again begin the practice of breeding dragons for House Blackfire to rebuild the number of riders we have. I will take several members of House Blackfire with me, and we will return to Valeria to see if we can salvage anything useful. Until then I'll dash. He stopped as the sound of thunder filled the air. Only, it didn't exactly sound like thunder. Naruto cursed as he realized what was coming. Get on now! We have enemies coming! He ordered as he jumped into Balerian's saddle, the dragon soon rising to its full height as the remaining riders rushed towards their dragons as fast as they could. They had enough time, if only. The sound of horses running across the ground in a gallop could only mean trouble if they were ill-prepared. It took almost 4 minutes for the other riders to get on their dragons before the call was heard that an army of riders had arrived, easily 15,000 men strong. As the army of brave, but incredibly foolish riders came to an immediate halt, Naruto urged Balerian to the front of the pack, his large figure dwarfing a quarter of the army under his magnificent shadow, causing several of the riders to nervously back away as the gigantic reptiles surged forward to protect the remaining dragons and their masters. Naruto's voice boomed out. Whoever is the leader of this charge, I would advise you to step forward and introduce yourself. That is, if you want all these men to live to go home and buck their wives and love their families for another day. He ordered. A young boy, about 17 winters old by the looks of it, snarled at him. You dare command my father, Robert Baratheon, king of the 7 kingdoms and ruler of Westeros like a common peasant. I will put your head on a pike before I claim your dragon for myself. So I use that stupid, mindless beast against my enemies and watch the world burn if I command him to do so. The boy whined in an unnoble manner that seems more like a tantrum at not getting what he wants. And you will do well to keep your mouth shut when you speak to Naruto Aegon Targaryen, conqueror of Westeros, and commander of House Targaryen and House Blackfire, first of his name, king of the Undulls and the First Men, lord of the 7 kingdoms, and protector of the realm. Rider of Balerion the Black Dread. He might spare you the suffering of being eaten alive by the dragon he so cruelly insults. Visenya snarled in response. And spoiled brats like you have no place speaking of the affairs of grown men, which you are certainly not. She spat. Joffrey saw red at the words this woman threw back. She insulted me. Bring me that boar's head and mount it on a pike. The brat growled, only to cry out as a fat man slapped him hard enough to throw him off his horse and into the mud at his horse's feet. Would you shut your bucking mouth, boy? I can speak for myself. If I wasn't so sure you were my son, I'd rather throw you off a bucking cliff, the man growled. If you haven't realized that they have dozens of dragons, that when faced with any bucking regular army, they can literally annihilate all the warriors with just one. Or you've forgotten the name of the pack leader of these beasts. The man yelled angrily at his son. Be but father, I dash. The boy whimpered only for the man to growl at him angrily. Don't you dare speak to me right now, boy. Angry these dragon tamers would only get us all killed. If you say one more word during these talks, then I'll have your bucking ass for a head myself. Do you understand, boy? The man asked, clearly not in the mood for the boy's antics that were getting on his nerves. With how if something doesn't go Joffrey's way, he's willing to easily kill someone. One thing Joffrey needed to learn is that if he continues trying or killing all of his subjects over simple things, he could end up creating not a potential rebellion but a full-blown war where he ends up dead, as would the small folk, the major contributors to the front lines. The boy's head jerked. Why yes, father, the boy replied weakly. Robert sighed deeply in annoyance. My name is Robert Baratheon, king of Westeros and the 7 kingdoms which was united by the power of Naruto Targaryen 400 years ago. I have come here to speak with you regarding your intentions. I am afraid that no harm will come to you or your mounts. If you are willing, We can sit around a fire or something to talk about negotiating a possible alliance," Robert said diplomatically. After all, the dragon tamers, or rather, dragon riders, might decide that they don't like Joffrey's threats and decide to order their dragons to attack, and that could end in a massacre. What happened to the Targaryen rule that was established? Naruto made sure that a member of House Targaryen always sat on the throne, Rini said in confusion as she and her dragon walked to stand next to Balerion, while Visenya moved her own dragon to the opposite side of the Black Dreads. They had noticed how the man named Robert had said 400 years, so that question might come later. It is sad to say, but when the former Prince Rhaegar kidnapped a love of mine, I could not bear the anguish of what he did to her, and it was I who mounted a rebellion against the crown. I killed the prince in an act of revenge and rose to become king soon after the war. However, I would also like to point out that I am 1/4 Targaryen due to my grandmother marrying into the great house my lady, and while I am not as worthy of the crown, I am eligible to wear it by blood and by right of succession. Robert spoke peacefully. She was beautiful, but he was not stupid to not recognize the two women beside the man at the head of this large pack of fire-breathers. Well, I can understand you wanting revenge, but even so, the murder of someone of royal blood is still considered treason, as it is regicide. However, I will not condemn a man who fights for the people he loves, so you have my respect. Lord Robert, Naruto said calmly, Balerion shifting his weight a little underneath him. You will address my husband with proper decorum, peasant. That is King Robert Baratheon, and you will speak to him as such. Cersei snarled. You, woman of Lannister blood, be silent. These talks do not concern you. Visenya spoke harshly to the current Queen Regent. After all, Visenya knows that even if she has the power under her control through magic, she knows that men could never accept a woman as the leader of the peace talks. Especially in a world controlled by men, they will see women as inferior, that they will have to put their control in their place and accept their every wish. She reminds me a bit of Miriam Lannister, to be honest. Her appearance almost makes her a twin, Rhaenys said calmly, and until she had a chance to get to know her on a more personal level, she might decide that she didn't resemble her. Naruto sighed and shook his head. You have me at a disadvantage, ma'am, but I believe a proper introduction was made on my behalf, Naruto said as he raised his hand and removed his helmet. My full name is Naruto Aegon Targaryen of the House Targaryen. I was born in Valyria almost 20 years before Doom destroyed my home. I set out to unite Westeros under one banner as a kingdom of peace. I built a throne out of 1,000 swords hand-delivered to me in Dragonfire. The only kingdom left unconquered by me was Dorne, and that is because they were the only ones who never fought us in open conflict. But for reference, you may call me Naruto the Conqueror, first king of Westeros, protector of the realm, Naruto said calmly. And you think that means anything to me? I'm queen now. Your line ended when your foolish descendant forced my husband to rebel, Cersei sneered. After all, Targaryen is a dying line, and if only she could end it at her first opportunity. Cersei, I will say this once and once only, Robert snarled. Shut your mouth. One more word from you and you will join that brat on the ground in the mud. If necessary, I will cut out your tongue. You and Joffrey are ruining relationships as quickly as I am trying to build them, he said. Then do the world a favor and keep quiet. You will be to be seen, not heard. Robert snorted at the offensive glare from his wife. Shaking his head, he looked at the Targaryen founders. I apologize, my wife and son are not usually this rude. I would like to negotiate peace with your house, but unfortunately I am at a loss. It is not every day that you meet some of the people who created a dynasty like the one you have, he said, dismounting from his mount with some difficulty. Then, Naruto looked at Rhaenys and Visenya and nodded. Visenya, you and Rhaenys head into the mountains with the others. I'll stay with Balerion for these talks. Lord Robert and I will converse alone for the time being, he said calmly to his sisters. If it's all the same to you, I think I'll stay, Visenya said. Yeah, I'm not going anywhere. Nice try. Rhaenys smiled. I can't say I didn't try. Naruto shrugged. But if it pleases the group, I'll stay with my beloved sisters and 3 mounts. I'll have Raiden guide the others into the mountains until the talks are complete. Naruto said loudly. Of course, sir. I will protect the remaining members of our house with my life. A man in his 30s who had the typical platinum blonde Targaryen hair said on the back of a crimson dragon. Let's go. Until His Majesty Naruto and the ladies Visenya and Raini's return, we will build a camp in the valley, he ordered, as his dragon Shrikos leaped into the air, which then carried the remaining riders in the air after him. At least if the peace talks went south and the three perished, the dragons would survive and return to their Targaryen family. Although that was highly unlikely, Robert cleared his throat. Thank you for being so accommodating, my lord, he said before turning to Jamie. Take the army and return to the city. I will stay with Ned and Tywin to conduct the peace talks, he ordered. Take my wife to her chambers and post a guard outside the room to ensure no one enters or leaves. Same with the children. I will not allow my bloodline to be erased if things get ugly here, he said seriously, but also thinking with a nimble mind that only a person who has played the game of politics could do, although he didn't know that none of his 3 children were even his. My king, if I may intervene, I would like to stay. Tyrion spoke. Naruto spoke curiously. Can I have a short name? He asked. Tyrion nodded. Of course, my king, I am Tyrion Lannister, son of Tywin Lannister of the House Lannister, he said as he jumped down from his own mount, which was surprising since it was a full-grown horse and not a pony that a dwarf would be expected to ride. If Tyrion could ride a full-grown horse, it must be said that he has courage beyond his body's size. Tyrion, I would advise caution, his father urged as the dwarf calmly approached the gigantic trio of dragons. It's okay, father, I know what I'm doing. Please have faith in me, the imp pleaded, causing Tywin to reluctantly back away. Why do you wish to stay for these talks, young Tyrion? Visenya asked. Tyrion approached Balerion, the dragon's great head placing itself on the ground to look curiously down at the small human. This human showed no fear, only immense joy and happiness at seeing him and his brothers. The imp of House Lannister smiled gently, and slowly raised a hand and placed it shakily on Balerion's snout, and let out a shuddering breath. I never thought I'd see a living, breathing dragon. Let alone 3, or the dozens that were flying. King's Landing today. You see, when I was a boy, an uncle asked me what I wanted for my name day. I begged for one of you, he said, speaking not to Naruto, but to Balerion. It wouldn't even have to be a big dragon, I said. It could fit in the palm of my hand. It could be small, like me, I said. It didn't matter how tall the dragon was. They all laughed like it was the funniest thing they had ever heard. My father had the delicious pleasure of telling me that my name day wish would never be granted because the last dragon died 100 years ago. I cried myself to sleep that night. Tyrion commented with Tywin wincing at his son's now fruitful words that had made him feel slightly embarrassed at what he said to his youngest son. Tyrion continued speaking, his heart overflowing for the great dragon. But here you are. Alive, grown, and as amazingly beautiful as I had imagined you to be, he said cheerfully. Balerion snorted, stuck out his long black tongue, and surprisingly gave Tyrion's hand a gentle lick. His deep voice echoed through the current group of humans who had never seen a dragon before. Oh, I like you, human. I didn't think a human like you would exist outside of my master and his sisters. Ha ha ha, if you so wish, I will allow you to ride on my back to grant you your long-awaited wish. You will see the world in such a way that riding a horse will be nothing but a distant memory. He talks! Ned exclaimed in shock. Very well, dwarf, you may stay, Visenya said, hiding the small amount of tears she had shed at the dwarf's words, though she hid it well. Yes, my dragon is amazing, don't you see, Mom? I want that man out of my dragon so I can master it. Joffrey shouted. However, a loud threatening roar from said dragon directed at the boy put a stop to all such plans as the back of its mouth began to glow a bright orange. And who do you think you are? Claiming yourself my master is an insult to both my true master and myself. I have half a mind to burn you to ashes right here and now for such an insolent thought. The dragon roared in rage, nearly knocking its rider off his feet. Calm down, Balerion, I know he hurt you, but that doesn't mean you have to throw me off my chair. Naruto yelled. Consider yourself lucky that my master is more rational than I am right now. If I were you, I would be very careful when in my presence. As far as I'm concerned, only the dwarf has my respect and permission to speak with me of his current group, and he is the only one I will allow to ride on my back other than my master. Balerion snarled in suppressed anger. If I were you, human, I would be very careful when you approach my greatness. If you dare try to claim me as your personal pet, you will find that the end result will not be as pleasant as you wish. Now leave, before I simply burn you right here and now. The dragon snorted a cloud of smoke from its nostrils. Amazing! Tyrion whispered. I thank you, friend, he said cheerfully. Groaning in annoyance, Robert made a note to punish the brat later himself, and he wouldn't be gentle about it. Well, I believe the time for negotiations has begun, so let's start negotiating, Naruto said as he dismounted his dragon with great caution while looking at the group in front of him. Robert cleared his throat. If it pleases you, I will allow anything within my power, as long as it is not too demanding, he said as the army and his family filed away, though young Arya's voice could have been protesting her wanting to pet a dragon like the imp had. Ignoring the girl, she walked over and held out her hand to the living legend. Naruto returned the gesture firmly, and they shook hands. Gesturing in a direction not toward the army and his friends or family nor the dragons, Robert motioned for them to follow him. This way, I usually have a camp set up not too far from here, he said clearly. Thank you, perhaps we can enjoy some venison while we're here, Visenya said as Vagor tried to follow. Stay, Vagor. Mommy will be right back, she said, patting her dragon on the snout as the creature seemed to whimper sadly. Her gifts had yet to truly manifest, but the dragon was surprisingly vocal when it came to her wishes. Rainey smiled softly as she patted Merax's on the neck. It's okay, baby, Mommy will stop by the forest. If it makes you feel better, you can fly over and keep an eye on us, she assured her dragon as she gave it tender loving care. The dragon seemed appeased by her words because Merax's gave a shrill cry before jumping up and flapping his wings a few times and flew off and began circling the group. Naruto turned to Balerion and pointed towards the city. Surround the city and keep an eye out for any trouble. If anyone comes within half a mile, kill them regardless of their intentions, he said before a loud roar escaped the Black Dread's jaws before a crash of thunder signaled their takeoff into the sky. Naruto then turned to Visenya. Visenya, send Vagor to look for any stragglers. You never know who might be looting the corpses of our comrades or their dragons, he said. You heard him, go on. Keep an eye on those graves so no one steals them from Mom. Maybe I'll get you a deer for dinner later, she sweetly told the dragon, who blew a puff of smoke at her before taking to the sky and flying at incredible speeds. She really did have her baby wrapped around her finger. Then again, her baby was the same when it came to her, too. The double standards were strange, weren't they? Naruto followed Tyrion, Robert, Tywin, and Ned through the forest, pushing brambles out of the way with his hands so he could keep up. Rhaenys and Visenya followed behind and kept an eye on the rear so they wouldn't be ambushed. Walking past some more bushes, the group entered a relatively spacious clearing that had a fire pit and a tent set up for the night. There were several weapon racks that held 6 spears each, and each one was well maintained, showing that its owner took good care of them. Naruto watched as Robert grabbed some wood and threw it into the pit, and grabbed some pitch and placed it under the logs, then quickly lit it with a piece of flint and the edge of a dagger. With the fire now burning, the new king stood up and addressed the first rulers of his kingdom. So, we have discussions to do properly. Let's get this done before people start panicking over our absences, shall we? He asked as he gestured to several seats around the low fire. Where would you like to start? He asked them. Naruto shrugged calmly before walking over to a log that was directly across from the Baratheon mail and sat down. Well, before we get to that, let's break down the fact a bit. First things first, I noticed you mentioned that it had been 4 centuries since my creation of the kingdom. Would you mind explaining that? He asked calmly. Before Robert could do so, Tyrion spoke with a raised hand. I think I might be able to fill in any blanks for you, he stated. Of course, anything that might shed some light on the situation would be very helpful, Visenya said calmly, though the fact that she was sharpening her sword showed how nervous she was at the moment. Ah, yes, of course, my lady. The dwarf spoke kindly. You see, When your reign was approaching, magic was something prominent that almost anyone could do. During the Dance of the Dragons, it was said that the two opposing forces simply disappeared in a flash of light after Lord Naruto cast some sort of spell. He said, pointing at the man. That's King Naruto to you, but yes, that seems to match what happened. Rhaenys spoke calmly. Well, when you and the two opposing armies disappeared into thin air, many speculated that he used some sort of spell that eradicated the dragons as well as the riders that flew on their backs. Well, a side effect of that also destroyed much of the world's magic as a result, and the remaining dragons of your house slowly died out. The last 3 dragons managed to breed a new generation of dragons, but breeding only caused problems as the bred dragons continued to get smaller and smaller before the last dragon was born deformed and the size of a mastiff before dying at a very young age. Well, with your return, the dragons, as well as the presence of magic, many will see this as some sort of omen, some bad and some completely ridiculous at the idea, said the imp. That makes sense, but dragons are what provide us riders with magic. We're not naturally born with the power to cast magic spells and such. Visenya spoke up. What do you mean? Tywin asked. The dragons we hatch must be imprinted on the potential master in order to grant them the use of magic. But the young hatchling must grow for a couple of years before they can begin training in any form of arcane arts. Rhaenys specified for him. I see, said the lion leader in a low voice. Not only that, but if the newborn dragon imprints on someone else, then the potential rider needs to wait for a new dragon egg to try again, and dragons don't mate as often as one would think. Naruto clarified. In fact, most matings end with the death of either the father or mother, and in some rare cases, both partners. While dragons usually mate for life, the parents are still quite nervous about potential enemies for additional mates they might take and rarely don't fight since the males are very territorial. Naruto said before clearing his throat. And there are also vast differences between domesticated and wild dragons, he said, earning curious looks from the modern-day warriors. As far as they were concerned, it was either new information or lost information that was said to be a fable. What difference would that make? Robert asked. Well, for one, dragons born from a domesticated bloodline are smaller, slower, and magically inferior compared to dragons born from a natural, wild bloodline, and they don't live as long. Dragons born from the wild are not only larger, but they are much stronger and faster. They also have the ability to use much more magic than their domesticated brethren and can live up to 1,000 years if not killed in combat or by other means, he explained. So, does that mean Balerion is a very old tame dragon? He must be ancient if he's that big, Ned said. I didn't expect the 3 Targaryen founders to burst out laughing. Visenya had to lean on Rhaenys before she fell out of her seat. And not even see clothes. She laughed out loud. Naruto cleared his throat to calm his laughter. No, he's not old nor is he tamed, he clarified. In fact, Balerion is younger than me. I'm in my early 20s, and Balerion is still young enough to be considered a hatchling. He's abnormally large for a 13-year-old dragon on the march, he said, shocking the 3 men to their core. He's only 11, my god. It's said that the Dragon King Rhaegar Road was 200 years old when he died, and by then he was the same size as your dragon. Robert said, his eyes wide, not quite understanding how such a thing was possible. Naruto shrugged. Like I said, the difference between the two is easy to spot, he said before sighing. Old Alekemin was approaching her first millennium before she died in the fight. She was the white dragon that chased Balerion and me through the city. She was a wild dragon, but from what the stories say, she was the youngest of her clutch and as such, she was the smallest, he said before looking up to see Vhagar and Meraxes walk by. I found Balerion when he was still in his egg somewhere in a cave before Valeria was destroyed. He hatched from an almost obsidian-colored egg with no markings like the others in the clutch, and his egg was almost the same size as my torso as a child. When he hatched, he was the size of a good hunting dog, and his magical reserves matched some of the older dragons that were as old as my grandparents. As a result, I was able to learn the arcane arts sooner, but Vhagar and Meraxes hatched about 5 years later and they too were from a pair of wild dragon nests. We were lucky his parents weren't around or else we wouldn't be here, Naruto explained. And do you think there might be other eggs located in the ancient freehold of Valeria? Robert asked. He wanted a dragon, and if he could claim one, he might be able to obtain more, allowing him to protect his reign a little longer, if only for the return of the Targaryens to power. Hey, he might respect the dragon riders before him, but he wasn't interested in simply handing over his seat of power, not after what the last Targaryen dynasty did to him and Lyanna Stark. He wouldn't allow it. And while he wasn't power-mad like the Mad King had been, he still believed the days of the Dragon Kings were over. The three dragon riders shrugged. I don't know, it's hard to say. While the Valyrian freehold was destroyed in the days of the Doom, a good portion of the peninsula remained untouched after the destruction, so anything is possible. However, it's highly unlikely that anything would live in the ruins. Dragons used to have a nasty habit of claiming destroyed castles before the War of the Eight Kings, and thus we had to fight them and keep them trapped on the borders of the freehold, which usually took several hundred riders as dragons like to roam a lot. Naruto explained honestly. Robert felt himself cursing inwardly. He'd been hoping for something that would possibly allow him to extend his reign over the dragons, but he supposed some things weren't meant to be. Tywin cleared his throat. Well, with the history lessons now complete, may we now get to the reason we are here in the first place, my lords, to negotiate the terms of the agreement and hopefully create a treaty of some sort? The elder Lannister said questioningly. Ned nodded. I completely agree with Lord Tywin. We came here to discuss terms of neutrality, not history and dragons, though it was quite enlightening to learn about both categories. He stated. Naruto nodded. Very well, my first term is this. I want my throne, he said immediately. Denied. Robert replied just as quickly. And it's not because I don't want to leave it, but because of the repercussions of me handing it over to you, he said and held up a hand to stop her grumbling. And before you go and get political on my ass about it being your rightful seat, remember, I was the one who killed Rhaegar Targaryen, who was the heir to the throne at the time at the Battle of the Trident, while his father was killed because he wanted to destroy King's Landing. Well, you would know it as Eganfort. It was destroyed by your successor Rhaegar and built on its current location and renamed King's Landing since his house dragon was often seen flying and landing frequently in the area. Robert clarified. Naruto shook his head. And while I believe your titles befit one of your position, let me remind you that you also committed regicide by murdering the crown prince who is of my house. Now, I won't hold it against you, wars have been fought over lesser things than love, but look at it from the people's point of view. You fought over a woman, killed their prince, and usurped their rightful place as king. Many see you as unworthy even if they don't say so to your face. The wisest thing to do would be to step down and help the rightful king learn the rules of properly ruling the kingdom. Now, we won't discuss the potential for war if I'm not given what I want. I'm not petty or childish. I just want my throne. Heck, you can still be king. Just give me the one I had forged and get yourself a new one for yourself to sit on. Naruto proposed. Tywin shook his head this time. It wouldn't work. The Iron Throne is the seat of power in all of Westeros and has become known as the Throne of Kings over the years. A large percentage of the population would see it as you trying to usurp Robert in that regard, and even if I did have a second throne forged from swords, yours would still be the original seat that dozens of kings sat on before Robert claimed it in his rebellion, he stated. Once again, he was also the one who subjugated most of the realm with his dragons, with the exception of Dorne, which married into the dynasty almost a century after he and his riders vanished from the face of the earth. Tyrion noted. If most of you like him, I say come to a small council meeting and run the realm for a couple of months, and see what changes he can make for the Empire, he suggested. Yes, no, it won't happen, imp, Visenya stated sharply. Either we rule as we claim and intend to, or we fight for a throne, and I'm pretty sure no one wants that. The death toll alone would weaken any kingdom, and all it would end up doing is hurting the small folk in the long run. She put it out there for them to hear. And while that may be true, we simply cannot have two kings leading such a vast empire with conflicting ideals. Diplomatic policies and ideals alone could spell trouble for the empire as a whole, Ned said. Well, that's not actually true. Rhaenys spoke up, drawing their attention. Before Doom, there were actually 3 kings who helped run the empire alongside the Targaryens and their dragons. The houses of Celtigar, Valerian, and Blackfire respectively aided our father, who was, I guess you could say, the High King, running the Valyrian freehold for generations before its destruction. Hell, if anything, it might run as well, if not better than it did in Valyria," the woman said, waving a hand at them. Robert shook his head once more. "Not only that, Ned, but the clash of ethnicities and politics may bring further instability. And while I'm all for giving up my seat to run my house as I should have done 20 years ago, I'm not prepared to give up my status and return to being a common lord. Again, I'm sorry," he said with a grunt. "Well, it seems we're at an impasse, Lord Robert. And you not wishing to relinquish your throne to its rightful ruler, and me vying for what was originally mine?" Naruto said. "We can put that at the back of the discussion for now. Let's move on to other discussions, shall we?" Tywin asked calmly. "Actually, I think I might have an idea that might work if you both listen to it," Tyrion offered. "Well, what is this?" Visenya asked cruelly. "Why not? And this is up to all of you to decide whether you want to do it or not. But why not have Lord Naruto become the Lord of Dragon's Reach and the Dragon Riders and establish a series of patrols throughout the kingdoms under the rule of King's Landing? Everything related to the dragons will be under his jurisdiction and he will answer directly to King Robert," he offered. "That's actually not a bad idea." The Warden of the North spoke to himself, rubbing his chin as he thought about what the Lannister imp had said. "Very well then, I'll consider it. What do you say, King Naruto?" Robert asked the Dragon King. Naruto hummed in thought and nodded. "I'll think about it too, but let's put this plan aside for now." "Very well then, with problem 1 resolved for the moment, what about the living arrangements for the 2 houses, House Targaryen and House Blackfire?" Tywin asked. Visenya spat out a drop of saliva. "Oh, that's simple. Originally we were going to have House Blackfire return to Dragonstone Castle and begin rebuilding it so they could rule the surrounding lands before returning to breeding dragons in higher numbers," she said. "However, we never actually discussed arrangements for House Targaryen due to the fact that you and those riders arrived before Naruto could give us his orders," she told the Warden of the West. "That works perfectly for the time being. Dragonstone needs occupying, and there have been numerous discussions about rebuilding it these past few years, even a couple of generations before their return with a couple of the past rulers." Robert noted. "Though I really don't give a damn what any of you do there, as long as it doesn't interfere with my life," he said, waving a fly away from his face. "Well, that's one problem solved, but the number of dragons alone presents a problem. The stables that were built into the cliffs aren't large enough to house all of the currently alive dragons, and I doubt any of your riders would want to stuff multiple dragons into those caves at once. They were going to expand while I was in charge, but the dance of the dragons happened and shit went to hell before I could even begin expanding the stables so the dragons could live comfortably," Naruto said as he settled into his seat. "Well, what about scattering a portion of the dragons and their riders throughout the Empire? Places like Runestone, Sun's Pier, Storm's End, Casterly Rock, the Eyrie, and Winterfell have plenty of places for dragons to live and grow in some comfort, if need be," Tyrion said. Tywin and Ned shook their heads. "That is definitely out of the question. The sheer number of riders and dragons in each of those places would be akin to subjugation in the eyes of each of the rulers, and if not, they would more than likely assume they were being spied on," Tywin stated. "Well, I was actually thinking of having House Targaryen's dragons burn the ruins of Valyria to the ground after saving anything of value such as literature and maybe the original crowns of the other kings, maybe even the above-ground armories and vaults. However, the sheer number of men needed to do even that would be closer to 150,000 since I'm assuming the Forsaken accumulated the incurable curse of Garen, but I guess you'll call it something else here," Naruto said. "Isn't that the old name for grayscale?" Tyrion asked and received a nod from Ned. "Yes, but the old name was Garen due to the fact that the wizard Garen Pendragon cursed a man and anyone he touched to go mad and slowly die," Visenya noted. "But with our dragons, we should be able to stay alive long enough to gather what we need," she said. "We're not going for riches. We're going for lesser things. Forgotten knowledge, some tools and weapons, maybe some armor if we're lucky. But for now, the goal is the same, to get what we can of the freehold before we return," Rainey said seriously. "Precisely. The annals of blacksmithing would be considered priceless, and any weapon or armor would be considered legendary in stature. We riders don't need the armor, of course, as we wear Valyrian steel armor and have Valyrian steel blades and small arms. Anything else of value would be expensive and as such must be handled with delicacy. Naruto commented. Robert leaned forward. How about this? You get several of those books to make Valyrian steel and a few other things for me, and I'll give you a seat on the council. I'll make sure that if the worst happens to me, then you'll rule until my eldest son is ready. Do we have an agreement? Robert said. Naruto raised a hand. Not quite, he said. Your eldest son, I'm afraid, will probably never be ready to rule. I know you won't like hearing this, but the fact that he cries because someone tells him to shut up and immediately demands his head be cut off, demanding that we simply bend the knee and hand over our dragons, demanding that we address someone who holds the same titles as us as a better person, no offense to him, makes him seem like one of the mad ones back home when they didn't purge the child born of incest with magic. Naruto said calmly. Robert sighed. Yeah, I've noticed. Ever since he could walk, all he did was try to hurt people for some sick reason. He ripped open a pregnant cat's belly and ripped out the garbage with some deranged idea to impress me. After I beat the shit out of him, he just got worse and worse no matter what I did for him. Robert admitted. Sometimes I don't even think he belongs to me. I've seen plenty of my bastards, and let me tell you, almost all of them have my hair and facial structure. He looks too much like his mother, but that could just be me overthinking things, he said tiredly, though he didn't notice his father-in-law's curious look at him as he admitted he was old. Naruto cleared his throat. I know it's not my place to judge, but if it makes you feel better, a lot of kids are driven mad by even the strangest things. No matter what, the gods are always judging us by our actions, and maybe he's the stubborn young man. But if he grows up, he could be an amazing king, he told the man. Clasping his hands together, Naruto gestured to Robert. So, some books on Valyrian metallurgy and some trinkets, right? He asked. Yes, perhaps even the ancient Valyrian crown of Baratheon used by my ancestor before the doom of Valyria as well, the king added. Do we do this, get a seat on your council? Visenya asked. Yes, and as I said before, if the worst were to happen, then you could rule until my son grows up, said the current king. However, the entire group knew the truth. Robert was ready to give up his throne for good, as everyone knew Joffrey would never grow up and pull his head out of his ass. His constant whining and ideals about what a king should be like were nothing compared to reality. Naruto cleared his throat. Well, looks like we're going home, girls. Just the three of us. And we won't be there for more than a week. Get the hell out of there. No nonsense, no pointless wandering around. In and out, he stated. He wasn't ruining his chance to reclaim his throne, and if he had to get some old books from his house, so be it. However, shadows lurked in the darkness, and the players were shaping the board to their liking. The only question was, who would make the first move? Would it be the mighty dragon who had not yet tasted the bitterness of defeat? Would it be the greedy lion who knew he could get whatever he wanted with a few words mixed with honey? Could it be the cunning snake hiding among the crowd waiting for the right moment to strike? Or would it be the stubborn wolf who didn't know when to mind his own business? As the dragon lords of House Targaryen gathered once more, Naruto felt the scrutinizing eyes of his fellow dragon riders, including his own dragon. Naruto cleared his throat and began to speak. Now I know that many of you seem disappointed, downright angry about what happened between this modern king and myself. However, I will now put those ailments to rest, he stated earnestly. I only gave in to your requests to appease you, but I am not going to obey you. The secrets of the freehold are ours and ours alone to give. No one will take them, and no one will have them. The only way you could obtain those secrets would be to travel to the freehold itself. However, from what has been heard, the freehold is now the last place any man or dragon would want to attempt to live. So, with that in mind, I have a plan. The world knows we have one form of treasure above all others. Dragon eggs, which allow us to bond with the animal. That's what we're truly after, he said. I believe it was Robert Baratheon's idea to have us return to Freehold in the hopes that we could find the old hatchery that housed dozens of eggs that we hatched for our dragons. I doubt any of the eggs survived the destruction, but I know how stubborn a dragon is. The chance that it still exists in its eggs is still there. We all know this. A dragon will wait as long as it needs to meet the one it is destined to bond with. 1,000 years means nothing to a dragon that lives for centuries or millennia at a time, he stated. Visenya shook her head. Now it makes sense why you gave in so quickly. You must have sensed Balerian's energy, and the man's desire to have us under his thumb. With who knows how many dragon eggs there could potentially be left, he could have enough of his allies riding a large dragon army and wipe us out. Our dragons are large and have incredible amounts of magic, but even then there's no telling how many could still be there, she said as her mind clicked. Naruto nodded. That is why when we get there, we collect everything dragon-related and hide it away until we can use the knowledge we have in our heads that we grew up knowing to come out for the next generation of Targaryens born. That being said, I will be taking a wife soon, and I have already decided. I know that many expected me to marry Catelyn Lannister before our strange transport here, but things changed and now we have no way back to our era. As such, my immediate marriage to Visenya and Rhaenys Targaryen of House Targaryen will help secure my reign upon our return. I simply wanted to see what had happened to the city we had built, and I am sorely disappointed by how it looks today, he grunted. During the battle, I'm sure many of you noticed how low Balerion and I flew as the deceased Alecaman pursued us on the orders of her former master, he asked and received a few nods from his bannermen. Well, I can tell you that in the time I ruled and before our departure, the people of King's Landing as they call it now, did not live in a shit-infested wasteland. They had clean streets, fresh air to breathe, and enough jobs to fill the coffers a dozen times over. I don't know who or what is destroying the legacy I had in mind for our house, but I will not let it. We leave tomorrow at dawn. I will have a guard rotation of 20 men throughout the night. The men, as well as their dragons, will perform a sweep of the area and switch out with the next shift every 3 hours. There are enough of us that even if someone were to attack, which I highly doubt, we can easily drive them off with our dragons and make our way out if we have no other choice, he declared. Well, what about the current king's family? I'm sure you remember them. What are we going to do about that power-hungry boar of a queen and her spoiled son she calls a prince? Rhaenys asked her brother. Naruto snorted. That boy is no prince. I don't know if you noticed, but there were a couple of men who had similar facial features to the woman and her son, and I can most certainly guarantee you that the so-called prince she's so proud of is not actually Robert's son and has in fact kept this a secret to hide her affair. In fact, I can point out the exact man he most resembles. He wore the standard gold cloak armor and uniform and looked like a male version of the queen, meaning they are more than likely brothers, if not twins. She has broken several laws because of this illegitimate marriage, Naruto said. So not only is she a queen, she's an incestuous prick posing as the bastard kings of her brothers. That breaks the law of bloodline theft as well as the marriage laws set down by the Septon, and not only that, the man is a gold cloak. I couldn't help but notice he stood very close to the queen, showing he was meant to be a king's guard. Not only has he broken his oath to father children, but to protect his king in general. I sense something dark in the ingredients, brother, Visenya said. I'm pretty sure all three of us noticed, but the ways of magic are certainly gone, which is why Robert Baratheon politely asked us to go retrieve our knowledge of magic, and who knows what else. Rhaenys stated blankly. The boy is clearly driven mad by his mother's mating with his brother, but we of Freehold have our magic that we can use to dispel the curse when we bear a child with a close relative, be it mother, father, or brother. The fact the boy is so blatant with his desire for Balerion to burn his enemies so casually shows that he has gone far beyond any normal sire of mating. I take it his true father is in fact not only the queen's blood brother, but as you stated before, her twin, said a young woman her age from the back of a green and tan dragon named, the woman, not the dragon that is, Daenerys after her ancestor who had foretold the destruction of Valeria. She looked almost identical to Visenya, except she had one solitary green eye and a solitary blue eye that enhanced her beauty in her eyes. Many of the Targaryen riders nodded in agreement with the woman's words. Those who had been close enough to encounter Joffrey and his family definitely saw the signs that a person claimed to be insane had presented themselves, and sadly they were unable to do anything. Naruto sighed as he ran an armored hand through his hair. See, this is why whenever someone swore the oath to me to be a king's guard, I always made that person become a eunuch. The oath to the king is absolute. If they have children beforehand, it's acceptable to think they would worry about their family. But afterward, the number of children being born puts not only the king, namely me, in danger, but the fact that he has to worry about whether his family is safe in case a war is happening. I don't mind if a person who swears loyalty to me has a child beforehand, but to break the oath afterward, well, we all also know that you usually preferred the men who swore loyalty to you to also be second or third, since they would never inherit anything. And in any case, the firstborn ever died, the secondborn immediately had to inherit those titles once they were considered the eldest of the born. Rhaenys pointed out. Naruto nodded. That is precisely why I denied so many of the great lord's eldest sons when they wanted to swear loyalty to me as royal guards. Not only did it cause problems if the eldest gave up all of their titles, but they were the only children, so who knows what would have happened if they died in the middle of combat. There are too many variables, too many problems to work out, the man said, shaking his head at some of the less desirable memories that came to mind. Look, we can worry about the mad prince and his conspiring mother later. We need to sleep. I'm sure an opportunity will present itself for our house to reclaim what it rightfully holds, and when it does, we can pounce just as quickly. Visenya declared abruptly. Rhaenys nodded. She's right, and it's getting dark too. We'd better get those scouts out while we still can and establish a patrol before those people get any ideas. Naruto sighed. Very well then. I'll set up the first shift. It will consist of 20 men and dragons circling the field for 3 miles. The second and third will consist of the same. The final shift will have 10 men and dragons. I want the second shift to be led by Rhaenys and the third shift to be led by Visenya. The final shift will be given by Visenya of her choosing. Some of us will get a full night's sleep, some of us win. Each shift will last 3 hours and rotate from the southernmost part of the camp to the north. There will be no complaints if you are woken up in the middle of the night. I don't care if you have a boner blessed by the gods, you will do your shift, and when that shift is over, you can take care of her. Until then, get some rest. We have a long journey to complete, he ordered as he began to prepare for a semi-long night along with his men. Dawn. When dawn came, there were no reports or sightings of anyone trying to approach their camp, likely on Robert's orders, but with that pompous stingy wife of his, or that spoiled brat of his, it was impossible to tell. When all the remaining members of the Dragon Masters woke up, Naruto immediately had them cook a quick and simple breakfast for themselves and hunted some deer and boar for the dragons like an early morning tide before setting off for his destroyed home. Valeria. Normally, when one thought of Valeria's former freehold, one thought of the ruins spread across a broken peninsula that had once been a prominent center of trade and economy, as well as the main faction of the ruling houses. The 14 Flames had eradicated all that history, culture, and landscape in a matter of months. As the more than 100 dragon riders looked down on their former empire from the backs of their dragons, they could only stare in silence, tears streaming down their cheeks as they remembered the beauty their home once held. Even a couple of dragons showed a hint of sadness at seeing their former home overrun by nature and other phenomena of the past 4 centuries. Leading the group over a large area that many of them recognized as the plaza, he had the dragons land anywhere they could claim before descending. Naruto turned and addressed his friends and family. Very well, from here on out we are in uncharted territory. We may be back in our former home, but time has changed and we do not know who or what has changed this once beautiful place we called home at any given time. From now until we leave, everyone travels in groups of 5 and no less. I keep groups this small simply because any larger, and we risk exposing ourselves. Our dragons will follow us and take to the air, but we remain grounded. Anything of value goes with us. Regardless of whether it looks or feels useless, our history and knowledge has remained untouched for the better part of 4 centuries, and we need to reclaim it once more before someone gets a nasty idea to do this, and who knows what said adversary might find and claim. Naruto says before turning to Rhaenys and Visenya, you two will join me on foot. We'll return to the keep and forge there to see if they have anything for us. We'll be the only group that doesn't consist of 5 people, he said before turning. Choose a group and head out. We'll head out to an unoccupied island to make camp at nightfall. Anyone not here will be left behind," he said seriously, and with that, he lifted his dragon and his sister's dragons into the air to explore as the three of them walked in a direction he knew was toward his old home. He knew most, if not all, of the people here would probably check out their old homes to see if they could gather anything sentimental of value before heading elsewhere. Walking along the small path, the trio saw gravestones scattered throughout the area, keeping up with the sense of foreboding in the air. They were glad none of them were in trouble, but remained on guard for what lay ahead. When the path eventually led to a steep hill, the three soon spotted some sort of shrine and agreed to check it out if it was possible to be safe. Inspecting the shrine's outward appearance, Naruto couldn't help but marvel a little at how intact it seemed. Despite the slightly ruined stonework higher up the building, it was a grand and wonderful example of Valerian architecture. Inspecting the door, Visenya stabbed her sword into the ground before pushing the entrance inward to enter the potential safe area for them to rest and talk, though what they didn't expect once they entered was to see several large stone thrones, easily displayed in the natural light coming from the shrine's entrance. The three were quite curious about the find as they went downstairs to see a fire pit that hadn't been used in centuries. This wasn't built when they lived in Freehold, so assuming someone was coming back to reclaim their land was a good theory for the time being. Not caring about that now, they approached the thrones to inspect them by climbing a different set of stairs and saw the seals on each of their backs. On the left was a crab, on the right was a seahorse, and in the middle was a simple-looking dragon in a circular pattern. Reflecting on their significance, the Conqueror King soon realized what these seals represented. "So, the thrones of the houses of Celtigar, Valerian, and Targaryen are back, are they? It's good to see they at least tried to return to their roots," he said in mild appreciation as he inspected the room a little further, as thoughts filled his mind. This could have been a council chamber for the remaining houses of Valeria after they tried to rebuild from the ashes of doom. It's not as if it would have made any difference. That Baratheon king practically killed our house in his little tantrum of a rebellion. Visenya snorted in annoyance. Turning to the woman, "I would prefer we simply pursue something valuable for the time being and ignore the more important things around us. We came here for our knowledge and resources so others couldn't access them before us. We should be diligent in that, brother," she said before walking down the hall. Naruto nodded as he cracked his neck before following the older woman, Rhaenys following silently behind. They eventually found what appeared to be a small library given the few tables set up and the multitude of books scattered around the room. They inspected the ones on the floor to see that they were completely ruined by the many rats that gnawed at them over the years. Deciding to do some exploring on their own, the three split up to look at the different tomes. Entering a section, Naruto didn't know where to start looking until his eye caught something of interest. Roughly in the center of the section of the room was an old, dusty, open book. He was curious as to why it was placed there with several other books placed on shelves around the room. However, this one stood alone. The man thought it might have been quite significant, and upon closer inspection, Naruto saw that the page was covered with a thick layer of dust. Carefully dusting the page of dust and cobwebs, Naruto looked at the written passage, in which he was slowly reading to himself. "This is the story of the ruined country of Valeria. So, the people had returned to resettle Freehold after all. Smoke and the sea have taken their toll on what was once the great capital of the empire. What was once a city of wonders is now only a mere shadow of its former glory. Towers that could have touched the heavens above, where dragons have roamed freely and lived in peace with humanity for dozens of centuries. The Valerians were the best at everything: agriculture, structures, crafts, and so on. And for 5,000 years, it was the center of civilization itself, and things seemed at peace. Until it happened. We hugged and turned our backs on him in the end. The hills that split, and the darkness that ate the skies. The flames that shot so high and hot that even dragons burned. They would never be the last sights that fell upon his eyes. A fly upon a wall, the waves, the sea wind whipped and battered. A city for 1,000 years, and all the men who learned, the doom consumed all equally, and not one of them turned. The ruins of Valeria are all that remains, as the doom rules it, with demons and flames, and the relics of the once great empire. I hope that one day it will save the world from the eternal winter, if it comes. The day is dark for now, and not a soul stirs for who knows when. But remember, fires are known to fade silently, and only darkness will remain. However, he might return with embers and ashes. Naruto was so drawn to reading it, with a feeling of worry coming from the written words, that he jumped in fear when a hand landed on his shoulder. Whoa! Sorry if I scared you, Visenya said, raising her hands. What the hell? You should have warned me before doing that, the blonde said as he tried to calm his pounding heart. The impetuous woman could only chuckle. True, but where would be the fun in that? Looking at the open book, the Targaryen princess saw the passage and shuddered slightly as the memory of what she had seen when her family had fled their home came to mind for a brief moment. So, did you find anything good? Naruto asked. Somewhat, but I kept checking several of them along the way, and most of them are written in some other dialect I'm not familiar with, was his honest answer as he scratched his scalp. With High Valyrian, it's easy, but it will take time to decipher and translate the unknown language. As for the others, I'd rather get help from some people I know at camp or someone who can read the damn writing for the time being. Visenya then shook her head in frustration as she looked back at the books. Though it will be a hindrance having men running back and forth to move all of this onto dragon saddles, perhaps we can use runes to seal the books for us, so they'll be easier to transport to, well, wherever we're headed after we leave this place, Rainey said, shrugging. It wasn't a bad idea now that they thought about it. Once they were ready with their sealing rune, they raided the small library for most of its contents. By the time they were ready to leave the room, the small library was practically devoid of literally everything except the furniture. As they left, the three of them walked down a random hallway and stopped when they soon came across a room that Naruto clearly realized was some sort of blacksmith's shop. Visenya looked at her king and saw a look of recognition in his gaze, making her realize that he had knowledge of what it was. You seem very interested in this place now, don't you, Naruto? She asked him. Quite a bit, was the man's reply as he walked toward the blacksmith station. Naruto silently picked up the hammer before inspecting it, seeing that it was still in excellent condition after all these years. Its length made it suitable for a two-handed blacksmithing tool, or a weapon in a fight, with the hammer bearing strange runes etched on the sides. He gave it a little twist and realized that the cloth wrapping around the pole needed replacing. Leaving the hammer behind, Naruto continued to wander around the chamber, and placed the tools he knew and the ones he guessed from his time working with different variants at home. By the light of the flame, Naruto's eyes soon landed on the nearby workbench and spotted something of curious interest. Heading there, he soon came across several scraps of metal next to what the blonde assumed was a blacksmith's journal. He first inspected the handfuls of metal and saw that they were made of various alloys, but in the current light, it was difficult to tell which ones. Even the feeling was completely foreign to the man. When did you arrive, Naruto? Rainey's asked him. Different pieces of alloyed metals, he stated as he handed a piece as large as his forearm to Visenya for inspection, earning him a confused look from the woman. Alloyed metals are different types of materials mixed together to make stronger, harder steels. And these scraps all seem to be of the same compound, but I have no idea what it is. Ignoring the metal as Visenya came closer to take a look, Naruto opened the blacksmith's journal before gaining a confused look. It was obviously a guide to creating Valyrian steel, but at the same time, the new components added more strength and versatility on the battlefield. A metal superior to standard Valyrian steel, which was one of the highest quality steels on record. That would be very useful. When you have a moment, would you mind helping us gather all the scraps of metal in this room? I need to be sure that what I'm thinking right now is real or not, Rainey said before walking away. Watching the woman leave the chamber with her own thoughts, the conqueror decided that he should start sealing everything in the smelting chamber. Aside from the incredible amount of metal alloys, of course, things went a little faster than I imagined when I sealed the equipment with all the alloys placed on the workbench in a medium-sized pile. Not only that, but there were a couple of alloy steel bars that were ready to snap. Before he left with the material in his arms, Visenya called out to him. Hey Naruto! Yeah, we lost some, the woman said as she and Rainey's approached him and placed the items in the pile before dispelling them. The original then let out a sigh. You couldn't have helped me with this, Idiots! Following the nearby steps, Naruto carefully tossed in the alloyed metals before setting the items found later aside. At first glance, he was a little surprised to see the amount found in terms of scraps. According to his estimates, there was a chance of some reforging from making various short swords and daggers. It was hard to tell at the moment, since he had no knowledge of blacksmithing. Not to mention, the alloy steel bars could make a decent amount of standard long swords. Opening the recently found blacksmithing journal, Naruto turned to a page and saw diagrams on what he assumed was the process of creating alloys, and a few pages later showed what he heard in terms of reforging. Ways to create and reforge Valyrian steel. The king murmured in thanks. Dragon riders only need to know basic blacksmithing since they had dragons as both a comrade and a weapon. Of course. Those scraps in that smithy chamber were leftover pieces of Valyrian steel in the process of being turned into powerful weapons. And the bars are primed for a faster process based on their design. Humming in thought, Visenya rose from her seat and paced a bit to gather her thoughts. After several moments, she spoke to her young companion. I think we have enough of this room. We should leave. We've rested enough, and as much as I'd like to stay longer, I'd like to leave this place and find a way back to my home. Nodding at this, Naruto quickly sealed everything in his runes. He didn't want to waste any more time because he had things to do. Outside, Naruto looked at his sisters, their destination pretty much set and now mostly clear. Where I'm going now, you can't follow. I have to do this alone. Don't worry, I'll have Balerion with me while I'm gone for the next 2 hours, he told them from his chair. For now, take the others to one of the farther islands of the Absolute Domain. The magic we have is to ward off men cursed with the Grayscale Curse, but for how long is unknown. I'll be back no later than midnight, he said as he gave a hiss where his dragon took to the sky once more. So where are we really going? I can't imagine you want to just explore the plains of the peninsula for fun, Naruto spoke loudly. Let's go to the valley. So far the others with the exception of Visenya and Rainis have located a good number of dragon eggs that were scattered throughout the ruins in various buildings and the like. A good number of dragon eggs are lying around in bulk. The doom might have destroyed a large portion of the wild dragon's nesting grounds, but a decent amount of your kind were smart enough to leave their clutches underground or within large caves. Devastating as it was, I highly doubt there are any wild dragons alive to protect any if there are, he stated. So you're being thorough with this search in case you find any dragon eggs around here, Balerion said. We'll find eggs here, there's no just in case. Naruto retorted. You're forgetting you're the last wild dragon born in Valeria with Alecamin gone. If we can locate others, then the chances of the dragons returning to a lineage based on the right size increases exponentially, Naruto said. Besides, wild dragons tend to lay clutches of up to 8 eggs at most and 3 at least. You were one of 5 eggs I found in a nest of mixed metals. I chose you because you were actually the smallest of the eggs in the clutch and I wanted to make sure you survived. You know how hatchlings are when it comes to the newborns, Naruto said with a darkened look. They die, as the mother or father devours them, which is exactly why I took you. I knew your parents would remember how many eggs they laid and definitely leave your siblings alone knowing you were alive and more than likely getting stronger, Naruto said. As they flew across the open plains, Naruto noticed that they were beyond barren, life itself lacking in the soil. However, as they approached the mountains, Naruto looked back into his memories and pointed at a familiar cliff. There, that mountain on the left closest to us, that's the one I climbed to find your egg. The cave should be on the far side of the southern face, he said as he guided Balerion down, and sure enough, there was a cave on the south side of the mountain at the midpoint, just as Naruto remembered. Oddly enough, Balerion chose to stay outside, feeling unsafe returning to the nest that had nearly finished him off, despite knowing it was perfectly safe for him to enter. However, Naruto said it would be fine unless he was desperate for the Black Dragon's help. Venturing back into the darkness that had given him his best friend and partner, Naruto smiled as he easily found the same clutch of eggs. Well, one less egg seeing as he had hatched one of them, sitting right where he remembered it. However, he also saw the 2 large skeletons filling the sides of the cavern, most likely Balerion's deceased parents, long awaiting their offspring to return. Sometimes a dragon's parents wouldn't eat the dwarf from the flock, but even then it was incredibly rare. It seemed they didn't want to wake their offspring until they had them all together. However, he noticed 2 additional eggs in a much smaller nest near the original nest. It was also made of similar materials to the nest Naruto snatched Balerian's egg from. Opening the sack he had brought with him, Naruto quickly began collecting the eggs within the cavern. He would give Balerian his family one way or another. However, he would also bring a piece of his dragon's parents to honor their kindness in giving them to his friend and partner. Walking over to the larger of the 2 skeletons, obviously a male due to the horn on its snout as the females never grew them, Naruto cut a tooth from its upper jaw and placed it in the egg sack before repeating the act with the female skeleton. With his prize in hand, Naruto made his way out of the cavern and onto Balerian, where he climbed into the saddle. "I've got you covered. We can venture further into the mountains tomorrow. For now, we should head back to the main group," Naruto said calmly as Balerian nodded before jumping off the cliff and taking off into the sky. -2 weeks later. It would take 2 weeks for the dragon riders of House Targaryen, and in those 2 weeks, they had recovered much of their history and possessions that had been lost to the world or vanished in the days of the Doom. Naruto had kept the eggs a secret, despite having turned in other eggs from his searches around the valley. He himself, with the exception of the 7 eggs from the bloodline Balerian, had found a total of 30 eggs that came from wild dragon nests. To be honest, I'd actually had Balerian sniff the eggs as they flew through the valley. A little fact for you: a dragon could smell a deer from close to 100 miles away, a human from 50, and a dragon from almost 70. The treasure, which dragons only collected for their nests, was often ripped from the ground in large clumps as the dragon in question dug into the earth to claim it. Another interesting fact: if a dragon were to dive into the ocean, at least if they were as large as Balerian currently was, they could swim for roughly 3 hours underwater before needing to surface for fresh air. With almost everything of value gathered, with the exception of the ruined buildings, Naruto had made a decision that would haunt his dreams for a couple of years. He decided to burn the ruins of Valeria to the ground with each and every one of his house dragons. Not that he wanted to, but with everything they had claimed still, the possibility of someone finding something as dangerous as, say, a dragon egg or a set of Valerian armor or even a cache of weapons that they happened to overlook was still there for that to be discovered. Swallowing harshly, Naruto urged Balerian into the sky, the others from his house following silently, their own fear of doing this to their home also keeping them silent as they spread out for maximum cover by using their dragon's flame-breathing ability. Balerian took the centermost area of the flock of nearly 150 dragons with a space of 10 meters on either side, while the other dragons had about 15 to 6 meters between them. As they flew over the sea and quickly approached the peninsula, Naruto pointed his leaflet towards the landmass. "By my command!" he ordered as they reached the landmass. As they reached the edge of the ruins, Naruto hardened his heart, almost ignoring his own desire to protect his people's culture over protecting the world at large from the greed of man himself, took a deep breath, tears slowly rolling down his cheeks as he braced himself, and shouted, "Dracaries!" And the entire sky was filled with flames of various colors, from red to white, blue to purple, green to teal, white to gray. The flames of 100 dragons rained down upon the land, shattering the earth from the sheer force of the flames as they hit the ground and brought everything down. And at the center of all this beautiful flaming destruction, a lone bolt of black flame plunged deep into the ground as Balerian led his fellow dragons across the ancient land he once called home. For 2 days, the dragons would fly across the peninsula and destroy any settlements they had previously sought out in search of something of value to their culture. But eventually the job was done. The entire pack had to harden their hearts for what they had done, but regardless, Freehold would forever keep its secrets safe from the greed of those who seek to exploit them. And with that, they headed back to King's Landing. King's Landing, 2 days later. To say Naruto was in a state of numbness would be an understatement. However, he could overcome that numbness when he had things to do. He had the members of his house remain in the valley outside the city. The next thing he would do on his own, lying to Robert, was a necessity, and he wouldn't have to waste anything useful. Books on history and economics, as well as farming techniques or masonry, weren't important to his house, as none of them needed trade knowledge due to the fact that each of them was a warrior by profession and knew nothing outside of their own fighting craft. Balerion flew over the city. A loud roar filled the air to signal his return to King's Landing. Landing outside the fortress, Naruto dismounted from his dragon and walked up the stairs and into the castle, with Balerion slowly entering the castle behind his master to make sure nothing happened to him. And who in his right mind would challenge the likes of a dragon that could kill you with a single blast of fire? He reached the council chamber, and had to shake his head in annoyance when he heard the sound of a brat crying over something stupid before motioning to the guards standing in front of the door, though he suspected they were only moving because Balerion was frowning at them. "I want no bloodshed. Tell your men to lay down their swords. No one needs to die here today," Ned said as Cersei smiled and then nodded to Janos. "Now!" Janos shouted before he and his men turned on Ned Stark's forces, killing them in the surprise move. Ned tried to draw his sword, but found that Peter Baelish had grabbed him from behind and placed the dagger the assassin used to try to kill Bran at his throat. He was surrounded, and he had lost. Cersei knew it. Ned knew it. Joffrey knew it. Janos and all the Lannister men knew it. "I warned you not to trust me," Peter whispered into Ned's ear with a smile on his face. Before anything else could happen, the sound of the council room doors slamming open caught everyone's attention, and the room watched in shock as Naruto entered the room, Balerion slowly making his way into the surprisingly large room behind his teacher, where he cowered around the room to the point where he completely surrounded everyone and blocked off all ways in and out. While everyone was silent and now a little extremely worried about what the Dragon Rider would do. They knew their return would be soon, but they didn't think it would be this soon. Naruto simply looked around the room with a raised eyebrow. "What did I miss? It seems like you guys started a party of some sort but didn't invite me to the fun," he stated. Joffrey scowled at the man, who in his mind was after everything he owned, which in reality he had nothing but a hitch mother, including his throne, which wasn't even legally his to begin with, which he had inherited from his father upon his death. The spoiled brat pointed at the original conqueror. "Guards, bring me his head, then clap my dragon in chains so I can break it and mold it into my personal mount," he ordered. He would get his dragon, one way or another. Cersei snapped her fingers. "You heard your king, kill him and chain the beast," she ordered. The guards who had originally aided Baelish didn't move, the glowing eyes of the gigantic reptile freezing them in place. "Do you think they will obey you, woman? That they will take orders from a woman, who is not remotely worthy of the throne, and be called queen?" Naruto replied while Cersei looked enraged. "I am the queen. I still am in terms of status, and as such I still have the royal power to command all the knights of Westeros to uphold their oaths to serve me regardless of Robert's dying words. That means Ser Barristan has to fight for me even if he doesn't like it," Cersei replied as Naruto shook his head. "Not when the queen in question probably had something to do with the king's death," Naruto replied as Cersei's face went from angry to pale as everyone else stared at him in shock. "How dare you make such an accusation against my mother?" Joffrey exclaimed angrily. Naruto ignored the boy and looked at Ned, now free from Baelish's grasp. "Tell me, Stark, did you find the evidence you were looking for?" he asked in a knowing tone. Ned nodded shakily. "Yes, it seems we both came to the same conclusion, that the queen had been sleeping with her fraternal twin brother and produced 3 bastards and tried to pass them off as the king's," he said, holding out the parchment for the original king to take. "The 3 children fathered by your former queen are bastards and as such have no right to the throne. As such, I am taking back what I originally held and I order you to rise from my seat," Naruto said, turning his gaze towards Joffrey. "You can't force me. I'm the king, not you. Your reign ended when you were in battle," the boy shouted. Naruto sighed before looking at Balerion. "Balerion, if you please," he said, causing everyone's eyes to widen in horror, none more so than Joffrey's, as the dragon began to growl deep in the back of its throat as it bent down to nearly place its head on the ground and open its jaws. The sight of its throat glowing a bright orange seemed to do the trick as Joffrey jumped out of his seat moments later. Naruto nodded and ripped the crown off Joffrey's head and threw it onto the large table. He didn't need it. He still had his crown on his head, and that made him a more worthy king anyway due to the fact that it was designed for the king or queen sitting on the Iron Throne at the time. With Balerion still blocking all exits, Naruto received their full attention as he sat in the spot the king would take. Now on to more important matters. Cersei Lannister, you and your clearly deranged spawn of a son are to be sent to the Black Cells until I can think of a suitable punishment for you. Ned Stark, your position as Hand of the King is permanent by my command, and Baelish, I'm sorry but I'm going to need to see all the books you have. As for everyone else who doesn't deserve to be here, I'm giving you all a choice. Take the Black Cells to the Queen and her spoiled bastard, or die by the fire of Balerion's breath. Naruto ordered as he leaned back to plant his feet on the table. The decision was not difficult for the men. Naruto cleared his throat and looked at Ned. Go call some of your men. I'd rather trust them to take these fine knights to their cells along with the queen and the former princess. Oops, sorry, I meant spoiled. Hitch in her cozy chambers too, he said as Balerion lifted his tail enough to let Ned out of the room. Clearing his throat and ignoring Joffrey's shouts that he was the rightful ruler despite being held back by the hound so the dragon wouldn't kill him on Naruto's orders, Naruto spoke in a voice befitting a king. Next order of business, I want every member of the small council summoned here immediately. I will send a dragon and rider to retrieve them if they are not in King's Landing. As he spoke, a group of Stark bannermen swept in and took out a weeping Joffrey and a shrieking Cersei as the Lannister swordsman quietly walked off without a fight. Shaking his head, he looked at Balerion. Balerion, bring Visenya and Rhaenys along with Meraxes and Vhagar. It is time we got to work fixing this cesspool of corruption, he said seriously. The Black Dread followed his master's command and rose to his full height and squeezed back through the gates and left the castle to do as he was commanded. It would be a minute until he returned to the room. Taking a deep breath, Naruto looked to a guard. Bring me Queen's twin brother, now! I have things I need to discuss with him, and I can't do it if he's not present. Then, when I'm done, bring Tyrion Lannister, as well as the other Queen's children. They must be left unharmed, and if I find they have a single hair out of place, you'll only wish it was me who attacked you, he ordered the guard, who quickly left. Naruto then looked to Baelish, Ned, and Barristan, who were standing next to the hound. You four stay where you are. We'll all be talking here shortly, he growled. I didn't trust any of them, and with good reason. Shortly after, a series of loud roars filled the air before the ground shook slightly. Approximately 2 minutes later, Rhaenys and Visenya entered the room as Balerion poked his head out while Meraxes and Vhagar entered the room in a much easier manner than the large black dragon had minutes before. Naruto smiled. Hey girls, glad you could make it, he said. What's wrong, Naruto? You said you needed to talk to us? Rhaenys asked. Naruto nodded. Indeed I did, but right now I'm waiting for a couple of guests to come in, Naruto said and smiled a little wider as he watched Jaime Lannister and his dwarf brother being escorted out, Jaime being forced in as Tyrion walked in unrestrained. Speak of the devil, you guys made it through, all right, Naruto said as he placed his hands behind his back. Now on to the matter of business at hand. Jaime Lannister of House Lannister, I believe I have something to ask of you, Naruto said. Jaime shrugged. It depends on the question, he replied. Your sister's children, among other things I'm curious about. Naruto spoke. Buck off, they're no big deal to you. You have your throne, so what does it matter? Besides, I'm not telling you shit, he said. Naruto looked calm as he replied. Actually, it does matter, and if you don't speak your mind, I'll have to get creative in getting those answers out. The last method I'll use if you prove to be stubborn isn't going to work. I won't be nice to you anyway and you'll just wish to die. Do you understand? Naruto said. Jaime sneered. Buck off, I don't have to answer to you. You're not my king, he bit out. Naruto shrugged. I guess he'd only say that when he knows he can't escape, Naruto said before looking at Visenya. Cut off his finger, it doesn't matter which one, just one finger will do for now. And do it at the first knuckle. If he continues to be stubborn, we'll continue cutting him off at the knuckles until he has nothing left to give, he said. What about the bleeding? Visenya asked, not really scared of the blood itself, just the mess it would cause. Naruto shrugged. Add some salt to it, he said carelessly. Jaime struggled against the guards holding him down. but a quick backhand to dissuade him from Visanya's armored hand silenced him as she removed her own gauntlet and placed her hand on the table. She quickly pulled out a dagger and made the cut, causing the Lannister to cry out in pain. "Oh, stop whining, it's just a small joint, it's not like you need it," Visanya grunted. Naruto spoke calmly, ignoring the dwarf's pleading look. "Do you want to talk now?" he asked Jamie. Jamie bit his tongue and groaned. "I don't need a full hand to put a sword through your stomach, like you said it's just a cut." He spat at Visanya. "Have it your way," Naruto said before gesturing to Visanya, who punched him in the face to stop their struggle once more before she slammed her hand on the table and drove the dagger into his flesh before pulling out another one and proceeding to make another cut. "I don't have to fight you over your hand," she said, throwing the piece of meat to the ground behind her. Naruto ignored Jamie's cries of pain. "Again, do you want to talk now, or will you continue to resist? It'll save you a lot of pain, and trust me, losing your fingers and having salt poured on your stump is the least of it. Aside from Visanya's concerns and my methods, Rhaenys is actually the smartest of us when it comes to torture and interrogation," Naruto revealed. "Buck off!" Jamie spat in Visanya's face, making her laugh darkly. "And while you're at it, blow me, hitch!" she mocked. Naruto grimaced slightly. "Ooh, bad idea, she's definitely not the woman you want to anger, and unfortunately you just did," he said to Jamie while ignoring the others in the room. Visanya continued to laugh before she reached out and quickly cut off Jamie's right ear, causing him to groan in pain before she shoved her own ear into his mouth and hit him, causing him to gag. She then clamped her hand over his mouth and grabbed the nearby wine glass that was on the table and pulled his head back and then proceeded to pour the cones from the glass into his mouth, where Jamie had no choice but to swallow his ear, devouring it. She smashed the glass in his face and broke it. "Wanna blow, huh? There's your boar of a boar," she told him as she tucked her hair behind her ear. Naruto sighed. "Jamie, I promise this will end when you talk. You won't lose any more fingers or other body parts." "So, will you talk?" he asked for the third time. Jamie spat on the ground. "Why don't you go to hell and take your boar?" he bit out. Naruto chuckled before shaking his head. "You know, I have to admit, you really are a stubborn fool, but stubbornness only goes so far. See you," he ordered as he looked at Visanya. She once again swung her knife at Jamie's hand, but Jamie curled his fingers in a lunge that prevented her from cutting him. Visanya only sighed before smiling at him. "If that's how you want it," she said, and then simply sliced his hand at the wrist, Jamie's wails of agony filling the room. She then backhanded Jamie with her own hand. "There, now you have a reason to cry," she declared calmly, ignoring the man's blood on his armor. Jamie knew he had to remain silent. If he spoke, he would most likely have to reveal his and Cersei's relationship with the man, and he wouldn't dream of doing that, not in a million years. Naruto looked bored. "Do you want to talk now?" Naruto asked him again. "Pig it out, bastard," Jamie said through gritted teeth. "Cut it out," Naruto said. Tyrion spoke before Visanya could move. "Please, my lady, stop this. However much he has done wrong, my brother has done much good for the realm as a whole," she pleaded. "I'm sorry, Tyrion, but you leave me with no choice. Now, if you admit to your crimes that you know we know about, then you stop. It's as simple as that, and I won't go back on my word," Naruto said before nodding where Visanya moved to slice her right hand on a random knuckle. Jamie moaned once more as he lost a piece of his hand. Okay, I'll talk, please stop this," he begged. Naruto exhaled heavily. "There, that was so hard to say," he commented. "Get some bandages and healers for the man," he said to Rhaenys. Looking at Jamie, he asked, "Are the claims that Cersei Lannister's children were born of incest by your own seed true?" Naruto asked. Jamie grimaced, but then nodded. "Yes, that's true. Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen are my children born of incest," he replied. "Next question," Naruto said as he sat up to look at the man. "Did you conspire with Cersei to kill Robert?" he asked. "Yes. We would have a scribe. Our cousin Lancel gave him a sack of wine, which Robert usually drank with wine and no water. He would make sure he was drunk enough to hurt himself on a boar hunt and die from his wounds," he replied. "What was Cersei's goal in putting her son Joffrey on my throne?" We would incite a war between House Baratheon and some of the other houses. We would wipe out anyone who opposed us and bribe anyone who would work with us for a large sum of our gold. Jaime replied. Is there anything else you think I should know before I pass sentence? Naruto asked. Jaime shrugged. Besides the fact that I broke my oath to the king the first time to save the people of the city from the Mad King when he wanted to kill everyone with wildfire? Besides the fact that I fathered incestuous bastards with my twin sister? The fact that I broke my oath not once but 4 times when I fathered 3 children with my sister? Besides the fact that Joffrey almost instigated a war with House Stark? He asked. Yeah, besides all that, what can you tell me that will lighten your sentence? Naruto demanded. Jaime let out a heavy sigh. Cersei and I were fornicating up north at Winterfell. We were caught by Ned's son, Brandon Stark. I slammed his head against a wall and threw him off the wall in an attempt to silence him for good. Afterwards, Ser was planning to incite the Ironborn to attack the north again when Robb Stark inevitably sent men to challenge House Lannister for Ned Stark's unlawful death. I didn't have all the details, but that was it. Then you showed up with all your men and your dragons. Eventually she had it planned where House Targaryen would wipe themselves out in a dance of the dragons-like battle, and those that remained would be forced to obey her and only her, and that's all I know, I swear. Jaime said weakly. Naruto inhaled deeply before exhaling equally. While he could overlook the assassination of the king that occurred before Robert, as it saved countless lives, his other crimes and plots with his sister were damning. He couldn't send Jaime to the wall because he was a cripple and as such couldn't fight the fight with one hand. He couldn't send him back to Casterly Rock without having to explain to the current warden why his son was missing a knuckle on his sword hand, an entire hand, and an ear. Not only that, but he had broken his oath to the king multiple times. Sleeping with the queen alone was a crime eligible for death. Fathering 3 incestuous bastards and passing them off as Roberts had violated the bloodline laws of the kingdom's noble houses, also eligible for death. He had attempted to murder a warden's son, punishable by death. He and the queen killed the former king regicide. Punished with death, he and his sister had almost instigated a war between most of the houses, black cells at the very least. Jaime had little to no choice about his punishment, and so far it didn't look like he was going to survive due to the number of crimes he had committed against the crown, and unfortunately he had to opt for the least damning of them, execution. Not to say that Jaime deserved to die, but first and foremost, he had once again broken his oath as a Kingsguard 4 times, attempted to assassinate a nobleman, committed regicide not once but twice, slept with his sister and fathered 3 bastard children, one clearly insane, and had been in the process of attempting to incite the realm into a bloody war that could push a large portion of the serving noble houses into extinction. Naruto sighed. Jaime Lannister, as much as I would like to release you into the world, I am sadly unable to remove you from any harm. Until your father arrives here, I have no choice but to order your stay in the black cells until such time as your punishment is revealed before you are executed, he said before ordering some guards to move him to the cells below. Naruto cleared his throat. Now then, let's get to more important matters, shall we? He asked before several roars were heard from outside. Oh well, that was quick, Naruto said as several men entered the room. A total of 5 additional men to be exact. Naruto gestured to the bloody table. Good, everyone made it. Sit down. Ignore the mess, I had to ask a few questions of a man who was here before you all arrived, he stated. What's all this about? Who are you? Asked a man who looked somewhat like Robert. Renly, I wouldn't anger him. That's Naruto Targaryen the Conqueror who arrived a couple of weeks ago through a failed spell. His brother Stannis whispered in his ear. Naruto dismissed him. Who I am isn't important. What's important are your names and positions, Naruto demanded. Ned Stark, Hand of the King my lord. Peter Baelish, Master of Coins sire. Varys, Master of Whispers, Your Majesty. Renly Baratheon, Master of Laws. Stannis Baratheon, Captain of Ships. Grandmaster Samwell, I had to replace the former Grandmaster due to his untimely death. Naruto nodded in acceptance before clearing his throat. Coin Master, what is the status of the coffers? Are we bringing in money, or have we lost everything except the clothes on our backs? He demanded. I needed to have a steady income to fix the messes that the previous king undoubtedly left behind, and it wasn't hard to notice them either, since there were dozens of obvious tips. Peter swallowed nervously. He had been planning to slip away in the next few days from King's Landing to convince his beloved Caitlin to help provide support for the city in case her children were caught in the disaster Cersei started. Of course, Arya wasn't here, but Caitlin wouldn't know that, and Peter was sure he could trick his beloved into thinking he didn't know she wasn't in King's Landing when he orchestrated such a move. Peter was sure Caitlin would listen to him and do as he asked in the name of honor. Of course, it would upset many of the Northern Lords and damage the impressive peace that existed when he goaded Robb Stark and his men into battle against Tywin Lannister. The plan was originally to place the Kingslayer in Robb's possession, making him a very valuable bargaining chip, and young Stark knew it. Everyone knew it, even if you were inexperienced in warfare to begin with. And having the young wolf's own mother secretly betray him and hand over the Kingslayer would be a devastating blow to the wolf's morale. But it was an expected reaction to such a move, and it was what Peter wanted to happen. If he succeeded in his plan, Peter knew the war between House Stark and House Lannister would continue, with the North going more defensively while the Lannister forces would go more offensively once news of Jaime's release reached them. The longer the war with the Lannisters became, the more moves he could make and weaken all sides playing into his schemes. Now, if only he could convince the new king to let him leave King's Landing. Perhaps a boar or two would be enough. It worked for Robert. Your predecessor had a bad habit of spending the crown's money, Your Grace. I did my best to keep the crown out of deeper forms of debt during my time as Master of Coin, but when your father gave me an order, I had no choice but to obey him. Peter defended, Naruto's glare widening. How much is my kingdom in debt? Naruto growled with growing anger. 6 million, Your Majesty. The crown owes 6 million golden dragons. Peter said nervously while Naruto shook his head in barely contained anger. 6 million gold dragons in debt, and yet you somehow manage to live a life of luxury despite the fact that you are obligated to keep the coffers full and in the black? You have failed in your duty. You have failed the crown and the people of King's Landing, and most importantly, you have failed the ancient and indeterminate of their king. From now on, I hereby strip you of your title of Master of Coin. All of your assets will be confiscated, including your lands and employees, and any money gained from your time as Master of Coin will be used to lessen the debt held by the crown. A debt that you made and therefore will be owed to you with your money fitting the bill. Naruto said, and Peter did not like this news at all. Your Grace, no one can manage the crown's finances like I can. What will become of my brothels? The girls who work in each establishment need that profession because they can't do anything else. Surely you won't close them down? Peter asked, with Naruto sneering. Of course not. But from this moment on, you will no longer have access to them, nor will you earn any money through them. I will be calling upon the most advanced mathematical minds in the 7 kingdoms to take a look at your records and ledgers of the past 30 years to more accurately determine what you and your predecessor have done during your time here on the small council. I have no doubt that you have not been remotely honest with your book writing, and as such, I need capable people here to find you. What the hell have you done? Naruto said while Peter looked very unhappy at the moment. I am Master of Coin for a reason, Your Grace. Without me to manage the finances, all of King's Landing, if not the 7 kingdoms, will crumble. Peter protested as the young Baratheon king glared at him. As I told you before, Peter Baelish, you are no longer Master of Coin, nor the owner of any brothel. You have been stripped of everything you own, Peter Baelish, with the exception of the clothes you are wearing now. Be thankful that I am not. You have not been thrown out of here naked to be mocked and beaten at my discretion or to be fed to my dragon. Naruto said, his voice filled with the authority one would find in a king. Your Grace, I must protest this harsh action. It's unfair, Peter said, thinking of all the money, his network of information, and the blackmail he had over influential lords that had been lost to him. Do not speak to me of what is unfair, Peter Baelish. You will be confined to a room here in the Red Keep until I say otherwise. Or would you prefer that I simply extend your so-called unfair punishment by throwing you into the black cells? Or perhaps I should cut off your head now and be done with you? Naruto asked in a deathly cold tone with Littlefinger now sweating under his gaze. No, Your Grace. I will humbly accept your decision, Peter whispered in a bitter tone as Naruto signaled for two of his royal guard to take the man outside. Not to press the issue, but I really should kill him now before he has a chance to flee from Your Grace. Peter Baelish is very much like a snake and has some powerful friends willing to help him if asked, Tyrion said. He had never liked Littlefinger, and blamed him for what Catelyn Stark did when she tried to have him arrested for the attempted assassination of Bran Stark. I'm sure he has friends, Tyrion. He paid friends on that one. We'll see how long they're his friends when he no longer has the money to pay them, Naruto said as he watched the others fidget, but he would wait to deal with the man later. Naruto then looked at Varys. Is there something you wish to reveal to me about the former Master of Coin, Lord Varys? He asked. Varys nodded. Jon Arryn, who is our former hand, was looking at Robert's bastards and comparing them to Cersei's 3 children. He borrowed the book detailing the lineage of the 4 great houses of the 7 kingdoms to gather more evidence against the former prince. Mother. When he asked me for the book, I knew the late hand of the king would discover the truth, and I told the queen. From there, she conspired with her brother Jaime Lannister, Peter Baelish, and another who was capable of poisoning Jon Arryn right under everyone's noses. Someone no one suspected would be capable of committing the terrible deed, Varys said with Naruto frowning and Ned frowning as well. Who is this other person? Ned asked, with Varys hesitating for a moment. Our former hand of the king, Jon Arryn's own wife. Lysa Tully Arryn of the Vale. She poisoned him, Varys said, with Renly and Tyrion looking at him as if he had just said the White Walkers had crossed the wall. Why would you agree to poison your own husband? Naruto asked, not seeing the connection to the woman who killed her husband and joined the conspiracy. Perhaps I can answer, Your Grace. It is a well-known fact that Peter Baelish was a ward of House Tully at Riverrun. He apparently fell in love with Catelyn Tully, but she was betrothed to Brandon Stark, Ned Stark's older brother and his future Warden of the North before Robert's rebellion. After his death at the hands of the Mad King, Catelyn married Ned Stark despite what Peter had hoped was his second chance at marrying the woman of his dreams. Sadly, it was not to be for Peter Baelish. As for Lysa Tully, she loved Peter Baelish the same way he loved Catelyn Tully. Unlike her sister, Lysa was never attracted to her husband, Jon Arryn, who was a much older man, and she spent her days in King's Landing dealing with King Robert instead of tending to his wife's needs. If I had to make an educated guess, Lysa Arryn. She still has a great love for Peter Baelish, and he convinced her to kill her husband with the poison provided by the Grand Maester here, Varys said as some of the others nodded. So that's why she was so hell-bent on me being blamed for Jon Arryn's death. The woman had a very crazed look in her eyes when I spent my short time in the Vale, Tyrion added, Naruto mulling things over in his head. I see. This poses a serious problem. One that can't be handled as quickly as I expected, Naruto said, his mind racing. It is clear that Peter Baelish is guilty of treason on several levels, Your Grace. Sadly, if we kill him now, we will become enemies of the Vale. Lysa Arryn might even join forces with the North if it benefits her cause. She might see us destroyed for killing Peter Baelish, or if she learns that he is imprisoned on what she will believe are trumped-up charges against her not-so-secret love, Varys said as Naruto nodded. I didn't become king of the 7 kingdoms for the second time in my life only to have this entire city burned to the ground at the hands of multiple enemies. So we must act accordingly, he said, clasping his hands together. There was so much to do, so little time to do it. Damn, Naruto sat at the council table. His eyes flicked over the remaining people in the room. The new master, he felt, only wanted the best for the kingdom, so he would stay for the time being. The bald man who called himself the Master of Whispers was apparently loyal to him, strangely, but he would accept it until proven otherwise. Ned Stark, his current hand, definitely didn't care who sat on the throne, but he could sense a bit of unease in him, but for what reason he could only guess. The 2 Baratheons were all kinds of emotional messes at the moment. From what Balerion had told him, not only were they brothers, but they were also Robert's brothers. If he had to guess, they would do something that would earn his ire, but currently, they would remain in his hands until he made a move. He would make sure they knew their positions were held only because of his brother, and if they stepped even one hair out of line, House Baratheon would pay in blood for going against him. He didn't care anymore. These noble houses thought the crown owed them. Those days were over, and he wouldn't allow the corrupt to grow in power while those who needed the aid suffered the most. With the former master of coin out of power due to his inability to handle the crown's financial woes, he desperately needed someone who knew how to use gold in ever-increasing quantities, and suffice it to say, he only knew of one house in the entirety of Westeros that knew financial management: House Lannister. Naruto snapped his fingers. "Tyrion, you know how to properly manage your gold, don't you?" he asked. The Lannister imp hummed as he gave her a dubious hand gesture. "I'd say I know better how to spend gold than hoard it, but yes, money issues aren't really much of an issue for me." "May I ask why, Your Grace?" he asked. Naruto nodded. "Since you are the only member here of the one house that knows how to manage gold more than any other, I have decided that only a member of your house could take the position I am about to offer you," Naruto said as he looked at the dwarf. "I have decided, if you are willing, to offer you the position of Master of Coin. For now I will have financial masters who know how to understand the ledgers of the former Master of Coin, discern any valuable information, and give it to you. You will find the hidden caches of the former holder of said position and return them to the crown. While you do so, look for ways to increase the economy of King's Landing. With the fact that the crown is in a damaging debt of 6 million dragons, I highly doubt that Baelish intended for anyone other than himself to sit on my throne without a plan to get the crown out of its red debt. I leave those dealings to you until such time as I do," he told the imp. Tyrion swallowed nervously. "I accept this position with honor, Your Grace," he said with mild surprise. Naruto sighed deeply and looked at the younger Baratheon brothers. "Master of ships and master of laws, tell me what you intend to do while I sit on the throne? Do you plan to rebel against me, or will you support your king? Should you rebel, then know this: I will burn your house down to the last man. I will not allow everything I built 4 centuries ago to crumble simply because your brother died and he was a former king who got angry and threw a tantrum due to him loving another woman who was intimate with another man. Before you get angry at my words, just understand that this is how I see the situation of the rebellion your brother caused when he stood up to House Targaryen, and I do not wish to offend anyone, you or your relatives." He spoke calmly. Renly snorted. "I don't care who sits on the throne. As long as it isn't that spoiled bastard Cersei or any of her children, or 7 forbids Cersei herself from sitting on the throne. You treat me well, I'll stand by you. Don't give me any trouble, you'll live." He spoke honestly. Visenya couldn't help but murmur. At least he was honest about it. To herself, Stannis sighed. He knew he was defeated. "Your Grace, I will openly admit that the prospect of rebelling against you and your house was etched in my mind. Robert may have been king, and I the rightful heir thanks to Cersei's machinations with her brother, but I cannot, in good conscience or faith, face a man who single-handedly united the entirety of the 7 kingdoms on his own with an army of dragons. I cannot willingly endanger my kin with the fury of an army of dragons coming against them. I will bend the knee and swear fealty to the crown," he said, bowing his head. Naruto nodded. "Well, that settles the compliance issues, but we'll return to the hidden problems our 2 houses have with each other at a later time," he said with a nod before looking at Ned. "What about you, Stark? Where do your loyalties lie?" he questioned. "I swore an oath to protect the kingdom as the hand of the king. My house has no business being involved with these issues. If I can't resolve them on my own with the position I hold, then I will defer to the other members of the small council, or to yourself, my lord." Ned spoke calmly, causing Naruto to nod. He could understand Ned's desire to remain neutral at a time like this. "So, what agenda should we take care of first?" Naruto asked. He clasped his hands in front of his face, and looked at each of the men at his table. He was curious to see what they would do. Surprisingly, it was Stannis who brought up the first problem. "Baelish. I say we will execute him soon. With all the setbacks these past few days, there's no telling what the man might try to accomplish while you sit on the throne." He spoke. Naruto shook his head. "No, not yet. I want him alive instead of dead right now, but fear not, I have a plan on how to take care of him." he said before looking at Visenya. My love, go and get me his tongue. I wouldn't want him to miss out on his most valuable asset right now. He spoke, smiling as he watched Visenya saunter away, her hips swaying in a motion she knew aroused him greatly. Damn, what a woman! It was a miracle she hadn't fathered him yet. Naruto then turned his gaze towards Rainy's. Check the men, have them start hunting for food to feed the citizens of the city. From what I could sense through Balerion, many of them are starving and need the meat for their families. Whatever it is, you must feed them for the time being. No more than 30 riders hunting at a time. We cannot leave the city without some form of defense from potential assailants to the former queen's ambitions. He spoke before slapping his butt and smacking him, nice and tight, the way I knew she would stay for quite some time. Was he being a little perverse just now? Yes. He didn't give a buck, hell no. Naruto looked at Ned and sighed. Ned, while some of my dragon riders start gathering food, I need men who have skills that can be taught to gather at the base of the fortress. It's time we use them, and starving them will only cause problems later on. This city is a cesspool of decay, and I won't allow it anymore. Masons, builders, blacksmiths, I want anyone with viable skills brought in. It's time we remove the stench that Robert allowed to build up during his time as king from the city. It's not just bad for the people, it's bad in general due to the fact that it drives out dignitaries with a bad impression on the ruling members of the kingdom, Ned hummed, thinking. What about bakers and all that? They're important too, aren't they? He asked. Naruto sighed. Was this man really that incompetent? Naruto turned and snarled. I said, everyone with a viable skill, not just the masons and builders. All of them, this includes the bakers, butchers, and city guards as well. All of them. I'll send word as well, that the new king needs them to start doing their jobs or else face my wrath. Naruto nodded. It should motivate them to come and listen to what I have to say. Naruto then turned to the new master. Grand Master, what knowledge does the crown have on the biological members of House Baratheon and House Lannister? He asked. Master Samuel hummed. I would assume all current data on the houses of the 7 kingdoms, Your Grace. As I said, I am still coming into my position as Grand Master. But if necessary, I can investigate those traits immediately. As you wish. For what purpose, may I ask why you bring up this subject here instead of in private? Naruto snorted. I needn't worry about what others think of what I have planned. In fact, I'm not afraid of what the former queen has planned. The fact that Cersei Lannister is willing to commit incest while married to a king with his own twin brother who at the time was a king's guard infuriates me more than mere words can describe. The sheer greed that the woman had for her to commit her crimes is enough for me to look into these matters deeply. When you have all the information on the 2 houses, send out what you find and send it to every house including the Lannisters. Then include the crimes committed by what her former lover has confessed to in front of each of you. Furthermore, inform the current Lord of House Lannister that a suitable punishment is in fact pending, and she has no say in what comes of it. I don't care if she is a man under my rule, she has no say in what goes on while members of her house try to ruin my kingdom and dynasty. I give you the rest of the day to make your discoveries and send out your ravens, he ordered before Master Samuel quickly left the room. Naruto looked at Varys. Varys, tell me, is there anything peripheral that should have my attention right now? The players in this little game of thrones that the noble houses are so enamored with, the people of interest that must be brought into the fold. I want anything of value, important or not, he stated. Another minor matter is that there is a Red Priestess of Essos who is making a great effort to convert members of House Baratheon to the religion of her country's Lord of Light, and I do not like what she does to please her lord. Burning people and blessed totems of the 7 themselves as sacrificial offerings to please this fire god, as my little birds describe this lord. Another matter is, as you well know, the former Master of Coin's hidden affair with Lady Arryn of the Vale, who fathered her bastard child and concealed the secret. Then, House Bolton is becoming more and more disturbingly vocal as of late. I would suggest removing them from the fold entirely, my lord, and then you must replenish the low number of men stationed on the wall due to the number of wildling attacks that are coming more and more frequently. Naruto nodded. I'll send riders to meet them and bring them back. Then I need to make plans to counter the insane houses of Kraken and Bolton. When that's over, I'll deal with the other problems the crown currently has," Naruto said before clapping his hands. "That concludes this meeting. Go to your jobs and all, I have things I need to do in the meantime. Ned, I expect the men who have the abilities we discussed to gather at the fortress base as ordered, but for now you're dismissed," he said before standing up. It was at this moment that Visenya re-entered, a small piece of meat in her hand where he nodded. "I was joking about her tongue, but I suppose it can't hurt to do so beforehand," he said before looking at Visenya. "Come to our chambers, we have things to discuss between us that cannot be ignored," he whispered into her ear. "What's wrong?" she asked. "Is something wrong?" Naruto shook his head. "What I have to say cannot be discussed in an open room. Walls have ears and windows may have eyes," he told her before looking at Balerion. "Fly around the city, make sure nothing gets out of hand and that no fights break out. If they do, stop them," he ordered. With a wink to Visenya, he escorted her out of the chamber and made her way out of the council chamber towards the front of the castle. However, he stopped when a guard came running up to him. "What is it this time?" he demanded. "Former Queen Cersei Lannister has fled the Red Keep, taking her eldest and abandoning her other children. It seems she's headed to Lannisport to spread the rumor of your supposed treason against her house." The guard snorted. Naruto nodded. "I'll make sure she doesn't get her wish. Send word to the dragon riders, capture her, and bring her back. Make sure she and her brat son are alive. I want them brought to the throne room and held at sword point when they arrive, where I am summoned immediately. I will not allow her betrayal to continue," he snarled. "Sir, you're hours away, and it only takes a day's ride to reach Lannisport," the knight said. "Dragons are not inhibited by paths like a horse or by game like a tree. They can fly for hours easily and reach that woman and her vile spawn. It will be simple and effective," he said as he walked past the guard and out of the castle to see a large gathering of men at the steps. Nodding, Naruto looked at the large, still-growing crowd before using a small spell to amplify his voice. "I know many of you only know me through tales told around a fire or a dinner table, but let me assure you that some of those tales are just that, tales told around a fire. I won't lie, I've committed many terrible deeds in my short life, but I've also come to believe that I've done so much good. I called you here to set up workplaces for those who truly work. Masons will assist in teaching their trade to those willing to learn. Blacksmiths will increase the size of their wares and shops by combining other smithies near the center of the market so that competitive vendors can work together to increase profits by helping to craft weapons and armor respectively and training apprentices who desire the knowledge. Bakers, you will receive a larger stipend to expand your shops so you can offer more to your customers. Anyone else who falls into different categories will speak to my new hand, Ned Stark, to reach agreements depending on your profession," Naruto said before looking at the city guards. "Regarding the City Watch, I hereby create 4 groups for the City Watch. This allows for a broader spectrum of watch and lightens the load on the senior commander. The sub-commanders will watch over small areas, but the High Commander is still in charge of the overall operations of the guards. I leave their appointment to divide the sections of the watch in your hands. That will be all for now. Sorry if our discussions are short, I have many things to attend to at the moment," he said before running back inside. Well, really walked, but you get the idea. He couldn't help but sigh as he climbed the stairs to the throne and sank down for a moment. He still had to speak with Visenya, he had to meet with the 2 missing Targaryens from the Common Era, and he had to deal with that swine idiot named Baelish before he could do anything that might hinder his newfound progress in running the kingdom. Naruto snapped his fingers. "Gather the court. I have things to discuss. Also, bring Peter Baelish and Jaime Lannister out of their cells. Also, bring me some wine so I can ease my damn nerves," he said, shaking his head. Naruto quickly grabbed a cup that had been brought to him, drinking it before walking away. It would be a minute until everything was prepared for what he had to do. King's Chamber. A little later, Naruto opened the door and saw his adorable Visenya sitting on the bed. "I know this may seem like a social call, but right now I need to talk to you quietly. Put up a barrier," he said softly before Visenya said a word in Valerian where the walls glowed a light blue. "I know you have questions, but wait until I'm done talking," she pleaded and got a nod. Have the rider take the dragon eggs, put them in the plaza at the ruins of Dragonstone Castle. It's time we boosted our number of riders. Through our remaining allies. I don't trust the Lannisters or the Vale Knights as much as needed, and it's all because a greedy woman and a corrupt master of coin can't stop plotting against the crown. The riders won't be able to catch up to the 2 escaped Lannisters in time. They're a full day behind schedule and it will be too late to bring them here. That's why I'm about to send word to the Lannister houses and Baelish's few remaining friends in low places. For now, focus on collecting the eggs in the plaza and greet our missing Kinriella and Daenerys when they arrive. I'll be there later, I promise, he said, kissing her on the lips before releasing her. Go, we don't have much time. And we need to prepare for a war that may end this world, he said desperately, hoping nothing would happen while he went about his business. And greet our missing relatives Riella and Daenerys when they arrive. I'll be there later, I promise, he said, kissing her on the lips before letting go. Go, we don't have much time. And we need to prepare for a war that may end this world, he said desperately, hoping nothing would happen while he went about his business. Throne room of the Red Keep in King's Landing. Naruto sat on the Iron Throne. Before him was the court of lords and ladies he had to address in the near future before discussing important matters with the small council. Among them were the City Watch and the King's Guard, all there to keep the peace. Among those in the room of curious importance was Sansa Stark, who sat with her handmaidens. Naruto looked at the Stark girl, smiled politely, and nodded. Sansa had returned his request, but he was still on guard against a potential enemy posing as a friend. It was no real surprise given that Naruto and all his followers were a complete wild card even at the current time. Everyone fell silent as Naruto entered the throne room and continued to remain silent after he sat down as he looked at everyone in the process with eyes filled with strong conviction. Standing beside him was Tyrion Lannister to his right, his Sellsword, Bronn, was on the steps, and to the king's left was Varys, standing slightly out of the way. The Master of Whispers looked as calm as ever as he observed everyone and everything in the room. I grow weary of these politics that you men and women of noble blood play amongst yourselves. You seem to have forgotten that it was my house and our power that united the kingdoms under one solitary banner. Without my house nor that of the dragon, the chaos of the 7 kingdoms would be unfounded and many more wars would be fought between the various kings and queens. However, I am disappointed in how people seem to think that they can just do whatever they want when they think no one is watching. They turn on the criminals. Naruto ordered as 2 men opened the door, and several members of City Watch with Sandor Clegane leading them into the room, namely, Jaime Lannister, the former Gold Cloak, and Peter, Littlefinger Baelish of the Vale. Many gasped and whispered at the sight of both men. Jaime was a well-known warrior, so seeing him missing one hand and one ear was a great shock to everyone present. Littlefinger wasn't even the main focus as Lannister took center stage. Jaime of House Lannister and Peter Baelish of the Vale. You 2 have been accused and found guilty of treason against the crown, my family, and me. Peter Baelish, you stand accused of the crimes of betraying and conspiring to murder the hand of the King Jon Arryn, as well as betraying the near assassination of the hand of the King Ned Stark. You are also accused of conspiring to ruin the crown, extortion, and conspiracy to commit murder among those of noble and low descent. Anything to say before I decide your fate, former Master of Coin? The man was lucky he'd healed him and given him back his tongue so he could speak to dragon magic to help him. Otherwise he'd just chop his head off and be done with the man. It wasn't a surprise that Peter was here on trial for his crimes. After all, he tried to escape during the Little Folk meeting. It was a desperate and possibly stupid move on his part, given his earlier conversation with Naruto basically revealed that any escape would result in the former Master of Coin being the most wanted man in Westeros. But Peter Baelish was anything but resolute. All he needed was one of his secret chests filled with unearthed gold, and to head to Essos. With his wit, charm, and ability to manipulate events to his liking, Peter could carve out a new position of power there. He would live the life of wealth once more and start his brothels there, earning several hundred times more profit there than he had in King's Landing. Essos thrived on brothels, prostitutes, boors, and pleasure slaves. Unfortunately, His plan to trick the guards into entering the cell after feigning illness had backfired after he knocked them both down after stabbing them both with a small wooden spike he made from the leg of a nearby stool he broke it from. Given his weak body stature, he was only able to wound the 2 guards. After wounding the guards, Peter had quickly left his room to escape the black cells in hopes of reaching one of the secret passages the infamous Red Keep was rumored to possess. But during his rush to find an escape route out of King's Landing, Peter Baelish had been captured by several other guards, who were instructed by the guard commander to remain at their post no matter what, and as a result, he received a severe beating for his actions before being returned to another cell. After Naruto decided enough was enough, he simply decided to belittle the man, after publicly revealing Peter's crimes so that no one would dare or be able to rally to the man's defense, or even the king himself. My only true regret in life, aside from not being able to marry my love Caitlin Tully, is not being able to do as I wished by killing her husband Ned Stark, and with the same dagger I held to his throat when I betrayed him, right here in this very room. Peter Baelish exclaimed as many gasped at his words and beliefs. You bastard! My mother trusted you. She once called you a friend. She loved you like a brother. You are not worthy of anyone's love, least of all hers. Sansa suddenly exclaimed and stood up as Peter looked down at her from his kneeling position to see the girl crying with angry eyes filled with hatred in them. If you are trying to make me feel remorse for my actions, Lady Sansa, you are doing so with no success on your part. As I said, my only regret is that I cannot simply kill Ned Stark myself, Peter said with a small smile, but it was gone as the king now directed a cold, chilling presence towards him. And my only regret is not making your death more violent. But unlike you, Peter Baelish, I am not one to derive pleasure from the suffering of others. Sir Bronn, remove his head. The sight of it attached to his body makes me sick to my stomach just looking at it, Naruto said coldly, with Peter pinned down as Bronn drew his sword. Your name is King? Your name is Naruto Aegon Targaryen, the conqueror of Westeros? At least Ned Stark would have taken my head personally after giving me the death sentence. Same with your predecessor. If you were half of those men, you would do it yourself. Right here. Right now. Peter exclaimed angrily. Stop! Naruto ordered with the Bronn almost ready to take his head. Sir, you don't have to put up with his bullying. You don't have to do the deed yourself like he says. Tyrion offered as Naruto stepped off the Iron Throne and crossed his arms as he heard Balerion's deep growl behind him, his lazy gaze at the human doing nothing to scare him. No. I don't have to. But that doesn't mean the pompous fool isn't right. I called for his head, yes, that's true, and if I were some kind of king, I would carry out the sentence with my own hand. Only, Naruto said before looking at Blackfire thoughtfully and gently stroking him while patting him. Have you lost your temper yet, Your Grace? Peter asked mockingly, with Naruto shaking his head. No. I simply felt it too merciful to kill you with such a beautiful sword crafted by my own hand. Your blood is not worthy of staining my weapon. I have something else in mind. Something far more painful, Naruto said before turning to his dragon. Consumption alive by dragon, the king declared, causing many to gasp at the sheer audacity. It had been outlawed around 80 years after Balerion II's death in battle that the condemned could choose the dragon devouring the convict, or risk living on the wall. Naturally, people tended to choose the wall unless given no other choice. Naruto smirked as he nodded in satisfaction. Yes, a fitting punishment for a snake in the grass. You see, a dragon's digestion process easily takes days, the flesh slowly dissolved by the acidic compounds in the beast's belly. A human can only survive up to 4 days without consuming the water you see, up to a month without proper nutrition to sustain the body. You wouldn't dare, not with someone of my standing? Baelish asked. However, Naruto liked to think of himself as an honest man. Balerion! Naruto ordered, with everyone gasping and Peter Baelish paling. The dragon rose to dwarf the entire room and bent down to look at the now trembling little finger. Any last words, swine? Naruto demanded. Please, Your Grace. Spare my life. Show mercy. I can be of use to you. I promise on my love for Caitlin Stark that I will be an honest man and master of coin. Peter pleaded, as only now did he realize the ramifications of things, while Naruto's eyes turned extremely cold and angry. It was clear that Peter had provoked Naruto in an attempt to make the man look like a heartless monster if Naruto killed him in front of others. He thought his words would provoke the king in the hopes that his own advisors, namely the imp and the spider, would convince him of an alternative punishment other than execution. That death wasn't good enough for him and Naruto would eventually agree. Perhaps ordering Peter to take the black, which the former master of coin would reluctantly but humbly accept. But in truth, he would later escape during the transfer to the wall, and make his way to Essos on a ship he could somehow acquire using his talents, only for it to backfire and the snake to now beg for its life moments before its end. It was your love for Ned Stark's wife that set things in motion to have her husband nearly killed by you and your associates in order to turn two houses against each other in a violent war. Do you think I would trust a snake such as yourself with a second chance to manage the finances of my realm? Someone who would have betrayed everyone for his own personal ambitions. I would sooner shake the hand of a White Walker and embrace one in friendship than spare your miserable and traitorous life, Littlefinger! Naruto exclaimed with rage in his eyes. Without any verbal commands, Naruto looked at the two guards behind Peter and pointed at him before pointing at the dragon. The guards quickly complied and shoved the former master of coin's face into the ground with a hard blow to the head that made him yelp before stepping back and allowing Balerion to move in for the kill. Naturally, the man recovered quickly and somehow managed to hold on, but the force of the blow delivered by the men who once held him down was too much, and all Peter could do was look up from his angle on the ground to stare into Balerion's smoking nostrils as he glared down at him. With a loud scream of terror, Balerion swallowed the human's terror with a roar as he slammed his face into the ground and ate not only Peter Baelish, but the ground up to 4 feet below him in a single bite. Being eaten alive by a dragon is not a path any man would want to go down. Something tells me Lysa Arryn of the Vale won't take this lying down, Tyrion thought as he looked at Varys, who was thinking the same thing. Neither of them felt any love for Peter Baelish. They both knew the man was a snake from the moment they both met him. Varys knew the man was trouble the moment Peter became master of coin and slowly began to ruin the crown piece by piece over the years with his ways of manipulating the financial system. Sadly, while Varys knew how to do many things, understanding complex mathematics and using numbers to do complex mathematics was not one of them. As much as the spider disliked the master of coin, he couldn't remove Peter from his position, as it would make things worse for the kingdom. In fact, Varys wasn't sure that this means of removing the former master of coin was a wise move on Naruto's part, as it would strain relations with the Vale, and the fact that the financial books Peter wrote in had yet to be deciphered. Still, since Peter Baelish had more trouble with being alive than just being dead, it didn't really matter that much to the spider. Now, Jaime of House Lannister, my predecessor's brother-in-law, former heir to Casterly Rock and former Kingsguard, I accuse you of treason to the crown, kin murder, bloodline theft, unlawful practice of incest with the success of fathering 3 bastard children with your twin sister Cersei due to having 3 children and fathering a child born of madness, among other crimes including but not limited to committing regicide of not only one of your former kings, but 2 current ruling body and attempted subjugation of House Targaryen and the remaining dragons. Do you have anything to say in your defense against these charges I just named? Naruto said as Jaime looked nervously at the king's dragon before looking at the man himself. I will not defend myself for what I did. I only wanted what I felt was mine. I have no lies and no ways out of this once I've confessed. The world knows the truth, and I cannot hide from the fact that I've already done what I have in the shadows. I will not regret what I did, nor will I take the black for my crimes. I accept what must be done, and I will only tell you this. Do your duty as king. Rule better than Robert could have ever hoped to rule. I know better than all of us who serve or serve the crown, Jaime said, seeing Naruto nod with a look of respect in his eyes. Things would have been different, Lannister, if you had simply confessed after the first time. You chose the wrong side and the wrong path. I don't hate you for it, but I can't agree with it either. Part of me wishes you would take the black, if only to live, and perhaps visit your elderly father once in a while. But you have broken so many laws that even the wall is too good for you, and since you have openly rejected it, I will kill you for your crimes," Naruto said with Jamie nodding in acceptance. "You know your duty as a man, as a warrior, and as the king of the 7 kingdoms when called upon to do what must be done. Good. My only request of you now is that I meet my end with your sword instead of the dragon as Littlefinger did. It would dishonor your house and the great beast if he were to end my life," Jamie said with Naruto nodding. "I agree," Naruto said gravely before pulling Blackfire from its sheath. "I have one last request. Protect my daughter Marcella and my son Tommen. They are the only good things I have left in my life, even with the fact that I know I'm about to die. I don't want them to die so young," Jamie said with Naruto nodding. "You have my word, Jamie Lannister, as king of the 7 kingdoms, that your children will come to no harm while I rule as king. Give my regards to the gods beyond," Naruto said with Jamie nodding and bowing his head. "I'm ready, send me on my way to the stranger," Jamie whispered, closing his eyes to accept his end without fear of what awaited him on the other side. Naruto quickly brought his sword down on the man's head. It was a clean cut and a quick kill. It was clear he had died with very little pain. It still didn't make Naruto feel any better, but it had to be done, and in front of everyone present, to show his determination as king of the 7 kingdoms. He had to show everyone in this room, who would then tell everyone else outside of said room, that King Naruto was a man of conviction and that he wouldn't let anyone stop him from fulfilling his duty as king. Now that this matter regarding the fate of those 2 criminals has been properly resolved, I will now ask that you all return to your normal duties. Ned, you and your family please stay so we can talk. Once the body and blood have been removed, of course," Naruto said with a small laugh, leaving a few people's mouths dropping at the joke, while several servants dealt with the cleanup requests. After everything was cleaned, Naruto looked at his hand, at his daughters, and sighed deeply as he contemplated his next move with this house. He had to make sure that if he did this, they would remain loyal to the crown he established and not break away, because if they did after he proceeded with this plan, then who knew what would happen. He planned to allow Tyrion such a gift, but he was the only exception at the moment outside of the Starks before him. Clearing his throat, "Ned Stark, as my hand and advisor, I commend you for your actions in protecting the crown against former Prince Joffrey Waters and his mother, former Queen Cersei Lannister Baratheon, from staging their coup d'état to attempt to destroy the fragile peace that blankets my realm at this moment. As such, I want to have your word that what?" Ned looked at Arya and Sansa and they nodded shyly. "Well, I suppose it will depend on what you plan to give me and my immediate family, sire," he stated. "I won't lie to you, Ned Stark. This is the first time in nearly 1,000 years that any royal house other than the Targaryens has had the nobility and honor to raise dragons. So, will you and your immediate family accept this gift from me?" he asked, perfectly calm. Ned and the girls were anything but calm. Hell, the world should have been surprised that the girls weren't jumping for joy at the fact that their house would now have the responsibility of being called dragon lords and dragon riders like the king's own family. Ned gulped but nodded shakily. "Your Majesty, it would be an honor for my house to accept this gift you offer," he declared. "Good, because I would have given them to you anyway with an added spell to ensure your house remained loyal to the crown. I know there's you and your daughters, as well as a wife, but I need to know of someone else in your immediate family to ensure all of you have the privilege of owning a dragon," he said. "I have 3 sons, my lord. Robb, whom I left in charge of Winterfell while I attended to Robert as his hand during his final days as king, which now falls to you since you are my king now. I have a younger son named Bran. He was crippled when he was pushed from a tower back home. He may never walk again, as I doubt even with your powerful magical abilities you could cure him. And I have a young son named Rickon. He is 3 years old by father," he said sincerely. "Then that is 7 eggs I must hatch for my hand and his immediate family. Very well then. As House Targaryen and Blackfire have merged once more and each of the riders has a dragon, there is no need to hatch any more for our own wishes. But I reward loyalty with a price and a gift. My gift to you and your house are the dragons I will command to be hatched, the price being that these dragons are to be used by none other than the Starks who ride upon them and remain loyal to the crown. Can each of you accept this, or do I need to find means to keep you loyal to me?" he asked. "No, sir, We can remain loyal even without resorting to forceful measures, Ned said. Let's pray for the future in case something like that happens. Naruto muttered before clearing his throat and speaking. We shall see, Ned Stark, we shall see. For now, come with me and we will begin the process of granting you your dragons, Naruto said, standing up from his throne. Not to sound disappointed and all, but how exactly are you going to incubate the dragon eggs? A dragon hasn't hatched in almost 200 years, Arya said, confusion clearly written on her face. Naruto chuckled. While that may be the case for now, the secret to hatching a dragon egg is not lost on those of us who know how to perform the art. In fact, it's quite simplistic. Take the egg, place it on a pile of coals. Normally, it would take around a month for the dragon inside to awaken and hatch if done this way, but the immediate way to hatch a dragon is to expose them to the only element they are born from, dragonfire, she said, looking at her dragon with a small smile. Balerion here was hatched by Alecamin, the silver dragon we defeated in battle just before we met with Robert, and hatched a form of peace between the houses we command. As such, he is basically her foster child. In fact, she hatched all of the dragons that currently breathe even now. She was in her thousands when she died, so she's been through practically everything our house has endured. It's a shame we have to turn to another dragon to birth them, but we all knew there would come a time when she wouldn't be around. We just hoped it wasn't in our lifetime when it happened. She sighed sadly over the deceased dragon in question. Well, you can't exactly incubate dragon eggs here in King's Landing. People would be scared by the flames that would break out, Sansa said. True, but you forget, Dragonstone was once a dragon nursery and tower before I destroyed it in my battle against House Blackfire, leading to us being brought to this current age, Naruto said. And the plaza of Dragonstone is where all the dragons born before its destruction occurred. If it was in Valeria, it would be in the Lacoma Caves where the house dragons resided. It was large enough to house hundreds if not thousands of dragons before Doom ruined my homeland, he said, remembering Valeria. Ariagig. I don't know why we're here talking. I want to see my dragon born from the fire. Let's go! He exclaimed happily. With that, he took Sansa's hand and ran out of the room, leaving his father and the king behind. Ned waited until his girl's laughter died down before looking at the king. I left this out, but when Baelish mentioned having a bastard, who being a man now named Jon Snow, it wasn't entirely a lie. See, when I forgot to mention it, it was because he wasn't actually my son. This is a secret I've kept to myself since he was a baby, but Jon isn't really my son, he's not a bastard. He's named after your namesake, Naruto Targaryen. He's the son of the former Prince Regal Targaryen and my sister Lyanna Stark from their secret eloped marriage. I never meant anything by it with so many people around. Who knows what might have happened if the secret got out? He sighed deeply. And where is your nephew now? Naruto asked. He was named my bastard after his birth, to keep his lineage a secret and to ensure I kept my promise to keep him safe from my sister on her deathbed. He took the black about 2 weeks before your arrival, Ned said. Naruto shook his head. Not anymore, he declared. I know this may come as a shock to you, but I hereby declare that Jon Snow is now legally Jon Stark of the noble House Stark. I wish to meet my distant relatives and bless him with a dragon of his own. Bring him here in a month to grow accustomed to his freedoms again. There is more I wish to be able to do when I meet him, but right now I believe there are a few dragons to hatch, no? Naruto asked. Ned nodded with a small smile. I think you're right about that, sir, he replied. Good, then let's go to Dragonstone. A new age of dragon riders is upon us, Naruto said. Balerion's wings sounded like thunder as they flapped, as the black dragon flew over the sea. Arya was delighted to now claim to be able to ride Balerion. The Balerion the Dread himself. As the island of Dragonstone approached, the sight of dozens of dragons swooping through the sky and circling the island almost took the three Starks' breath away. It was astonishing, the beauty of seeing so many dragons of so many colors beyond words. Balerion's roar filled the air as they reached the cove. The dragon flew over a wall and up to a large pile of ruins, the ruins of Dragonstone. The last place that could have given birth to a dragon. Flapping its wings, A large cloud of dust filled the air as the dragon planted its feet beneath it. Letting his passengers off, Naruto went forward to greet Visenya and Rhaenys, who stood next to two women who had Targaryen facial features. This immediately let him know that these two women were Riella, the former queen, and her daughter Daenerys Targaryen. Behind the two women was a large chest that was closed, so he could only speculate as to what was inside. Naruto smiled and kissed Visenya and Rhaenys on their lips. "My lovely girlfriends, how have things been here on Dragonstone?" he asked pleasantly. "The rebuilding process is underway. Dozens of rooms have already been built for future dragon riders, and the cavern the dragons would use to rest has been cleared enough to allow them to rest whenever they wish. All that remains is the main castle itself and smaller items like the war room and the farmland that sustained the island before its destruction," Rhaenys said, smiling at Naruto with beautiful white teeth. Naruto nodded in acceptance. "That's good for there," he said before looking at the two passers-by who were staring at Balerion with eyes full of wonder. "So, this must be Riella and her daughter, yes? When did they arrive?" he asked. "They arrived a week ago. We were still stripping Valeria of our culture when they arrived," Visenya replied. Naruto nodded. "And the contents of the chest?" he asked. "Dragon eggs, 8 of them to be exact, from what Riella has told me in secret. Not even her daughter knows about the 5 hidden under the straw of her own 3 eggs. She apparently had them from a young age, since one was her father's as well as her grandfather's dragon egg, while the other was her mother's and grandmother's eggs that she originally planned to give to her children but couldn't due to Robert rebelling against the crown. She kept the dragon eggs for children to keep safe. When her son began showing signs of madness, she feared he would find them and do 7 only knows what to them. He tried to steal the 3 she had given to her sister but couldn't due to the fact that they were gone before he could do anything with them. And from what I heard, Lord Drotoki wasn't too happy with his former son and the people who accommodated them, and the horde wrecked the castle before burning it down and killing all the men and taking the women," she said in a low voice. Naruto hummed but accepted her words. Looking at the 3 Starks who had gotten off Balerion, he instructed Rhaenys. "Ned, you and your daughters will join Rhaenys in selecting the eggs I've decided to allow you and your family to incubate, but choose one and choose wisely. The dragon imprints on the first being it lays eyes upon, so there's no turning back when the egg hatches," he said, and allowed them to walk towards the vault that had been built, and now housed dozens of dragon eggs of an incredible array of colors. Naruto looked at Riella and her daughter and walked over with a smile. "Ladies, I apologize for keeping you both waiting. My name is Naruto Targaryen. I know this is a shock to you, I'm sure, seeing so many dragons and house members walking around," the former queen nodded. "If it would help strengthen our house, then yes, I would very much like to do it," she said. Daenerys looked a little confused. What could her mother be talking about? "Then it shall be done. Remember, there is no turning back once they leave, and if they join you, you and only you can command them. Your daughter will be on the same ship when hers leaves," he said. "But for now, wait here, and I'll be back in a few minutes. I won't be long, and I'll be back," he told them with a small nod. Even though the explanation was so simple, Danny was still confused. As for Naruto, he only left because he couldn't afford to wait for Balerion to meet his own brothers after all. 15 minutes later, Ned Stark and his daughters had chosen their dragon eggs and stood next to the former queen and her daughter, obviously surprised if she looked at 5 golden-capped eggs in front of the open chest that contained 3 different eggs. Naruto walked forward with a sack tied to his back. Rhaenys and Visenya, as well as the others, were confused as they watched the king put the bag down and open it, before slowly removing the contents to reveal the 7 eggs that had survived in their nest in the cave for countless years, waiting to see the outside world. Naruto sighed as he gently ran a hand over the eggs, but he felt excited by the beauty they held. Snapping out of his thoughts, Naruto looked at his sisters. "Visenya, Rhaenys, come here, I have a gift for you both," he said, picking up the 2 eggs that he knew were from the second nest he found in Balerion's home cave. The first was a green egg mixed with black, while the second egg was black with white mixed in. Handing the eggs to the 2 surprised women, he smiled as he gently pushed them back while taking the first egg in his hand. It just so happened to be the black and magenta colored egg. It was the largest of all the eggs he found in Balerian's nest, and he could feel the young dragon's power inside waiting to be released. If he could guess how much power the little creature had, he'd say it had about as much as Balerian currently had, and that was both exciting and terrifying to him at the same time. Placing the egg in the center of the large stone circle, he moved the remaining eggs to the edge and looked down at Balerian. The dragon didn't need to ask or say anything. He knew it was up to him, as the strongest of the pack, to bring all of his siblings and kin into the world. Balerian stepped to the edge, leaned over the egg, and inhaled deeply, the back of his throat glowing a dark orange before he unleashed a mighty roar of fire upon the egg. Now, although it had hatched after 5 minutes of being bathed in Alekeman's powerful fire, his fire only needed a mere minute before he could feel the tiny dragon trying to break out of its egg and stop breathing fire down on the egg. When the flames died down and the humans uncovered their sweaty faces, they watched in amazement as the egg practically exploded as the tiny dragon was brought into the world. Naruto ignored everything around him as he approached, attracting the little dragon's attention before anyone or anything could. He knelt on the glowing stones and held out his hand, smiling as the little dragon nudged him, and then he bit into it, hard. Naruto yelped in pain as the little dragon's teeth sank through his armor and into his skin, somehow managing to draw blood in the process. Pulling his hand back, he could almost see a small smile on the hatchling's face as he shook his hand. "Asshole!" he growled before offering a small piece of meat to the baby. "Dracaries," he said, and was amazed when the tiny newborn immediately let out an ebony flame from its maw onto the meat before quickly tucking into its first meal. "Incredible, you're unlike any other dragon I've ever seen or known," he said as the baby dragon allowed its new father to stroke its forehead. "I think the perfect name for you is Alduin, Fallen Heart. For that is what you will instill in your prey and our enemies," he said softly. Taking the young dragon in his hands, he placed Alduin on his shoulders and gave his new son a look while nibbling on his ear. "I think you and I will be having many words in the near future, and long after," he said to the seemingly already unruly dragon. It had taken the better part of 20 minutes, but eventually all of the eggs Naruto had deemed ready were hatched and the little dragons inside released. Naruto's 4 new dragons in order of birth and age were Alduin Fallen Heart, Shuriken Mighty King, Belgabad Brave Soul, and Acnologia Terror of the Sky. After the remaining dragons from Balerian's original clutch were hatched, they moved on to the second group of 2 for Visenya and Rhaenys, who were both female. Visenya had named her new daughter Quarmoth Relentless Fury, and Rhaenys had named her new dragon Quetzalcoatl Feathered Serpent, mainly because of how long and slender its body was. Riella's dragons were a mix of males and females, no real surprise there, with 3 males and 2 females: Fjord Dark Temper, Conorth Majestic Beauty, Calumet Stunning Eyes, Merkphobia Rowdy Lizard, and Zirconi's Jade Eyes. Each one was a stunning hatchling for sure. Dani had 3 males born to her. She asked Naruto to double-check to be sure, where she named the baby dragon in her care Drogon Great Fighter Regal Prodeful King, Viserion Honorable Son. Ned fathered a young female he named Hexenbane Mighty Wings, or something like that. His daughter Sansa hatched a male with a temperament that was easily named Ignea Ferocious Bite, while Arya had a female she called Cruella Cruel Hitch. Caitlyn wasn't in King's Landing at the time, nor were her children, so they would have to wait for their own dragons for the time being. Naruto wanted to collapse. It had been a long day, and all he wanted to do was try to get some sleep. He just hoped Visenya and Rhaenys would let him, too, but knowing them, his libido demanded action. The first foursome he'd had was the 3 of them and his ex-fiancée. He'd nearly died from the sheer pleasure he got from the girls that night.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.